Chapter 462. Shenron clearly also noticed Futian. She glanced at Gu Yinshi, who was beside him, and some surprise flashed across her proud eyes. Shenron clearly also noticed Futian. She glanced at Gu Yinshi, who was beside him, and some surprise flashed across her proud eyes. So it turned out that Futian liked beautiful ladies. In terms of just appearance, Shenron also had to admit that Gu Yinshi looked better. However, in terms of martial arts, she was obviously more outstanding than Gu Yinshi. At the moment, Futian was walking with Gu Yinshi, but he had ignored her invitation. She would, therefore, think that Futian was only fond of beauties. Nevertheless, it was normal. Nobody would ever dislike a pretty lady. At this place, many people were in fact interested in Gu Yinshi. She was after all a popular beauty in Divine Sky City. Most people from the top 3 schools who had managed to reach here knew each other, as they were either famous in their respective colleges or descendants of major clans. Suddenly someone said, "I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it?" Many people looked at the young man who just spoke. It was Chen Wang from Chen clan. He was at the peak of the Arcana Plane, and was very strong. Indeed, he was the elder brother of Chen Lu, whom Futian had seen before. Chen Lu was right beside him at the moment. "Speak," Jin Yanlang said, looking at Chen Wang. In the past, when the martial arts battlefield opened, disciples of the top 3 schools would compete to obtain martial arts fate for themselves or even fight against each other to obtain more. This was especially true for the top 3 schools, as people were clearly divided into their factions. Therefore, apart from Long Etienne, the others only managed to enter at most the 8th level of the battlefield and no further, Chen Wang said. This being the case, why can't we change this for once? The top 3 schools shall join hands this time and disregard our differences. We will ignore all our conflicts from the past and advance forward together. There were people in the past who tried this. What happened in the end? Someone said coldly. Over the years, countless people had entered the martial arts battlefield and tried various methods. Some people in the past had also tried to team up like what Chen Wang suggested. However, those who allied would always go into a conflict because of the uneven distribution of martial arts fate. Familiar with the martial arts battlefield, they understood well what the martial arts fate in the last 3 levels meant. Who would not want more opportunities? Who should get the last hit and obtain the martial arts fate? In the past, there were even occasions when people dug pits for each other at the last moment, resulting in some descendants of major clans being killed. It caused great disturbance, and conflicts even broke out among the different clans. Hence, very few people would mention about teaming up since then. Nobody could control their greed, and nobody would believe in the rest easily. If you think in this way, just ignore what I said. We'll rely on ourselves. However, based on past experience, if we don't team up, maybe we can pass the 7th level, but the 8th level will still be the limit, Chen Wang said emotionlessly. Everyone knew that Chen Wang was speaking the truth. Although they all believed that they were extraordinary and wanted to create the miracle that Long Etienne once did, they knew in their hearts that it was highly unlikely. Among so many geniuses in the past, only Long Etienne managed to do it. What did they have in addition? Why not listen to him? A lady suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads and looked at a person in the crowd. It was a very charming lady, and her looks could even be compared to Gu Yinshi. Her skin was like jade, and the aroma of orchids surrounded her body. An emerald green dress was on her body, turning her into a fairy. She was Lu Suqing, the top beauty of Blazing Sun School. Many people glanced at her. Realizing that she had spoken, many people looked at Chen Wang again. Then someone said, "What then? I'm not sure how many types of martial arts fate there are in the battlefield. In the last 3 levels, there is certainly much sage-like fate. If someone manages to get that, we'll agree that nobody will contest for it. Furthermore, we are also not allowed to leave the rest and enter the 8th level alone. On the other hand, we'll continue to obtain other types of sage-level fate. As long as someone contributes during the process, we'll help him to get at least one type of martial arts fate. In the end, we'll enter the next level together. We will only have the chance to enter the 9th level in this way. What do you think?" Chen Wang suggested. Many people were persuaded by his plan. If they could really do what Chen Wang had said, it would theoretically work. However, it was still unclear if the situation in the past would occur again. Great, I agree, Chen Rong said. If someone gets the martial arts fate required and enters the 8th level alone, we'll kill him together. If nobody objects this, I'll join as well. Bai Qiong, a top genius from Starry School, nodded lightly. Then, everyone nodded one after another, agreeing to Chen Wang's suggestion. As for whether they had any other plans in their minds, nobody would know. All right, let's go then, Chen Wang said. Immediately, everyone turned around and walked towards the door, stepping into the 7th level of the martial arts battlefield. Mr. Yi, let's go together, Gu Yinshi said to Yi Futian, who was beside her. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, but Gu Ming also nodded at him. Please! Just now, he saw how Yi Futian helped Gu Yinshi to kill that powerful martial arts spirit. He knew that apart from musical spells, Yi Futian's combat ability was very outstanding as well. Okay. Yi Futian also stopped being too polite. The 7th level of the martial arts battlefield was also vast and boundless. The group walked forward and soon many cultivators appeared before them, all of whom were martial arts spirits. This time, it was no longer an army. There were not many spirits, only 100 of them in an array. However, they all seemed to be terribly powerful. As they stared at the intruders, everyone could feel that each spirit was as powerful as the strongest one in the 6th level. They all contained an incredible amount of martial arts fate. The spirit which was furthest away from everyone was standing quietly on a high platform and staring at them calmly. From him, Yi Futian felt some danger. The 7th level is different from the previous ones. I have not been here before. However, according to what I heard, there is indeed sage-level martial arts fate here, as if sages are actually controlling spirits at the peak of the arcana plane. Despite so, they can still unleash imaginably strong powers, Gu Yinshi said softly to Yi Futian. Yi Futian had felt previously that the spirits in the first 6 levels all had noble-level martial arts fate, although their levels were in the arcana plane. It was somewhat similar to his experience in the ancient barren world, where there was noble fate. Boom! Just as Gu Yinshi was speaking, a violent aura had already erupted wildly. Everyone was releasing their powers. The people from top clans even took out the sage ritual implements they had brought. Indeed, everyone looked extremely serious. In the 7th level of the martial arts battlefield, any carelessness might result in death. Even though many people present were the best in their generation, nobody dared to be even slightly careless in this level. The 100 spirits released brilliant beams of light simultaneously. Then, they extended their arms and clenched their fists in the air. At once, everyone felt an extremely terrifying gravity acting on their bodies, attempting to pull them downwards. Slay them all! Chen Wang shouted. His son's sword appeared in his hand, which he used to strike down like a divine sword, crushing everything before him. Jin Yulang reached out his palm. Immediately, a golden spear flew past everyone and pierced towards the enemies below him. Postured like a dragon, Long Mu gave a fierce roar and many dragons appeared, charging out. All the people launched their attacks almost at the same time. Right away, the space around them became extremely violent and destructive. Below them, many spirits exploded one after another. Suddenly, however, the sage-like figure clenched his fist in the air. An appalling power appeared immediately, and even space itself was hardening. Many people felt their bodies petrified directly as they were covered with rocks. The martial arts spirits below them ascended and started attacking the cultivators from the top 3 schools. Accompanying a few loud bangs, a few people were hit and blown backward. As they landed on the ground, the rocks broke and they spat up blood. Yi Futian and his friends were standing at the back and their bodies were similarly petrified. At this moment, he could feel a power that was everywhere around him. It was the martial arts fate left behind by a sage. Following a loud bang, the rocks around him broke apart. Yi Futian looked at the battlefield before him, after which he dashed forward and shouted, "Attack!" Then, they also joined the battlefield. An enormous figure walked towards them, trying to crush their bodies under its feet. With a splashing sound, a large amount of martial arts fate Yi Futian had turned into vines which swept out and bound the body of the spirit. Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen ascended into the air simultaneously. Yu Xing punched out in the air, while Yi Wuchen struck out with his sword. Immediately, the figure burst into pieces. However, at the same time, a stronger might enveloped them. Yi Futian only felt an invisible force engulfing him as his body became ever heavier. Then, the sage-level spirit walked towards the intruders. At once, everyone felt an extremely powerful pressure. He stopped above everyone, after which he stomped his feet. In this instant, a few people gave a muffled humph each and their faces turned pale. Yi Futian felt an invisible foot stepping onto him, shaking his body in an overpowering manner. The figure walked down from the sky. Many people were forced down from the sky as they were enduring a terrifying amount of pressure. Attack! Chen Wang held the sword with both of his hands and sunlight tore everything apart. The power within his body and that of martial arts fate erupted together. Even the sky seemed to be cut into two pieces as a beam of light struck down from the middle. Meanwhile, a frightening storm appeared, which was released from an ancient bell in Jin Yuling's hand. The vast golden storm turned into thousands of lines and enveloped the sage-like figure. Various cultivators attacked at the same instant not only just to kill their enemy, but also to obtain the martial arts fate. Although everyone would get their share according to the plan, they still hoped that they would obtain it first as it was safer. They knew clearly that many people here had the ability to pass the 7th level by themselves. After all, they had sage ritual implements. However, it was much more difficult to fight alone, and they would never pass the 8th level. Hence, when such people teamed up, the 7th level could not stop them at all. Bang, bang, bang. Many attacks landed on the powerful martial arts spirit simultaneously, and his body started cracking apart. Immediately, many people charged out wildly, including Yi Futian and his friends. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light struck down. Yi Futian seemed to see a real rock diving towards him. He struck out the rod in his hand, after which the martial arts fate was crushed. The dazzling rock-like sword tore apart everything and even cleaved space open. Yi Futian and his friends flew backward quickly. Then, they saw a figure floating in the sky. It was Jin Yunxiao who had battled with Yu Xing before. "What are you doing?" Gu Yunxi questioned angrily, walking forward. At the moment, Jin Yunxiao was holding an extremely terrifying rock-like sword which was a sage ritual implement. If Yi Futian was not careful just now, he could have died from the attack directly. Jin Yunxiao stood there proudly and flapped his wings. He glanced at Yi Futian and his friends with much contempt and ridicule. Then, he looked at Gu Yunxi. Smiling, he said, "Gu Yunxi, they are not entitled to touch sage-level martial arts fate. The alliance this time does not include them, but they actually tried to fish in troubled waters." How ridiculous! Chapter 463. Jin Yunxiao did not even think about obtaining the sage martial arts fate himself. Based on his level, it was clearly not his turn yet. However, Yi Futian and his friends actually wanted to battle for it. How ridiculous was that? After becoming famous on the Starry School Assessment Day, and receiving Celestial Pavilion from Dragon Clan, Yi Futian could not even seem to remember who he was. Jin Yunxiao did not even think about obtaining the sage martial arts fate himself. Based on his level, it was clearly not his turn yet. However, Yi Futian and his friends actually wanted to battle for it. How ridiculous was that? After becoming famous on the Starry School Assessment Day, and receiving Celestial Pavilion from Dragon Clan, Yi Futian could not even seem to remember who he was. Zhenrong wanted to rope him in, but only as her battle servant. Long Linger had a very good relationship with him, but even the next leader of the Dragon Clan, Long Mu, did not acknowledge his position. Was Yi Futian trying to join them just because of his identity as the owner of Celestial Pavilion? That would be impossible. Yi Futian and his friends could at most stay in the 7th level. Yu Xing looked at Jin Yunxiao, wanting to walk up, but Yi Futian extended his arm to stop him. On the other side, the spirit was annihilated and the martial arts fate was obtained by Jin Yunxiao's brother, Jin Yunlang. Realizing this, the smile on Jin Yunxiao's face grew brighter. Since Jin Yunlang had obtained the fate, he would certainly have his share as well. He would surely be able to enter the 8th level. Some people looked enviously at Jin Yunlang but did not say anything because of the agreement. Jin Yunlang could obtain the martial arts fate not because he was stronger than everyone else, but because of his sage ritual implement. "What's happening?" Jin Yunlang asked, looking at Jin Yunxiao. "Nothing. A few people want to sneak into the team and obtain sage martial arts fate." Jin Yunlang mocked him. "Who are they?" Jin Yunlang glanced emotionlessly at Yi Futian and his friends. He did not know who they were. "You need to ask Long Mu that." With a smile on his face, Jin Yunxiao looked at Long Mu, who only had a cold expression. Ignoring Yi Futian, Long Mu said, "They're not with me. Let's continue forward. Wouldn't more people make our journey easier?" Gu Ming frowned and looked at Jin Yunxiao in dissatisfaction. "We don't need that." Jin Yunxiao smiled, after which he turned around and left. "Let's go!" Chen Wang shouted. Jinrong glanced emotionlessly at Yi Futian and did not say anything. It seemed like Yi Futian's journey would more or less end here. Jin Yunxiao and Long Mu both disliked Yi Futian and would certainly not bring him along. Moreover, Yi Futian also rejected her and Chen Lu. "Brother, why not we go with Yi Futian instead?" Gu Yunxi said to Gu Ming, intending to team up with Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Gu Yunxi in surprise. She had a slender body and charming appearance, and had always been very friendly towards him. However, at such a moment, Gu Yunxi would actually want to follow him instead. It was indeed unexpected. Gu Ming frowned and said, "If we team up, we should be able to pass the 7th level, but not the next one." Then, he glanced at the people who were already leaving. If the rest all passed the 8th level but he did not, he might miss many things. "Miss Gu, you should go with them. Don't be bothered with us," Yi Futian said. "But..." Gu Yunxi was somewhat hesitant. The attitudes of Jin Yunxiao and the rest just now were very disrespectful. Furthermore, the hit from Jin Yunxiao earlier was very dangerous. "Thank you for your understanding." Gu Ming nodded at Yi Futian. "Just go," Yi Futian said to Gu Yunxi, who nodded gently. Smiling, she said, "Mr. Yi, be careful then." "Of course." Yi Futian nodded. Gu Ming and Gu Yunxi left to catch up with the others. He smiled and said, "It seems like we need to acquire some sage martial arts fate before we can pass the 7th level. Well, let's begin." After speaking, he walked in the opposite direction. Soon, Yi Futian and his friends came to a place. Not far before them, a huge sword was inserted vertically into the ground, where there were also many deep and frightening cracks. Darkness surrounded them as if it was the end of the world. Around the huge sword there were countless sharp swords as well, all releasing a terrifying wave of sword will. On the giant sword, a martial arts spirit was standing. He stood there quietly, but everyone could feel much sharpness from him as if he had fused completely with the sword will around him. Suddenly the sword started trembling, producing a clanking sound. An invisible wave of sword will whizzed over in the air, and even the sky turned dimmer. Then, the figure on the sword pointed his finger forward. Immediately, endless sword will charged towards Yi Futian and his friends simultaneously. Looking at the boundless sword will, Yi Futian felt that he was extremely tiny, while the figure standing on the sword looked like an unparalleled sword god. "Don't be tricked by the willpower." Some sharpness suddenly flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. They were facing against a sage martial arts fate. It was as if the spirit before them had the will of a sage. Hence, they must not be careless. The martial arts fate around Yi Futian's body converged and turned into an astonishing light curtain right before them. At the same time, the martial arts fate roared wildly and a powerful force gathered around him. Reaching out his hand, Yi Futian held the 5-element rod and stomped fiercely on the ground, after which the brilliant wings of the rock appeared on his back. As he waved the 5-element rod, a formidable curtain appeared before him, blocking the sword will. Yi Futian struck the 5-element rod down, bringing along a monstrous force produced from the martial arts fate. However, the figure on the huge sword looked at Yi Futian and pointed his finger out at Yi Futian again. 3,000 gusts of sword will seem to have converged and charged out at him. Following a loud bang, the appalling power of the swords blocked Yi Futian's incoming attack before he could actually strike the rod fully. Meanwhile, an endless amount of sword will howled and continued attacking the intruder, attempting to eliminate the powerful field around him. Just then, the sage treasure book behind Lulan Shui released a frightening amount of coldness. Cold light bloomed wildly and shone onto the figure, causing the frequency of the trembling sharp swords to drop significantly. At the same time, Yuxing jumped into the air. His demonic wings flashed out, and the demonic tripod in his hands expanded rapidly. Then, he struck it down from above and an endless amount of demonic force charged out as if there were numerous devils present. Yi Wuqian's sword also arrived. With the alcade in his hand, he struck the sword out and reached his target in an instant. The figure raised his head and looked at the sky. Then, he reached out his other hand and pointed it in that direction. Many gusts of sword will created a sword veil which blotted out the sky. Bang! Then, Yi Futian's rod destroyed the sword will in his path. His body rotated wildly in the sky, and an astounding illusory figure appeared behind him. It looked like a divine ape which, however, had an enormous pair of golden wings on its back. Yi Futian traced out a dazzling arc in the sky, after which he struck out the rod in midair, eliminating the sword will all around him. Yi Futian's rod continued to dance and martial arts fate filled the sky. Then, he struck out for a second time and crushed all the sword will before him. Noticing the incoming Yi Futian, the figure below him reached out his palm. Right away, the endless sword will turned into a gigantic sword which appeared horizontally between him and Yi Futian. However, the rod broke the sword into two and continued its way down. On the other hand, Yuxing, Yi Wuqian, and Lulan Shui attacked together, with the black wind condor cheering for them at the side. Their destructive attacks flew towards the figure. Accompanied by a loud bang, the figure was hit and trembled fiercely. "Wuqian, come!" Yi Futian shouted. He and Yuxing stepped backward, while Yi Wuqian pierced into the head of his opponent with his sword. At once, the figure turned into a sword rain. Meanwhile, some martial arts fate landed on Yi Wuqian's body. The swords below them were all crushed in this instant. "Such powerful martial arts fate," Yi Wuqian remarked. They had been acquiring martial arts fate along with their entire journey, so he could clearly feel the difference between this one and the previous ones. The fate this time was way stronger, and it was as if it could even allow him to understand the art of swords better. "You should feel it first." "We're not in a hurry," Yi Futian said. Yi Wuqian nodded, after which he sat down directly and started cultivating. After quite a long while, some sword will flew around his body and his cultivation ended. Then, he nodded at Yi Futian. "Let's continue to find more martial arts fate." Yi Futian smiled. There was so much precious martial arts fate in the 7th level, so they definitely had to acquire more. It was indeed a great opportunity. It was no wonder that all the top 3 school disciples wanted to enter the battlefield. However, the 7th level had already given them a tremendous amount of pressure. The 8th and 9th levels must be harder. Nevertheless, Yi Futian was really looking forward to it. They continued their advance and soon, they arrived at another place. Before them, there was an enormous, 10-meter-tall figure which looked like an ancient god. Noticing Yi Futian and his team, the figure stomped on the ground with his foot. A loud rumbling was produced and even the ground trembled for it. Then, he raised his palm and slapped towards Yi Futian and his friends. Many giant palm prints pressed down from the sky, blotting out their view and crushing everything around. Yi Wuqian suddenly moved. Having just obtained the sage martial arts fate, he would naturally bear the most amount of pressure. He struck out the alcade and immediately, the martial arts fate around him all turned into sword fate. Thousands of waves of sword will charged out from midair and actually split the palm prints open directly. Yi Futian and the rest dashed forward together, surrounding their enemy. The figure stomped on the ground with an incredible force, after which he punched out fiercely. Futian struck out his rod and actually felt a terrifying counterforce from his rod. He was blown backward, but the arm of his enemy also trembled wildly. Wuchen's sword arrived like a bolt of lightning, striking onto that arm. However, a shocking light glittered on the giant, and the arm was actually not cut off. His defense was extremely strong. Wuchen turned into a sword and appeared before the head of the giant. Then, the sword pierced out towards his forehead with thousands of sword will whizzing over. The enormous figure closed his eyes and his body trembled greatly. Yu Xing! Wuchen raised his head when he saw Yu Xing descend from the sky. The monstrous demonic tripod landed onto the head of the giant, producing a continuous rumbling sound. Finally, the giant's body was crushed and martial arts fate enveloped Yu Xing's body. He's so strong, Futian said, smiling. Yu Xing, you should cultivate here. No need. When we get more martial arts fate, we'll cultivate together, Yu Xing said. That's fine as well. We'll acquire some more fate and cultivate together. After that, we'll enter the 8th level, Futian agreed. Then, they left and headed for other places, looking for more martial arts fate. Time passed by unknowingly. In the martial arts battlefield, there was only a small minority who could enter the 7th level. Apart from the people in the Alliance earlier, even if someone did enter the 7th level, it would be extremely difficult for them to acquire the martial arts fate here. Many people would even die in this place. Outside the martial arts battlefield, the cultivators from the top 3 schools and Divine Sky City were all waiting. They were all very patient. Every year, the opening of the martial arts battlefield was a major event for Divine Sky City. In particular, they would know who could enter the 7th level of the battlefield, or even more. The people here all wondered which geniuses could do so this time. Chapter 464. The 8th level of the martial arts battlefield was far smaller than the previous 7 levels. In 9 different directions on the 8th level, there were 9 sky-high bridges. They went all the way up, as if they were divine bridges leading to the heavens. The 8th level of the martial arts battlefield was far smaller than the previous 7 levels. In 9 different directions on the 8th level, there were 9 sky-high bridges. They went all the way up, as if they were divine bridges leading to the heavens. One of the 9 divine bridges, however, had already collapsed. It seemed like it was completely destroyed in a terrifying battle. The central portion of the bridge was ruptured. The place where the bridges led to was precisely the destination of the martial arts battlefield, namely the 9th level. When Futian and his friends entered the 8th level, they immediately saw vague images of heavenly palaces. Looking at the scene before them, they all felt somewhat surprised. Apart from the bridge that had collapsed, the other 8 all had a frightening sight on them, and were guarded by very powerful figures. They were the first group to arrive here. The allied cultivators from the top 3 schools needed to obtain even more sage martial arts fate as they had more people. Thus, they were not on the 8th level yet. It is said that over hundreds of years, only Long Etienne managed to pass this level. Did he walk up the bridge that has already collapsed? Futian muttered. If just like before, one could only enter the 9th level after obtaining the martial arts fate on the 8th level, then even though those cultivators had allied, they could not all pass through. Only a few of them could at most. Of course, they had to defeat the guardians of the 8 divine bridges first. Moreover, if Futian, his 3 friends, and the Black Wind Condor all wanted to go through, they also had to destroy 5 bridges. Which one do we choose first? Futian asked. They had already found the fights in the 7th level very challenging. At the moment, the guardians of the 8th level must be stronger. Before they battled, they were also not very confident. Why did the geniuses from the top 3 schools who had sage ritual implements team up? It was precisely because they wanted to pass the 8th level and enter the final place of the battlefield. You decide, Wuchen said. Then let's just try the one in front first. Futian looked before him. The rest nodded, after which they walked forward and stepped onto the bridge right before them. In the middle of the bridge, there was a shocking golden symbol. An endless amount of golden radiance poured down, as if there were countless ancient characters as well. The whole sky was filled with the color of gold. In that place, there was a person standing. He was wearing a piece of golden armor and looked like an all-powerful divine general. As he scanned Yi Futian and his team, they realized that even his pupils were gold in color. His hair looked as sharp as many golden blades. There was no wind, and yet his hair was swinging in the air, looking very formidable. "Be careful," Yi Futian reminded. The person before him gave him a sense of extreme danger. Even though he had obtained sage martial arts fate, he still dared not to be even slightly careless. Even in the 7th level, they needed to team up to defeat their enemies. At the moment, their opponents in the 8th level would only be more powerful. After all, over hundreds of years, only Long Etienne managed to succeed. With the martial arts fate, Yi Futian could unleash the combat power equivalent to the peak of the Arcana plane, but his own level was significantly lower. Therefore, his combat power would clearly be affected. The figure before them glanced emotionlessly at them with his golden pupils. Then, both of his hands rotated slightly in the air. At once, a horrifying wave of sharpness filled the sky. Yi Futian and his friends raised their heads only to see many razor-sharp golden spears appear above them. "Attack!" Just after Yi Futian said so, he dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Almost at the same instant, the golden spears in the sky fell down vertically and turned into many beams of golden light, attempting to nail the intruders onto the bridge forever. Lulan Shui moved and ascended into the air. She looked at the sky with her silver pupils, and the sage treasure book bloomed. At once, an appalling snowstorm erupted, and the falling spears all seemed to be frozen and slowed. However, they were still releasing their dazzling golden radiance, and continued their way down. A frightening silver radiance was released from Lulan Shui's eyes. She lifted her hands into the air, and an even stronger snowstorm swept out towards the sky, as if she was supporting the entire sky. The sharp blades stopped gradually and were frozen within the snowstorm, but Lulan Shui only felt very worried. The first attack was already so powerful. On the other hand, Yi Futian approached their opponent. At the moment, the figure before him was floating above the divine bridge. He extended his arm, and right away, a formidable golden symbol appeared from his palm. The symbol rotated and enlarged rapidly, eventually turning enormous. Yi Futian, Yu Xing, and Yi Wuchen's attacks landed on the symbol, producing a loud bang. Many cracks appeared on the symbol, but it was not completely destroyed yet. The figure rotated his hands again, and the symbol dissipated. Then, many golden spears appeared and charged towards the intruders, but this time at a very close distance. Yi Wuchen's arm trembled. Immediately, a sword veil was formed in the sky, blocking at spears in the same way. After that, he struck the arcade forward, and thousands of blades of light charged towards the figure continuously. On the other hand, Yu Xing leaped into the air and fell down from the sky. Martial arts fate circled around him, and he looked as powerful as an ancient god who could crush the earth beneath his feet and turn into a devil. Yi Futian's body rotated in the air. Thousands of golden vines swept out and blotted out the sky. The figure still looked as calm as ever. He moved his arms, and immediately, 3 halos appeared around him. The sides of the halos seemed to be carved with many ancient characters. Then, the halos rotated wildly and turned into enormous symbols again. When the attacks of Yi Futian and his friends landed, they were all blocked by the symbols. Furthermore, as the golden halos rotated rapidly, they actually turned into very sharp blades that destroyed everything around them. Boom! A frightening beam of golden light bloomed, and Yi Futian, as well as Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen, were all blown backward. Floating in the air, they gazed at the general-like figure and were all astonished. The 8th level was indeed much more difficult than the 7th. It was no wonder that over hundreds of years, only Long Etienne managed to succeed. From this, it could also be deduced how unparalleled Long Etienne actually was. It was no wonder that until today, many people still remembered him and would frequently mention his name. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked towards their direction from outside the Divine Bridge. They were precisely those from the top 3 schools. At the moment, there were fewer of them left, but those who did were all powerful elites. When they saw Yi Futian and his friends, they could not help being momentarily stunned. Yi Futian and his team actually also managed to obtain Sage Martial Arts Fate and reach here. Mr. Yi is indeed extraordinarily talented. Noticing Yi Futian and his friends, Gu Yanxi smiled brightly. Just now, she was still worried that they were left behind by the allied team. Now, it seemed like she was worried about nothing. Even without the rest, Yi Futian and his friends could still obtain Sage Martial Arts Fate. On the other hand, Jin Yunxiao, Long Mu, and some others frowned. If they were alone, it would be quite difficult to pass the 7th level, but Yi Futian actually managed to reach here. Even though he had a few people with him, it was still an amazing result. This meant that they had still underestimated the group before them. Yi Futian also sensed the people behind him. Turning around, he saw them walking towards him with Chen Wang in front. Chen Wang showed no intention of fighting and only said, "Continue the battle." Yi Futian looked at Chen Wang and frowned gently. With these people eyeing them, it was clearly inappropriate for them to continue fighting. In the 7th level, these people did not even allow Yi Futian and his friends to contest for the Sage Martial Arts Fate. In the more important 8th level, they would clearly not allow it as well. Obviously, Chen Wang wanted to use their battles to see the power of the golden figure. Furthermore, he could use any opportunities present to attack suddenly. "You can go first." Yi Futian smiled and stepped backward. Yu Xing and the rest understood his meaning and all retreated. "Don't be polite. When I ask you to battle, just go," Chen Wang continued, staring at Yi Futian and his friends. He was confident about passing the 7th level, but not so much for the 8th level, which only Long Etienne had managed to. Hence, he wanted Yi Futian to test it out first. "We're not strong enough, unlike you geniuses from various clans and schools. You should go first," Yi Futian said humbly. "Just go. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" a cultivator from Jun clan also said coldly. He knew the purpose of Chen Wang's words. Then, Yi Futian realized that the cultivators actually started to block off the path on the bridge so that they could not leave. "What do you mean?" Yi Futian frowned. Jin Yunxiao sneered and looked at Yi Futian. What do they mean? It was obvious. They wanted Yi Futian to test everything out. "Since you're already here, there's no need for you to leave. Just go and continue," Chen Wang said calmly. Since Yi Futian was not with him, he would use him as much as he could. As for the attitudes of Yi Futian and his friends, Chen Wang would clearly not be bothered. "I'm sorry, but I am no longer interested in it." Yi Futian smiled. Just then, he ascended into the air and the rest also followed him closely, trying to retreat. Chen Wang drew his sword out and struck forward. Immediately, the brilliant sun sword penetrated across space and many blazing beams of light charged towards Yi Futian and his team, incinerating everything in their path. Lulan Shue's silver clothes swung in the air and an ice storm appeared suddenly, blocking the incoming attack. However, at the same time, a rock-like figure arrived like a bolt of lightning. It was Jin Yilang. He took out his sage ritual implement, the ancient bell, and struck towards Lulan Shue. At once, the ice storm was torn apart, and many terrifying rocks charged towards Lulan Shue. Lulan Shue's hands danced in the air and many frightening ice palm prints pressed down, but they were all destroyed by the ritual implement. Jin Yunlang dashed out like lightning and launched his attack, which Lulan Shue could only hastily respond by punching forward. Following a sizzling sound, her sleeves were crushed, displaying her jade-like skin, and a blood mark appeared on her palm from Jin Yunlang's scratch. Jin Yunlang had similarly obtained Sage Marital Arts Fate. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the Arcana plane himself. Jin Yunlang wanted to continue attacking Lulan Shue, but Yuxing fell down from the sky and punched Put fiercely like a demonic god. The attacks of the two collided into each other. The sky shook, and both of them were blown backwards simultaneously. Then Bai Qiong, the genius of Starry School, looked at the sky. He extended his arm out at the sky and an extremely powerful gravity appeared, slowing the speed of Yi Futian and his team. "Don't waste any more time on them," Lu Suqing said. Bai Qiong nodded, after which he punched out, causing even the space to be shaken. An invisible punch seemed to penetrate across space and charge towards Yi Futian and his friends. "Since you chose not to fight, then scram out of this level," Bai Qiong said emotionlessly, glancing at Yi Futian and his team. Chapter 465. Yu Wuchen, Yu Xing, and Lulan Shui stared at the arrogant people below them, and martial arts fate whizzed around their bodies. Yu Wuchen held his sword tightly with his single arm, while Yu Xing clenched his fists, with demonic light flashing in his eyes. Yu Wuchen, Yu Xing, and Lulan Shui stared at the arrogant people below them, and martial arts fate whizzed around their bodies. Yu Wuchen held his sword tightly with his single arm, while Yu Xing clenched his fists, with demonic light flashing in his eyes. Yi Futian, on the other hand, seemed to be very relaxed instead, as if he was not bothered at all. There was even a gentle, harmless smile on his face. "In this case, please be careful then. Bye." After that, he retreated backward. Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen both looked at him. "Let's go," Yi Futian said, and did not turn back. Then, Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen followed him. Lulan Shui scanned emotionlessly below her with her silver pupils, after which she caught up with Yi Futian with the black-winged condor. They actually really left the 8th level of the battlefield and returned to the 7th level. "Talented?" Jin Yunshao smiled mockingly. The fact that Yi Futian could reach here indeed proved his talents, but so what? The people who were still remaining here at the moment were those in Divine Sky City with the best talents and highest statuses. Even though Yi Futian was outstanding, he was still not at the same level as the rest of them. There had been many arrogant and confident talents like Yi Futian in the past. But in the end, they would all be defeated by reality. Divine Sky City was ultimately still represented by the people who could now remain in the 8th level. Gu Yunqi obviously knew this as well. She felt somewhat sad, somewhat unresigned for Yi Futian, but what could she do? Yi Futian did not even attempt to struggle himself. Some things were just there, and could not be crossed. It was unless he was the kind of person who could stand at the top of his generation. Then, he could be above everyone else just with his talents, including their positions and statuses. Such a person could ignore everything else. But even so, he still had to keep to a low profile before he could grow up. Otherwise, he might never have the chance to. This was the cruelty of reality. The people left in the 8th level did not think too much. To them, Yi Futian was not the same kind of person as them. Even though they might be enemies with and compete against each other, they still had similar statuses, but not Yi Futian. Just like what Lu Suqing had said earlier, there was no need to waste any time on Yi Futian and his friends. Everything that followed would be much more important. They had to pass the bridges and enter the legendary 9th level. There were records about the 8th level and their respective clans. However, nobody knew what was in the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield, apart possibly from Long Mu. They stepped forward and towards the divine bridges. Everyone looked extremely serious, and took out their sage ritual implements. On the other hand, Yi Futian and his friends returned to the 7th level. "We could have fought them," Yu Xing said, looking at Yi Futian. Those people had already been disrespectful towards Yi Futian for a few times. If Yi Futian did not ask him to leave, he would certainly not tolerate them any longer. "Many of them are top geniuses of the top 3 schools. Furthermore, they are members of powerful clans and have sage ritual implements. If we really fight them, we'll not know if we can win. Even if we win, how do we clear the mess up?" Yi Futian said, looking back at Yu Xing. Yu Xing knew what Yi Futian meant. They still had to stay in Divine Sky City, so if they really did something serious, the clans behind those people could kill them easily. Nevertheless, Yu Xing still felt rather upset and added, "So we just give up?" "Of course not." Yi Futian looked at the entrance to the 8th level and continued, "With our current conditions, even if we can enter the 9th level, we'll not be able to achieve anything further." Hearing his words, Yi Wuchen's pupils contracted slightly. Yi Futian was already considering the situation in the 9th level. Indeed, with their powers, they might be able to pass the 8th level. However, since the 8th level was already so difficult after they passed it, they might face even more powerful martial arts spirits in the last level. Of course, it was also possible that there were no spirits in the 9th level, but that would seem unlikely. After all, there were spirits in all the first 8 levels. Over hundreds of years, only Long Etienne managed to pass the 8th level of the martial arts battlefield, but nobody knew whether he had obtained anything from the 9th level. Perhaps, he did not receive anything there, and only acquired the martial arts fate in the 8th level. What's your plan? Luan Shui could vaguely guess what Yi Futian was going to do. Scram out? Thinking of the words of Bai Qiong earlier, Yi Futian smiled and said, "Let's rest first." Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to rest calmly. It seemed like he was understanding the martial arts fate he had obtained. Yu Xing and the rest sat down as well. Yi Futian should already have a plan in his mind. After a while, a frightening aura erupted from Yi Futian. Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui opened their eyes and looked at Yi Futian one after another. A brilliant beam of golden light ascended into the air from his body as the aura around him became increasingly stronger. Yi Futian was completely showered in Emperor's light. Martial arts fate circled around him and fused with the Emperor's light, making it even holier. It seemed as if Yi Futian was covered with many divine halos and he looked all-powerful. Lulan Shui was greatly shocked. She had been a maidservant beside Yi Futian. Slowly, Yi Futian started trusting her and would allow her to see some of his secrets. She could tell that Yi Futian had a very huge secret which even Yi Wuchen might not know. The only person who might possibly know it was Yu Xing. "Just wait for me in this level. Little eagle, listen to my orders." Yi Futian rubbed the head of the black-winged condor. He and the condor were connected through their minds, so he did not have to be around it to give it any orders. Yu Xing stood up. Looking at Yi Futian, he asked, "Do I need to follow you?" That people there were all very powerful. "Nope. If we go together, we'll be exposed straight away." As Yi Futian spoke, the Emperor will inside his body burnt wildly. His bloodline and physical body all became extremely strong. Then, Yi Futian took out a silver cloak and wore it. The ritual implement covered his body and water-like silver lines flew on his face, changing his appearance. After that, he turned around and walked towards the 8th level. When Yi Futian entered the 8th level, the people there were having a fierce battle, but it was not on the bridge earlier. Instead, it was on another divine bridge. Yi Futian realized that 2 divine bridges had been destroyed, and there were also 2 people fewer in the crowd. In just one glance, he discovered the missing people, Chen Wang who had attacked him, as well as Long Mu. He could understand why Chen Wang succeeded. After all, he was at the peak of the Arcana plane. On the other hand, he was somewhat surprised that Long Mu also passed this level. He did not know what had happened earlier. In fact, it was not just him. Everyone else was equally surprised. At a crucial moment of the first fight, Long Mu suddenly took out a powerful divine artifact which helped him to obtain the martial arts fate. After that, he passed through the bridge and left directly. Everyone was enraged by this. To make them even angrier, after everyone risked their lives in the second battle, Chen Wang, who eventually obtained the martial arts fate, did not stay. Instead, he chose to enter the 9th level directly. Chen Wang's idea was correct. After teaming up, they indeed managed to defeat the Guardians in the 8th level. However, the outcome was no different from the previous times. Everyone still only thought about their own benefits. Such an alliance was too unreliable. Even so, everyone was still teaming up. They all hoped that they would become the third person. However, at the moment, they were already very tired. In the battles just now, many people were injured, and Qin Wang and Long Mu also left. They realized that with their powers now, they could not really deal with the martial arts spirit before them. Yi Futian dashed towards that divine bridge and his emperor will was burning. He did not have much time, so he had to make everything fast. Following a loud bang, many people were blown backward and landed near the edge of the divine bridge. Having felt something, they turned around their heads to realize a person in a silver cloak appeared. Chen Lu shouted coldly, "Scram!" Someone else actually managed to come. Chen Lu was in a bad mood now because his brother had left them, and the rest seemed to be slightly angry with him. If it was not for the fact that he could also help in the battle, he probably would not even have the chance to participate. However, right after Qianlu said that, he felt that something was wrong. The person in the silver cloak looked too extraordinary. The radiance of the martial arts fate around him seemed as dazzling as the fate of emperors. A silver bolt of lightning flew in the sky. Qianlu backed away rapidly and many flame dragons whizzed out, charging towards Futian. Buzz! The person in the silver cloak passed through the flame dragons directly with incredible speed. Following a loud bang, Qianlu's body was blown away at once, and he was smashed forcefully onto the bridge. He could not even tell why the intruder was so fast. Who? Lu Suqing turned around and glanced at Futian coldly. It was the crucial moment of this battle, and someone else actually appeared. All scram back to the 7th level. The person in the silver cloak floated in the sky and scanned the crowd coldly. His voice was also disguised and it sounded somewhat hoarse. Do you know who you are talking to? Jin Yushao raised his head and his golden pupils looked extremely arrogant. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, and his life spirit, the rock, was behind him. Regardless of who the mysterious person was, who in Divine Sky City dared to ask all of them to scram out of this place. Was he trying to kill himself? Futian turned his head and glanced coldly at Jin Yushao. Then, he stepped forward and his cloak danced in the sky. Extending his arm, he grabbed towards Jin Yushao. The golden martial arts fate looked like the fate of emperors and turned into an enormous palm print. This was an ability Futian had learned from the sage martial arts fate in the 7th level. Since he was in disguise, he clearly could not use his own abilities to avoid being recognized in the future. The emperor's palm print blotted out the sky and seemed to envelop everything. Feeling the power of the attack, Jin Yushao struck out his rock-like sharp sword onto the palm print. However, Emperor's light was glittering on the palm. The rock-like sword hit but did not actually manage to crush the palm print. It pressed down directly and then clenched, grabbing Jin Yushao. How dare you! Someone shouted coldly. Jin Yunlang walked towards Futian, and his terrifying ancient bells swept out towards Futian. Futian shook his arm and many brilliant beams of martial arts fate appeared before him. Then, he raised his hand and slapped out. Immediately, the color of the sky changed and many palm prints flew out one after another. At this instant, many people felt as if the enormous palm prints did not come from an arcana plane cultivator, but instead an emperor himself. Boom! Multiple palm prints fused together and resonated with the sky. The all-powerful force grabbed the bell directly, rooting it to its position. Jin Yunlang's expression changed drastically. He tried to connect to the magical bell with his spiritual energy, but a horrifying willpower appeared on the bell. The willpower seemed to turn into Emperor's flames which enveloped the bell. Then, Jin Yunlang gave out a miserable cry as the connection between the bell and him was cut off forcefully. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned very pale. Futian continued waving his hand. The huge bell flew towards Jin Yushao who was below him. No! Realizing the incoming bell, Jin Yunshao's expression changed greatly. Dong! The bell rang and enveloped Jin Yunshao directly, after which it was lifted again. Jin Yunshao's heart almost stood still with fright. His body trembled wildly and fear was written all over his face. Raising his head, he looked at the figure in the silver cloak. At the moment, the mysterious person flew towards him and stopped right before him. I don't know who I am talking to, but now, kneel down and worship me. Futian stared coldly at Jin Yushao and continued. Like how you worship a god. Jin Yushao looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body trembled fiercely. Looking at the all-powerful figure before him, his face turned extremely pale. Everyone else was totally astonished. Futian asked Jin Yushao to worship him like a god. Chapter 466. On the Divine Bridge, everyone stared at the silver-hooded figure, their hearts shaking wildly. They'd never seen anyone who dared to be as arrogant before them as this person. The abnormally cold features, proud eyes, and the Emperor's martial arts fate wrapped around him were all undefeatable. He seemed to be born into a high position, looking down on the world. Furthermore, he had such powerful combat ability. He was so strong, but they didn't know him. On the divine bridge, everyone stared at the silver-hooded figure, their hearts shaking wildly. They'd never seen anyone who dared to be as arrogant before them as this person. The abnormally cold features, proud eyes, and the Emperor's martial arts fate wrapped around him were all undefeatable. He seemed to be born into a high position, looking down on the world. Furthermore, he had such powerful combat ability. He was so strong, but they didn't know him. "Who are you?" Jin Yunxiao stared at Yi Futian in shock. This was everyone's question. There were thousands of disciples from the top 3 schools this time. It was a huge number, so it was natural that there were people they didn't know. They barely knew the people from their own school, let alone all 3 top schools. But how could someone so frightening remain nameless? Unless this person purposely hid in the top 3 schools, or he'd entered in a low-key way earlier this year just so he could explode now and take all the martial arts fate. Yi Futian scanned Jin Yunxiao coldly. He walked down from the sky like a true god. Jin Yunxiao was in shock. Boom! With the loud sound, the man stepped onto Jin Yunxiao's head. The horrible force caused his body to shake. Then he fell to the ground as if kneeling in worship. Lowering his head, he spat out blood while his face drained of color. He never imagined suffering this kind of humiliation before. "I am Lu Suqing from the Lu clan. Who are you? Even if you wish to enter the 9th level, there's no need to force us to leave." Lu Suqing was beautiful, and there was no arrogance when she spoke. She was even a bit humble. No matter who the man was, he was definitely an extraordinary figure with top talent and skills. Yi Futian didn't even look at her. He reached out, and a horrible palm appeared in the air. Lu Suqing's expression faltered. Then the huge golden palm, like that of an emperor's, broke through the air. She gathered martial arts fate instantly, but she was forced back with a boom. Many people were speechless to see that she was hurt. How could he do this to such a beauty? "All the martial arts fate here is mine. If you don't scram before I step onto the 2nd bridge, you'll pay for it," Yi Futian said arrogantly. Everyone's hearts trembled. All the martial arts fate here was his? He'd come to take it all without leaving anything to the rest. He was so powerful but had come later than the rest. Did he get delayed from snatching all the sage martial arts fate in the 7th level? Watching Yi Futian step forward, Bai Qiong suddenly reached out. A huge starry handprint appeared in the sky instantly. Pressure fell upon Yi Futian. "Still not fighting?" Bai Qiong asked coldly. Everyone's eyes gleamed. All these prides were scared of one person. "You're looking for death." Yi Futian scanned Bai Qiong coldly. At that moment, shocking martial arts fate around him formed countless emperor handprints. They spun around him wildly. When the starry handprint pressed down, the emperor handprints flew out, shattering it. "As expected, he has more than one type of sage martial arts fate." Everyone studied Yi Futian. Each type of martial arts fate could bring domineering power. Boom! The countless brilliant emperor handprints transformed into beams of light. They whistled and whooshed. Bai Qiong was shocked. He grouped his ritual implement to defend himself, but the handprints were too fast. Bai Qiong soon couldn't hold on anymore. The handprints landed on him. He kept spitting out blood until he dropped to the ground. His breaths were weak. He was badly hurt. Those who had prepared to fight Yi Futian froze. They were in despair. Even the spirits guarding the bridge up front shouldn't be so strong. They were hopeless. These top figures of the top 3 schools actually felt powerless. How could someone so powerful be hidden in their school? "I won't say the same thing 3 things." With that, Yi Futian walked forward towards the strong martial arts fate cultivator. That was a horrible being bathed in flames and light. He was surrounded by a world of fire with horrible fiery images around him. He stood there like a fire god. Yi Futian walked forward. The emperor handprints hovered behind him. Following Yi Futian's finger, they shot forward towards the horrible figure. The strong cultivator reached out. A frightening fiery image was born. It was like a world-burning fire. Beams of dazzling flames shot out from the images. They were about to destroy the world. Endless light burst forth and crashed against the handprint. The horrible handprint seemed to burn. It kept going forward, but it was melting. Boom! An even more terrifying light bloomed from Yi Futian's body. He walked forward, charging directly towards the other. The fire spirit reached out. Instantly, the world-destroying images shrouded Yi Futian. The world of fire was aimed at him, about to burn his body. However, the emperor-like martial arts fate around him burned with golden light. Bathed in the flames, he walked forward like an indestructible figure. The horrible flames couldn't burn his body. They couldn't even hurt him. Lu Suqing trembled while the others all widened their eyes. This man was so powerful that they felt despair. He wanted to take all the martial arts fate on the bridge for himself. He'd hidden within the top 3 schools just for today. Yi Futian raised his hand. All spells converged into one. The countless handprints whistled and flew to the martial arts spirit. Yi Futian had turned into golden lightning, breaking the fiery images. Then he slammed down on the spirit's head, destroying it. In an instant, an even stronger martial arts fate surrounded Yi Futian. He was now strong enough, but he still wanted to take all the martial arts fate. He didn't only want to take from the 8th level either. His ultimate goal was probably the 9th level. Yi Futian flashed towards the bridge on the side. He looked back, staring coldly at everyone. Thinking back to his words, they all felt weak. "Let's go," Gu Ming said. Lu Suqing nodded. They all retreated and left this battlefield. Jinrong's pretty eyes gazed at that undefeatable figure. She always worshipped the strong figures and she wanted to get to know him. How could she not know someone like him? Then she also turned around and left. Bai Qiong was taken out by his fellow disciples of the Starry School. When everyone left from the exit, Yi Futian grasped the frightening fiery halberd from the bridge. He stuck it into the ground at the entrance, blocking it. At the same time, the Black Wind Eagle brought the others in from another entrance. There were 9 bridges on the 8th level of the battlefield. Every bridge had an entrance in their respective direction. There were 9 entrances to the 8th level from different places in the 7th level. The place they went out from wasn't the same as where Jin Yunxiao and the others went. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. He flashed and stepped onto another bridge. There was a majestic figure with a battle axe. There was another battle axe stuck in the bridge behind him. It was a sage ritual implement, just like the fiery halberd. Each of the 9 bridges had a sage ritual implement. However, the spirits here wouldn't use the ritual implement against the intruders. The figure with the battle axe was wrapped in a horrible gale of wind. When Yi Futian's handprint attacked, he brought his axe down. The horrible wind wrapped around the axe. Instantly, the apparition of a huge tornado battle axe appeared in the air. It split the air apart, including the handprint. The 5-element rod appeared in Yi Futian's hand, and it turned into a golden staff. Those people weren't here right now, so he didn't have to hide his skills. His emperors were burned and the martial arts fate was applied to the 5-element rod. He spun and slammed down from the air. However, the figure's second attack was even stronger. It also built up potential energy and rode the windstorm. It contained shocking power and attacked. With a huge boom, it seemed even the sky would explode. The battle axe formed by martial arts fate was shattered, but Yi Futian was also forced back. However, his body danced like a streak of light. Even stronger might wrapped around him, slicing down. The battle axe formed again and went for Yi Futian. Boom! With another explosion, the battle axe extinguished again. The 5-element rod fell on the spirit's shoulder, cracking his body. "Yu Sheng!" Yi Futian called. Yu Sheng answered by hurling down the demonic tripod, crushing the spirit. Martial arts fate fell upon his body. "It's up to you here," Yi Futian said, looking at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng nodded and saw Yi Futian walk towards the end of the bridge. Long Etienne could succeed in this level back then. Yu Sheng had a lower plane, but after taking martial arts fate from the 8th level, he would be able to defeat the other guards. Yi Futian couldn't maintain his state for too long. He had to check out the 9th level. The 9 bridges converged at one point. That was the entrance to the 9th level. He could vaguely make out a blurry pavilion. Futian kept walking forward to the end. He released his martial arts fate and walked amongst it. Instantly, he disappeared from the 8th level. The battlefield of the 9th level was the ultimate land. It had become smaller too. There was only one scene. A divine palace reaching the clouds in the sky was rooted there. There was only one staircase that led up to the palace. But right now, there were 2 figures at the foot. They were Qinhuang and Long Mu, who'd reached the 9th level. However, they were still standing at the bottom and looking up, feeling helpless. They couldn't go up. There were 18 figures on the steps. Each one was as powerful as the ones guarding the bridges in the 8th level. This already made them despair because they'd gotten help to reach this level. They didn't do it by themselves. Chapter 467. Qinhuang and Long Mu seemed to sense something. They turned around to see a silver-hooded figure walk over. They both furrowed their brows. Qinhuang and Long Mu seemed to sense something. They turned around to see a silver-hooded figure walk over. They both furrowed their brows. They didn't know this man. After they'd entered, other people were probably trying to break in, but no one came in. And yet this unknown man had entered. This naturally made them alert. The abilities of people who could come here were undisputed. If he came alone, then it was even more frightening. He must be someone extremely dangerous. Since when did the top 3 schools have such a strong cultivator? Who are you? Qinhuang asked. Why don't you go up? Futian ignored his question, gazing coldly at Qinhuang. It isn't easy to climb up. How about we team up? Qinhuang asked. He and Long Mu couldn't do it, but the 3 of them could try together. Do you even qualify? Futian glanced at him in disdain. Qinhuang's expression stiffened. Seeing Futian's disdainful eyes, he felt extreme humiliation. But then, Futian walked forward to the steps. Martial arts fate wrapped around him. The strongest was still the fire martial arts fate, which he'd received from the fire spirit in the 8th level. Right now, the burning emperors will carry the martial arts fate. Futian was instantly bathed in horrible fire. He closed his eyes, feeling the power around him. The sage martial arts fate seemed to be made from a bit of sage will. When some type of spell was merged into it, martial arts fate was created. Urged by the emperor will, his perception of the sage martial arts fate intensified and strengthened. If the spirits at the steps were similar to the ones guarding the bridges, there would be no suspense. At this moment, Futian seemed to sense the power of the spirits guarding the bridges earlier. It was so clear. Boom! Extremely dazzling handprints hovered around Futian. They all glowed with frightening gold light as if divine fire was inside them. Futian waved his hands and all the handprints came from all directions. They wove a frightening image before him. It was like the power released by the bridge guards but different. He had his own comprehension and had added the earlier martial arts fate and emperor will. The moment he opened his eyes, shocking light burst from his eyes. Then he waved his hand and the rays of light shot from the image. It wasn't fiery light. Instead, it was destructive fiery handprints with golden light, driven by the emperor will. Thud. At almost the same time, Futian took a step forward onto the stairs. The first strong cultivator bathed in endless thunder and lightning. Seeing the attack, the shield of a thunder god appeared before him. The handprints attacked crazily. Cracks snaked through the shield formed by boundless lightning. Fire crept in and burned it bit by bit. Finally, the shield shattered with a boom. The thunder might went wild. Boom! Futian disappeared and reappeared before the spirit. He moved like lightning, instantly arriving there. The image before him crushed down on the spirit, who instantly burned under it. Its martial arts fate landed on Futian. This? Long Mu's arms trembled. Qinhuang also gaped at Futian's figure. How could he be so powerful? When they'd been going through the bridge, they'd only succeeded by working together with many others. Then they couldn't take a single step at the 9th level. But this man went up by himself and destroyed the strong cultivator there. When did the top 3 schools have such a powerful disciple? Another ring of martial arts fate circled him. Yi Futian paused at the steps. Then he released a second martial arts fate. It transformed into the shield of the thunder god before him. The entire sky was filled with boundless electric light. Legendary divine light flowed through the shield. Impossible! Long Mu stared at this with wide eyes. It wasn't perfect yet, but how could someone comprehend the martial arts fate so quickly? Yi Futian had just used freedom meditation to comprehend it, and then used the Emperor will to activate the martial arts fate. It wasn't perfect, but Long Mu and Qin Wang were still impressed. Boom! There was another huge sound. Long Mu and Qin Wang saw a second spirit get destroyed. Yi Futian continued forward. Each step contained extreme power. He seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. After that, the third, the fourth. As Yi Futian kept climbing, Long Mu and Qin Wang realized that these steps probably couldn't stop this man. Long Mu grasped his ritual implement. His father had given it to him. He also knew that his father had failed on this path. He hoped he could walk up here and see the end of the martial arts battlefield. However, he couldn't take a single step. And yet this mysterious silver-hooded figure kept walking up steadily. Gradually, he reached the last step. Qin Wang stared at him blankly. At the last attack, the figure stepped down from the air. The godlike figure was ingrained in Qin Wang's mind, unable to be erased. He'd learned all the power contained in the 18 strong cultivators. The silver hood flapped despite the absence of wind. The man walked to the door of the palace. Long Mu and Qin Wang shot forward. They wanted to step into it desperately. But when they were about to climb up, Yi Futian turned around. He stared at them with cold eyes. At that moment, a figure appeared in their minds. Like a god, the figure made them feel powerless. Then they saw the god cast a handprint that covered the sky and shrouded the entire world they could sense. They fought back, but there was no suspense. When the hand fell down, they'd return to the bottom of the steps. Sprawled on the ground, they spat out blood. Their organs felt shattered. Long Mu looked up at the figure with difficulty. Martial arts fate wrapped around him. He really did look like a god. Then he saw Yi Futian turn around and walk into the palace. Boom! The gates closed shut. Formless power shook. That instant, the entire battlefield seemed to tremble. What's going on? That moment, everyone in the vast battlefield froze and looked into the distance. The battlefield had actually shaken. Long Mu and Qin Wang sat on the ground. Looking at the closed doors, they felt horrible. Back then, Long Etienne had reached this place and was known as the most talented man in the Divine Sky City. They'd reached this spot too now, but they had used other people's help to get here. And then they witnessed someone who was probably more powerful than Long Etienne. Not only had he reached this spot, he'd also broken into the palace. But right now, they didn't even know who it was. A while later they heard booms. Long Mu and Qin Wang's expressions changed slightly. They looked up to see the palace flash with extremely dazzling light. The light radiated through the entire battlefield. Like some kind of divine power, it splashed across the place. The palace was shaking. Then, the battlefield started shaking too. It grew stronger until the people were trembling too. Rocks fell from the palace as if it was collapsing. At that moment, the people trying to get martial arts fate discovered that the spirits before them suddenly disappeared. What's happening? Countless hearts quivered. Was the battlefield collapsing? What had happened? Look at the 9th level. Many people looked over. They discovered in shock that the blurry palace was breaking down bit by bit. It was getting destroyed. Long Mu and Qin Wang were there. When they witnessed it with their own eyes, they realized that the battlefield was probably self-destructing because it had found the one it was looking for. Just at that time, a figure charged out of the palace. It was that silver-hooded figure. He was so fast, directly shooting out of the 9th level. When he'd returned to the 8th level, he saw that the black winged eagle had already transformed into a demon bird and was waiting for orders. Yu Xing and the others were there too. When Yi Futian landed on the bird's back, it flashed hurriedly and rushed out from another exit. Even if the battlefield wasn't collapsing, Futian would still take them away. They couldn't stay on the 8th level. Right now, the strong cultivators outside the battlefield all looked up in shock. The mysterious space was buzzing. It seemed to be shaking. What happened? Some strong cultivators had sharp gazes. Nothing like this had happened in countless years. Mother, what's going on? Longlinger asked her mom. I don't know. Madame Long shook her head. It must be something big. Her expression was solemn. The martial arts battlefield was extremely important. It was a significant place for the martial arts fate of the top 3 schools. However, just as the shaking grew stronger, someone rushed out. What's going on? Many people asked at the same time. The disciple who'd escaped looked up at the crowd with incredulous eyes. The battlefield is collapsing, he said. That's impossible, a strong cultivator said. What happened? I don't know. I just saw the palace on the 9th level flash, the light reaching the entire battlefield. Then the palace started collapsing. The battlefield followed, he said, body trembling. After that, more disciples walked out. Someone said in shock. All the spirits disappeared. The battlefield will probably become history. This shocking thought appeared in many minds. They couldn't calm themselves. Chapter 468. In the martial arts battlefield, everything was collapsing. The ground vibrated, many cracks appearing. In the sky, meteorite-like objects fell, and even the sky turned into a symbol. In the martial arts battlefield, everything was collapsing. The ground vibrated, many cracks appearing. In the sky, meteorite-like objects fell, and even the sky turned into a symbol. It was an illusory world in the first place. Everyone ran towards the exit, forming a giant steam. In the crowd, a black winged condor flapped its wings and followed the flow. Futian and his friends were on its back. At the moment, Futian was extremely weak, which was the after effect of burning Emperor Will. Last time in the evil dragon zone, he did not release all his powers, and in addition, he ate the dragon grass which helped with his recovery afterward. On the other hand, he used all the powers in his body this time, and even his face was somewhat pale. However, the journey this time was very rewarding for them. Lulan Shui stared at Futian with her silver eyes. She knew that the collapse of the martial arts battlefield was clearly caused by Futian. What did he do in the 9th level? As they neared the exit, Futian met a group of familiar faces, namely Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing. However, Jiang Nan only glanced coldly at Futian. None of the parties spoke. Jin Yunshao, Jin Rong, and the rest also flew towards their direction. When they were chased out of the 8th level, the alliance had already disintegrated. Therefore, they all started training in the 7th level. At the moment, they also could not keep calm. They guessed that the person who caused the collapse of the battlefield was very likely the young man in the silver cloak who had chased them out of the 8th level. He was way too strong and could defeat everyone by himself. When Long Mu and Qin Wang returned, they would know the answer. Mr. Yi! Someone suddenly shouted among the chaotic crowd. Gu Yunqi saw Futian and his friends flying towards her direction and stared at Futian with some guilt. Just now, the group who had allied with her chased him out of the 8th level. Futian must be very disappointed. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Gu Yunqi realized that Futian was in a bad state, as if he was very weak. After I left just now, I tried to obtain more sage-level martial arts fate in the 7th level. I used all my strength and was injured, but it's no big deal. Futian replied, smiling. That's great. Gu Yunqi nodded gently. Please do not mind the incident that happened earlier. Soon after you left, we were also chased out of the 8th level. Futian obviously knew that. He blinked his eyes, thinking that Gu Yunqi was indeed kind to use such a way to console him. She was worried that his self-esteem would be hurt, as it was very embarrassing to be chased out. Therefore, she said that they were also chased out afterward. Of course, Futian could not say that he knew that already. After all, he was the one who did it. What? Who's strong enough to do that? Futian pretended to know nothing and felt somewhat sorry for her. He had to keep this a secret. I've no idea. It's an extremely powerful cultivator in the Silver Cloak. The collapse of the battlefield is probably also related to him. Some surprise appeared in Gu Yinxi's eyes. Thinking about the action of that person in the 8th level, she still could not remain calm. The person was too mighty. Jin Yulang had a sage ritual implement, but it was taken away directly by the person. In the end, the ritual implement was thrown away. Such a person must be unparalleled, Yi Futian complimented. Beside him, Yushin glanced at him. Is he praising himself? Yup, Bu Yinxi nodded gently. Nobody in Divine Sky City in this generation can be compared to him. It's so unfortunate that I didn't manage to see him. Yi Futian sighed. Lulan Shui blinked her eyes. As they spoke, they finally reached the exit. Then, they followed the rest and left the martial arts battlefield. Right after they left the battlefield, Yi Futian saw Jin Yunlang, Bai Qiong, and some others floating in the air and guarding the exit. They stared coldly at the crowd walking out of the martial arts battlefield. Yi Futian immediately knew what they were looking for. They did not know that he had disguised himself. At the moment, they were outside the exit to wait for the person in the silver cloak. Clearly, they also noticed Yi Futian and his friends. However, they only glanced at them briefly before turning their attention away. They obviously would not think that any of Yi Futian and his friends could possibly be that all-powerful young man. Brother Futian. Noticing that Yi Futian had come out, Longlinger ran over and asked, Brother Futian, what happened to you? Nothing, just some minor injuries. Yi Futian smiled gently. Brother Futian, who hurt you? Longlinger asked angrily. The spirits in the martial arts battlefield. Do you want to revenge me? Seeing Longlinger's cute behavior, Yi Futian rubbed her head. The little girl smiled timidly. At the moment, the huge crowd outside the martial arts battlefield was having a heated discussion. Just now, they had received an astonishing message. This time, a few people actually managed to enter the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield, achieving what Long Etienne had once done. Many people also reached the 8th level. Look! It's Chen Wang and Long Mu! Someone suddenly exclaimed. Countless people looked at the two figures at the exit. Hearing Long Mu's name, Longlinger also looked in that direction. At the moment, Chen Wang and Long Mu's breaths were unstable as they were injured. Although it was only one strike, their injuries were still quite major. Chen Wang ignored the stares of everyone. Flashing, he approached an elder and urged, Master, give orders to seal this place. Don't let any of the top 3 school disciples leave. Of course. That person nodded. Then, he went to inform the people from the other 2 schools. Just now, they were already guessing the person who caused the battlefield to collapse. Chen Wang and Long Mu went to the 9th level and certainly knew more things. This issue was extremely important, and they had to settle it right here. Some people from the top 3 schools immediately surrounded the space around the exit. They had to find out what happened behind the collapse of the martial arts battlefield. Blazing Sun School disciples, listen! After you exit, do not leave! Bright Moon School disciples. Starry School disciples. The elders from the top 3 schools gave their orders one after another. All the people who had exited gathered at the space in front. Chen Wang, Long Mu, and the rest were surrounded by the elders from the top 3 schools and questioned. Soon, the elders roughly knew what had happened. They also stared at the exit with the group. Even the elders of the top 3 schools could not recognize every single person of their school. Nobody seemed to recall seeing any person in a silver cloak earlier. If they did not miss out anyone, such a person should not have existed at all. Time passed by slowly. The martial arts battlefield was still vibrating and more people walked out, until there was no more. The person whom they were looking for was still not present. He's not here, Jin Yanxiao said coldly. In the 8th level of the martial arts battlefield, he was humiliated badly. Moreover, he could not tell anyone else about it. Such an embarrassing experience could only be kept to himself. He was even worried that someone who saw it would tell the rest. He disguised himself, Chen Wang said. Long Mu had a sharp expression on his face. They all knew that although the person was not out yet, it was impossible for him to be still hiding inside. Even if he was, how long could he hide for? It was most probable that the person was already outside, but not having the same appearance as the one they saw in the battlefield. That person had been hiding among the top 3 school's disciples all the time. After he went inside the battlefield, he started attacking and snatching the martial arts fate of everyone. He even caused the battlefield to collapse. Everything was taken by a single person. Their faces all darkened. There were so many people who had entered the martial arts battlefield. If the culprit really disguised himself and was hiding among the crowd, how should they even start investigating? They could not check everybody one by one and did not know where to start. Who saw a person in a silver cloak inside? An elder of the Blazing Sun School suddenly asked. Many people looked at each other and shook their heads one after another. Silver cloak? Someone suddenly asked. Immediately, countless people turned their heads and stared at the speaker. It was Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, did you see him inside? Jin Yanshao asked. No, but I saw such a person in the past. Furthermore, it's not just me, Jiang Nan replied. Last time, when the dragon grass in the evil dragon zone was about to mature, some people went there to take the grass. That time, a mysterious person in silver cloak appeared and took the treasure away. That's right. I was there at that time too. I saw him as well. Many people who had been to the evil dragon zone that time said. Wang Yuqing's heart raced as she thought about that unparalleled figure. Was he the one who caused the battlefield to collapse? So it's not the first time, Jin Yanshao said coldly. Even back then, that person had already been staring at the top 3 schools. Then, he must have entered the top 3 schools in the assessment, and kept a low profile. Who has been there at that time? All step out, an elder from the top 3 schools said. This time, the Arcana Plane disciples of the 3 schools were almost all here. Therefore, those who had gone to the evil dragon zone that time must also be in the crowd. Very soon, many people stepped forward one after another. However, someone said, these people should all be present at that time. The mysterious person charged in from the outside. There are a few more people who were there, Jiang Nan suddenly said, looking at Yi Futian and his friends. Following Jiang Nan's look, the people from the top 3 schools also stared at Yi Futian and his friends. Yi Futian explained. I was indeed outside at that time, but I did not participate at all. Jin Yanshao seemed to be surprised, after which he asked, then is it possible that they disguised themselves? After he finished speaking, Long Mu, Gu Yinshi, and the rest all looked at them one after another. It seemed that this possibility could not be eliminated. However, was it really Yi Futian and his team? Who among them was so strong? In addition, if it was really someone from them, why did they not defeat the cultivators near the bridge before entering? Do you think it's us? Yi Futian looked at Jin Yanshao and glanced coldly at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was merely trying to get him involved. Seniors, I was outside the cave that time and did nothing. Moreover, I also saw the mysterious person escape from the cave myself. People who were present at that time can prove this for me, Yi Futian said, looking at the people around him. Senior! Suddenly, a charming figure walked out, who turned out to be Li Man. She looked at the crowd and continued. Indeed, when the mysterious person escaped at that time, they were standing at the side and watching. Yes, I can prove that as well, Wang Yuqing also said, causing Yi Futian to glance at her in surprise. He did not expect her to stand out and speak for him. Yi Futian was not worried that he would be exposed precisely because of this. Although he had shown up twice, the last time when the mirror spell created the illusion that he and the demonic bird were escaping, he was standing at the side and watching the scene himself. Many disciples and elders of the top 3 schools saw it. Hence, they would not suspect him to be the mysterious person in the silver cloak. Realizing that Wang Yuqing actually stepped out for Yi Futian, Jiang Nan's face turned gloomy. Even though he also saw Yi Futian beside him at that time, he still deliberately wanted to get him involved. Must the thing that you saw be real? According to what I know, there are many spells that can create illusions, Jiang Nan said coldly. Right then, many people seemed to be stunned. Chapter 469. Yi Futian was also momentarily puzzled, and he looked at Jiang Nan. Feeling the stares of many, a strange expression appeared on Jiang Nan's face. He did not really mean what he just said. Unhappy that Wang Yuqing spoke for Yi Futian, he only wanted to find an excuse to prove that his words were not unreasonable and that Yi Futian could not prove his innocence in that way. However, after saying those unintentional words, he suddenly had a strange feeling and stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was also momentarily puzzled, and he looked at Jiang Nan. Feeling the stares of many, a strange expression appeared on Jiang Nan's face. He did not really mean what he just said. Unhappy that Wang Yuqing spoke for Yi Futian, he only wanted to find an excuse to prove that his words were not unreasonable and that Yi Futian could not prove his innocence in that way. However, after saying those unintentional words, he suddenly had a strange feeling and stared at Yi Futian. What if it was real? Impossible! Jiang Nan was shocked by his own thought. How can such a powerful person be Yi Futian? When one disliked another person, one could truly hope that the person would not be too strong. Yi Futian was the owner of Celestial Pavilion and had displayed an astonishing talent on the assessment day which had already caused Jiang Nan to be extremely unhappy. If he was really the person who broke through all obstacles and caused the martial arts battlefield to collapse, Jiang Nan would simply not be able to accept that fact that he was so mighty. That would mean that Yi Futian was even more outstanding than Long Yitian. After all, during that time, even Long Yitian did not manage to do what the mysterious person did, namely causing the battlefield to be destroyed. Realizing that many people were looking at him, Yi Futian tried his best to remain calm and frowned gently. He looked at Jiang Nan and said, Jiang Nan, you have humiliated me multiple times and I never argued anything with you. Now you even try to maliciously find various excuses to get me involved in this. What a crafty person you are! Yi Futian also knew that Jiang Nan was only finding a random excuse. Unfortunately, what he said was the key behind everything. I'm only telling the truth. The seniors will judge this themselves, Jiang Nan forced himself to say. Obviously, he would not admit that he was accusing Yi Futian. Tell me about the situation in the Evil Dragon Zone in detail, an elder from Starry School said. Although Yi Futian might be suspicious, nobody would think that he was certainly the culprit just because of Jiang Nan's words. A disciple walked out and explained roughly what had happened in the Evil Dragon Zone. A strange expression appeared on the face of an elder from Starry School and he said, So the mysterious person that time was skilled in music and indeed a powerful musical sorcerer. Moreover, he was probably able to control demons. Yes. The giant bird he was riding on and the demons charging with him were probably all affected by his music. The disciple confirmed. All right. The elder from Starry School nodded. Then, he looked at Yi Futian. On the assessment day, your music also seems to be quite strong. Immediately, many people stared at Yi Futian. Chen Wang, Jin Yunlang, Jin Yunshao, Long Mu, Gu Yunqi, and many others all seemed to be surprised. They also managed to enter the 8th level of the martial arts battlefield but did not defeat the defenders on the bridge there. After we arrived, we chased them out of the 8th level. The cultivator in silver cloak appeared after that, Jin Yunlang said. So they are indeed somewhat suspicious. The cultivators from the top 3 schools looked at Yi Futian and his friends. Someone said, What did you do in the 9th level? Realizing that the person who just spoke was staring at him with a fierce look, Yi Futian knew that they were testing him. Hence, he gave a bitter smile and said, Senior, do you really think that we have the ability to do so? In this case, why don't we join the top 3 schools first and then enter the battlefield? Why would we do this? Everyone frowned. Yi Futian's words also seemed to be reasonable. In addition, there are so many musical spells. Why you are suspecting me just because of this similarity? As for the camouflage, Jiang Nan was only being ridiculous and trying hard to get us involved. That time, there were so many people present, Yi Futian continued. Apart from all these, I was only in the lower Arcana plane in Yunyu City. How did I manage to snatch the dragon grass from the top 3 school disciples? I wouldn't be able to hide my level. What treasure or equipment could allow me, a lower arcana plane cultivator, to cross so many levels and defeat everyone else? Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people started thinking again. In the martial arts battlefield, it was still possible for Yi Futian to become much stronger by relying on martial arts fate. However, in the evil dragon zone, how could Yi Futian, a lower arcana plane cultivator, defeat so many disciples? The logic behind this was indeed flawed. If Yi Futian was really the person who did this, many things could not be explained. Using a spell to create illusions that he was escaping also did not seem to be very sensible. At the moment, it could already be confirmed that the mysterious person disguised himself. The appearance of the young man in the silver cloak was definitely fake. There were 2 possibilities, the first being that after disguising himself and taking the dragon grass, the mysterious person entered the top 3 schools this year with his real identity. Then, he entered the martial arts battlefield and snatched the martial arts fate of everyone else. If this was the case, the person must really know the information of the top 3 schools very well, as he first went for the dragon grass and then the martial arts battlefield. It was possible that he was a junior of some secret clan who came out to train himself. The second possibility was, just like what they had guessed earlier, that the person was someone among Yi Futian and his friends. If they really have the silver cloak, they must be hiding it on themselves. We'll know the answer by looking in their storage rings, Jin Yunlang said emotionlessly. Although he also felt that it was probably not Yi Futian, he would not ignore the possibility since Yi Futian was somewhat suspicious. Among the people who entered the martial arts battlefield, only they were not from the top 3 schools. Therefore, it would be easy to check on them first. Frowning, Yi Futian looked at Jin Yunlang and said, I think that would be too much. Storage ring was a private item of a person and may contain some secrets. Clearly, nobody would easily give their storage ring to another person to be checked. Since you claim that it's not you, let's just take a look. Do you think that we'll even want anything from your ring? An elder said. Yi Futian's face darkened. Who could say that their storage ring did not have any secrets? However, noticing the looks of everyone, Yi Futian knew that he would not be able to get away without giving his storage ring. All of you are seniors. Since you want to check, how do I dare not to give it? However, I can't fully trust every one of you. How about I let Madame Long check it instead? Yi Futian said, looking at Madame Long. What do you mean? You really think that we'll want anything from your ring? The elder who spoke just now said coldly. It's indeed inappropriate for you to check it. If he really has nothing, you'll actually be bullying him. If you believe me, let me take a look, Madame Long said. Of course we believe you. That sounds fine, someone said. Yi Futian took off the storage ring from his finger and said, Storage rings are precious and I only managed to pick this one up in the evil dragon zone. There is only one of these between all of us. Madam, please. Then, he threw the ring at Madame Long. Madame Long's spiritual energy entered the ring, after which she said, The thing you're looking for is not inside. It's not that I do not trust you, madam. However, the little princess of the dragon clan is very close to him, right? A cultivator from Jin clan suddenly said. Madame Long frowned and some coldness flashed across her eyes. Madame Long, in this case, please give it to another person whom you trust to take a look, Yi Futian added. Madame Long nodded gently at Yi Futian, after which she gave the ring to an elder from Starry School. The elder checked the contents of the ring. Then, he shook his head and returned the ring to Yi Futian. In this case, can we leave? Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Just leave, Madame Long said. Yi Futian looked at everyone and then said to Long Linger, I'm going back first. Sure. Long Linger nodded gently. Then, the black wind condor flashed and brought Yi Futian and his friends away. Many people stayed at the same place, ready to continue their investigation. Yi Futian and his friends returned to Celestial Pavilion when he heaved a long sigh. South close. The fact that he had used a mirror spell to create illusions in the evil dragon zone was also almost exposed. Luckily, he had been cautious and worried that he would be investigated after leaving the battlefield. Therefore, he left the silver cloak on the battlefield. Apart from that, he did not take any of the sage ritual implements inside. He also asked Yu Xing and the rest to leave them in the battlefield. He could feel his heart bleeding. Nevertheless, he did all those to make sure that nothing would be exposed. Night soon arrived. Yi Futian sat cross-legged in the courtyard in Celestial Pavilion. Suddenly, a few beams of light appeared on his body. All of them looked particularly dazzling. Very soon, 3 extremely bright beams of light shot out from his body. In the next instant, the 3 beams of light actually turned into an unmatched radiance and lit the entire area like divine light. A sun, a moon, and countless stars appeared. Then, within the sun, moon, and stars, 3 illusory figures appeared. One of them was sitting inside the sun, one on the crescent moon, and the last controlling the movements of the stars. Without Yi Futian realizing it, Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui were already beside him, attracted by the mysterious radiance. At the moment, the scene in the sky was extremely beautiful. The 3 illusory figures were sitting in the air like saints. Just then, Yi Futian controlled the light with his mind. Immediately, the fascinating scene in the sky turned into 3 beams of light and flew back into his body, vanishing gradually. Puff! Yi Futian felt somewhat weak. He was not in the right state to cultivate yet, and had to rest for a few days. What's that? Lulan Shui asked. Yi Futian raised his head to look at her. Then, he said, in the pavilion in the martial arts battlefield, there were 3 beams of divine light. It was where a saint died. Not 3 saints? Lulan Shui's heart raced. Nope, only one. Yi Futian shook his head. This saint was the founder of the top 3 schools. In the past, they were not yet divided into the 3 schools, and there was only one divine school. Later, it was split into 3 and slowly became the top 3 schools today. The saint was waiting for the juniors of the top 3 schools in the martial arts battlefield. You stepped inside and obtained the 3 beams of divine light, after which the whole place collapsed. Did the saint not mind this? Lulan Shui took in a deep breath. Yi Futian actually obtained the inheritance from a saint. Yes, you could say that. Yi Futian nodded. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, I did not want to enter the top 3 schools, but in the end, I obtained the inheritance from the founder of the top 3 schools. After that, he shook his head, still feeling somewhat strange. Chapter 470. The news that the martial arts battlefield had collapsed spread throughout Divine Sky City like a virus. Long Mu and Chen Wang had managed to enter the 9th level, astonishing countless many. They displayed the glory that Long Etienne had in the past. They did not enter that level with their own powers, but the people in the world would only look at the outcome. The news that the martial arts battlefield had collapsed spread throughout Divine Sky City like a virus. Long Mu and Chen Wang had managed to enter the 9th level, astonishing countless many. They displayed the glory that Long Etienne had in the past. They did not enter that level with their own powers, but the people in the world would only look at the outcome. Of course, the more shocking news was about the mysterious person who had caused the battlefield to collapse. Countless people started guessing who exactly he was. The top 3 schools checked all their disciples who left the battlefield, but still to no avail. It was as if this person was non-existent at all. However, the issue would clearly not end so easily. The place of martial arts fate was destroyed, but the person who had obtained the strongest fate was not found. The top 3 schools would certainly not stop their investigation. Nevertheless, Yi Futian seemed to be unconcerned about all these. After recovering gradually, he started to cultivate, secluding himself from the outside world. In the martial arts battlefield, he had obtained 18 types of martial arts fate just in the 9th level. After he left the battlefield, the martial arts fate would no longer increase his combat power, but they all turned into fate and willpower which fused into his body. This was the great benefit the top 3 school disciples had been talking about. These 18 martial arts fates could bring a lot of benefits. Yi Futian needed to learn their real powers and merge them with his own abilities. Of course, The greatest reward of this trip was not the 18 martial arts fates, but the 3 beams of divine light. The 3 beams of divine light contained the willpower of the saint. The sun, moon, and stars could change in thousands of ways, giving him many new skills and allowing him to learn a lot. The saint here was the founder of the top 3 schools. All the most powerful abilities of the top 3 schools were developed from the saint's will. At the moment, each of the top 3 schools only had one of the abilities available. On the other hand, Yi Futian had received the complete saint's will. It was not just Yi Futian himself. He also cultivated together with Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui. As he released the divine light, they could feel the powers contained within it as well. Even if they could learn just a tiny bit of the saint's will, they would still grow stronger. That time on Turtle Mountain in the eastern barren territory, the Turtle Hermit had allowed them to watch the rules of the world, which was the ability of sages. After they left the mountain, they also became stronger. However, Yi Futian and his friends could feel that the saint's will was really too mysterious and unfathomable. At the moment, they could only see the surface of it. They learned and improved gradually day by day. At the moment, 2 people were fighting on a battle platform in the backyard of Celestial Pavilion. With a dark gold battle axe in his hand, the violent Yu Xing fell down from the sky like the god of war. He struck out the axe, bringing along a terrifying storm. In the sky, a straight line appeared and even space seemed to be cut into 2. Below him, Yi Futian raised his hand. Many violet gold bolts of lightning around him converged wildly from all directions. They fused into one and contracted rapidly. Eventually, an astonishing lightning shield appeared before Yi Futian. The shield was even glittering in a golden radiance. The battle axe struck down, and was blocked by the lightning shield. The terrifying lightning destroyed everything around it, trying to crush the axe. Yu Xing gave a cold roar. The battle axe traced out an arc in the air as his body made a rotation. Then, he struck out the axe for the second time, bringing along the frightening powers of the earth. With the wind, he attacked again. Punishment of the Thunder God! Yi Futian roared coldly. The terrifying lightning shield suddenly turned into countless bolts of violet gold lightning which swept towards Yu Xing like a thunder raid. As Yu Xing's axe danced in the air, however, even the lightning seemed to be cut apart. In the sky, earth elemental spiritual chi raged and many meteorites gathered. In the evil dragon zone, Yi Futian had seen a top noble fight with his third brother with this ability. He therefore learned it from the saint's will. Star Burial! Yi Futian waved his hand. Immediately, countless meteorites converged towards Yu Xing, trying to bury him completely. Buzz! Yu Xing's devil-like wings opened. Then, he struck out his axe continuously, creating many shocking beams of light in the sky. As the star burial spell converged towards him, many cracks appeared on the rocks. The meteorites cracked directly before they could even bury their target. Yu Xing was still floating in the sky. Stop! No more! Yi Futian said, depressed. This is so sad. If he cast this spell on someone else at the same level as him, it would definitely destroy his opponent at once. However, it was pretty useless against Yu Xing. The 2 were having a friendly fight to train their combat powers. Yi Futian knew that he would never be able to defeat Yu Xing without trying his best. Okay. Yu Xing landed on the ground. The wild aura around him vanished, and so did his battle axe. Lulan Shui had been watching the battle at the side. 2 freaks, she thought. After the battles in the martial arts battlefield and learning from the saints will over this period, their levels had increased again. Yi Futian and Yu Xing had both already entered the 5th level of the Arcana Plane. However, even the battle scene of Upper Arcana Plane cultivators would not be as terrifying as theirs. Lulan Shui could even feel the destructive powers at the side. If any one of them was changed to another person, the new person would lose terribly. Xin Yu came just now. She said that Linger is here to visit you, Lulan Shui said. Whenever Yi Futian and his friends cultivated here, nobody else would be allowed to enter, not even Xin Yu. She could at most ask Lulan Shui to pass the message. All right, Yi Futian nodded. Then, he left the place and went to the courtyard, when he saw Long Linger smile and shout, "Brother Futian, what are you secretly doing there? So mysterious. Why do I have to be secretive?" Yi Futian widened his eyes at Long Linger. She was young but full of mischief. "Then why didn't they allow me to go in and find you myself?" Long Linger giggled. Then she said to the people behind her, "You can go out now. I have something to speak to Brother Futian." "Yes, my lady." Yan Xing and the rest nodded, after which they left the place. "Go out as well," Long Linger said to Xinyu again. Xinyu replied and then left as well. Although Yi Futian was the owner of Celestial Pavilion, she clearly also had to listen to the orders of Long Linger. "You are the person being secretive," Yi Futian said, looking at Long Linger. "What's up?" Long Linger glanced at Lulan Shui. Yi Futian knew her meaning and said, "She's with me." "Sure." Long Linger nodded. "My mother asked me to come this time. She asked me to tell you that someone is investigating you." Yi Futian squinted slightly, having a bad feeling. It seemed like he was not completely safe yet. He had still left some traces after appearing twice. Even though he destroyed all the evidence, there were still people who suspected him. If they really managed to find out his true identity, he would not be able to escape from all these. The Eastern Barren Territory was very far away from the Barren State, and the people here did not really pay attention to the Eastern Barren Territory. However, if the people doing the investigating were from top clans, it would still be risky. Of course, he knew Madame Long's intention in reminding him. After coming out from the martial arts battlefield, he gave the storage ring to Madame Long not only because of trust. In addition, he might be able to hide the truth from other people, but definitely not Madame Long. She knew who he was and where he was from. Therefore, he did so to display his trust. Madame Long asked Linger to tell Yi Futian that there were people investigating him to remind him to be prepared. "Brother Futian, my mother said that only I can know about this and I must not tell anyone else. Why are they investigating you?" Long Linger stared at Yi Futian with a naive look. She was smart, and roughly knew that something might have happened with Yi Futian. "You're still young. Don't think so much," Yi Futian said. "Who's young? I'm almost 15. Long Linger argued, pouting. Yi Futian glanced at her with contempt, but in his mind, he was thinking how he should handle this. Should he just leave? If there were people investigating him, would they also ask someone to spy on his movement? "Where's the madam now?" Yi Futian asked Long Linger. "West Court," Long Linger replied. "I'll go and pay her a visit," Yi Futian added. "Great! You can accompany me then." Long Linger giggled. "You're thinking too much," Yi Futian remarked, smiling. "Lulan, I'm going out." Then, he left Celestial Pavilion with Long Linger. Yi Futian met Madame Long in an elegant courtyard in West Court. Bowing gently, he said, "Greetings, Madame Long, you don't have to be so polite." Madame Long smiled and raised her head. "Bring Linger outside to take a stroll," Madame Long said to the maidservants behind her. They nodded one after another, but Long Linger said, "I want to be here too. Don't be mischievous." Madame Long glanced at Long Linger. Long Linger twitched her lips in dissatisfaction and said, "Mom, then be quick." After that, she left the place unwillingly. Only Madame Long and Yi Futian were left in the courtyard. Yi Futian folded his hands and said, "Madam, please advise. I don't even know what happened. How do I advise?" Madame Long looked at Yi Futian and smiled. Yi Futian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You must have guessed it already. I don't have to say it. So it is you." Madame Long gazed at Yi Futian. That year, her brother Long Etienne only entered the 9th level but did not manage to go further. Yi Futian actually did it. "Yes," Yi Futian nodded. Madame Long's heart trembled. Although she had already guessed it earlier, she was still somewhat shocked by Yi Futian's confirmation. That time, Long Etienne was already unparalleled in the eastern region of the Barren State. Now Yi Futian did what her brother did not. Did that mean that Yi Futian was talented enough to stand at the peak of this era? Furthermore, Madame Long managed to know Yi Futian, and his relationship with her daughter was very good. So Long Mu was hit by you there, Madame Long said, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt somewhat embarrassed. In any case, Long Mu was still the next leader of the dragon clan. I believe you have heard about his father's story from Linger. That time when my brother was alive, he protected the whole family, and his relationship with Linger's father was also extremely good. He even viewed Linger as his own daughter and treated her better than Muir. After he passed away, we have been treating Long Mu in the same way as we did to Linger, causing him to develop some bad characters. Linger's father and I are somewhat responsible for this, Madame Long said slowly. It's good for Long Mu to learn a lesson now. Madame Long stopped after delivering her point, and did not say anything else. Yi Futian, however, started to admire her in his heart. Her words conveyed her attitude. Madam, I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Chapter 471. Madame Long said that it was good for Long Mu to learn a lesson, meaning that she would not blame Yi Futian for the incident. However, she also mentioned how she and the father of Linger viewed Long Mu. It was a hint for Yi Futian, and he knew what he should not do. Although he did not like Long Mu, he would not be too serious with Long Mu because of Madame Long and Long Linger. At most he would punch Long Mu when he was unhappy. Madame Long said that it was good for Long Mu to learn a lesson, meaning that she would not blame Yi Futian for the incident. However, she also mentioned how she and the father of Linger viewed Long Mu. It was a hint for Yi Futian, and he knew what he should not do. Although he did not like Long Mu, he would not be too serious with Long Mu because of Madame Long and Long Linger. At most he would punch Long Mu when he was unhappy. You should tell me what you got there, right? Madame Long smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Yup. Yi Futian nodded. Then, 3 beams of divine light erupted from his body. At once, the color of the sky changed. Sunlight and moonlight bloomed and many stars appeared. Standing up, Madame Long stared at the 3 illusory figures and was very shocked. After just an instant, Yi Futian withdrew them and stood calmly at his spot. Since Madame Long already knew that he had entered that place, it would not make a difference whether he attempted to hide the secret or not should she want to harm him. Moreover, according to his observation of Madame Long, she was wise and gentle and he had a good impression of her. She did not seem to be a cruel person at all. What's that? Madame Long asked. In the pavilion in the martial arts battlefield, there were 3 beams of divine light. Their owner is the founder of the top 3 schools, Yi Futian replied. Blazing sun, bright moon, billion stars. The top 3 schools were originally a single entity. Madame Long knew this well. Madame Long kept staring at Yi Futian, her eyes filled with thoughts. Clearly, she was thinking. The courtyard was extremely quiet. Yi Futian also waited patiently. After a long while, Madame Long returned to reality. Looking at Yi Futian, she asked, Why are you not willing to join the top 3 schools? Madam, you know where I was from. In the cottage, my master and seniors have been very nice to me. Therefore, on emotional grounds, I don't want to join another school or college and become a disciple of someone else, Yi Futian replied. Furthermore, if I enter the top 3 schools, I'll be bound by their rules and lose my freedom. I may not be staying in Divine Sky City for that long. Madame Long nodded gently, after which she said, Since you have inherited belongings of the saint, there will be an unbreakable relationship between you and the top 3 schools. There are also people who are investigating you at the moment. If they find out who you are, your situation will be very passive. There are 2 paths before you now. The first one is to leave this place and go as far as you can. If you choose this and someone finds out the truth in the future, the top 3 schools will try to capture you at all costs. Yi Futian was speechless. He had already tried to carry out his plan as secretly as he could. For safety, he even gave up on many other treasures. However, there was nothing in the world that would leave no trace behind. Once someone found out his real identity, many things could be deduced naturally. They could also find other evidence, for example, the legend of the demon bird on Sky Mountain of the Eastern Barren Territory. What's the second path? Yi Futian asked. Enter Starry School, Madame Long said. Become a disciple of Starry School? Yi Futian seemed to be very surprised. Will they not blame me for what I did? What's there to blame you? Madame Long replied. Although dragon grass was important, it was only attractive to people below the sage plane. As for the disturbance on the assessment day, it was only a trivial matter to Starry School. You have to know that in the events that you have faced, no sages have ever shown up. Therefore all these are insignificant. Since you have obtained the possessions of the saint which have extraordinary meanings, if you enter Starry School, you will certainly not become an ordinary disciple. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. People standing at different viewpoints would see the same problem differently. Because Yi Futian was in the Arcana plane, his view and the view of Madame Long were naturally different. He thought that dragon grass and the disturbance on the assessment day were both major issues, but Madame Long felt that they were all unimportant. To the whole school and the sages, they were of course also trivial. Sages would not even bother to handle these things. However, that Yi Futian had obtained the items of the saint was actually a major issue. Therefore, after Madame Long finished speaking, Yi Futian immediately understood her meaning. Comparing the two, the problems that he was worried about were indeed non-existent. That second path Madame Long was talking about was to let him join Starry School. Even though these matters are not important, Starry School has more than just one option, Yi Futian said. Because he had inherited items from the saint, Starry School had another option, to take away whatever he had. This was a very risky choice. Therefore, in the top 3 schools, you can only join Starry School. After all, West Mountain Dragon Clan could only influence Starry School. Madame Long said. Maybe you don't know this yet. At the moment there are 4 factions in Starry School, and they are the College Faction, West Mountain Dragon Clan, Gu Clan, and Jean Clan. You have offended many people from Jean Clan. In addition, because of the relationship between the Dragon Clan and Jean Clan, if I recommend you to Starry School, they'll definitely want to eliminate the threat and obtain what you have. Therefore, these 2 factions effectively cancel each other. The thing that will really determine the outcome is the attitude of the College Faction and Gu Clan. When Linger Uncle was alive, the relationship between the Dragon Clan and Gu Clan was very good. Long Mu and Gu Yinshi even had the chance to be together. Later, the relationship faded slightly. However, Yinshi really admires you. In this case, as long as the Gu Clan supports you, Dragon Clan together with Gu Clan will be able to influence the College Faction. Madame Long analyzed. Hence, it's very likely that we'll succeed. Now I need to know your choice. The first or the second? Madame Long had organized everything very clearly. After hearing her words, Yi Futian thought for a while, after which he asked, what will be my position when I join Starry School? Rumors say that in the past, there was only one divine school instead of the top 3 schools. Among the disciples, the person with the highest status was the disciple of the saint and was known as the Sun. Later, the saint was gone, and the schools slowly turned into the top 3 schools today. Since then, there were no more sons. As you have obtained the inheritance from the saint, your position should not be low. It will be most appropriate for you to enter Starry School as the Sun. Madame Long replied. Furthermore, if you join Starry School, Blazing Sun School, and Bright Moon School will certainly be very unhappy after they find out what has happened. If you succeed, you will be effectively combined with Starry School. You don't have to worry about your position. What if we fail? Yi Futian asked. If we fail, give everything you have obtained. I'll keep you safe. Madame Long said. All right. Yi Futian nodded. Then, he bowed slightly and said, Madam, I'll let you handle everything. Clearly, he chose the second path. The first one was too dangerous. Even if he left, he might still be sought after in the future. In comparison, although the second path was also somewhat risky, many issues would be solved once he succeeded. In the Eastern Barren Territory, he had also offended some people, but they were all juniors from their respective clans. If he could become the son of Starry School, he would no longer be threatened by them anymore. His position would not be so low that he could not even offend the juniors from other clans. As for the conflicts, just like what Madame Long had said, They were all trivial. If Starry's school could forgive him for what he had done, he could obviously do the same. Great. Madame Long nodded. Go back and wait for my news. Before this issue is settled, I'll send some people to guard Celestial Pavilion. Thank you, madam. Futian nodded, after which he left the place. Longlinger pestered him for a while. Then, he returned to Celestial Pavilion to cultivate in peace. With his level, he clearly could not participate in this directly. Therefore, he could only allow Madame Long to handle everything. Becoming the son of Starry's school was already something that would involve all the top forces. At the moment, he could only wait patiently. However, this did not cause any disturbance in Divine Sky City at all. It was obviously being carried out in secret. Furthermore, Madame Long would not let too many people know about it. Only an undercurrent was surging in the city. After a few days, the people from the Dragon Clan brought Futian to West Court. After that, he actually boarded Madame Long's carriage with her and came to another place. It was an extremely grand house. After arriving, Futian found out that he was at Gu Clan, a top clan in Divine Sky City, which was precisely Gu Yunqi's family. When Madame Long appeared, the leader of Gu Clan and his wife welcomed her themselves, along with Gu Ming and Gu Yunqi, whom Futian had met before. Mr. Yi, why are you here? On the banquet, Gu Yunqi was very surprised that Futian had come here with Madame Long. Her father had told her that Madame Long would come today and asked her to follow. However, she did not expect Futian to be here as well. Do you not welcome me? Futian shrugged his shoulders and smiled. No, I am delighted, Gu Yunqi said, smiling. Mr. Yi in Gu Clan, don't feel restricted. Just behave like you're in your own house. Own house? Someone suddenly said. Gu Yunqi turned her head. The person who spoke was an elegant and handsome middle-aged man of dignified bearing. It was Gu Yunqi's father. Yunqi, is there any further meaning behind these words? The leader of Gu Clan asked, smiling. Gu Yunqi blinked her eyes, after which her cheeks blushed slightly. Staring at her father in embarrassment, she said, Dad, what you are talking about? Mr. Yi, my dad likes to speak nonsense. Don't mind him. Gu Yunqi explained to Futian. Futian smiled and nodded. Then, he bowed to the leader of Gu Clan and said, I am Futian. Nice to meet you, senior. Since you and Yunqi know each other, just call me uncle. The leader said, smiling. Futian glanced at the leader of Gu Clan, after which he saluted again. Uncle. Good. Gu Han had been looking at Futian since the start, as if he was trying to analyze him completely. It was not easy for Futian to be so frank and confident before him. Furthermore, Futian was good-looking and talented. Indeed, he was almost perfect. It was no wonder that Madame Long was willing to help him. He had asked Futian to be here to see if he was worth giving support for. Please sit. Gu Han turned around. Looking at Madame Long, he said, Madam, let's start eating. Then, everyone started to have their meal, during which Gu Han had a few short conversations with Futian. Then, Madame Long brought Futian and left. Nobody knew what the meaning of this meetup was. Father, why did Mr. Yi come here? Gu Yunqi asked curiously. Although the relationship between Futian and Longlinger was very good, Madame Long should not have brought Futian with her outside. Moreover, her father also seemed to be observing Futian today. Yunqi, how do you feel about him? Gu Han asked. Mr. Ye's musical skills are extraordinary, and he can create pieces himself. He is frank, modest, and does not overvalue his status. Generally, he's an excellent person, Gu Yunqi replied. Father, why are you asking this? Gu Han looked at his daughter. She probably did not know that Futian was way more outstanding than she thought. After all, he was a young man whose talents were even better than Long Etienne. Since you praise him so much, how about I ask him to be my son-in-law? Gu Han said jokingly. Gu Yunqi's face blushed at once. Then she turned her eyes away and said, What nonsense are you saying? I am going back to college now. Looking at her back, Gu Han smiled, but he was thinking about some other things. Chapter 472. It was not a secret that Madame Long had brought Yi Futian to visit Gu Clan. Although it was not a big deal, it still managed to attract the attention of some people. Many people were curious as it seemed to be really unusual. It was not a secret that Madame Long had brought Yi Futian to visit Gu Clan. Although it was not a big deal, it still managed to attract the attention of some people. Many people were curious as it seemed to be really unusual. In the Starry School, there were many disciples, most of which were geniuses. At the moment, Jin Yunxiao was standing with Long Mu, which attracted the eyes of many. The two were enemies and had been fighting against each other all along. Now, Jin Yunxiao stopped Long Mu. Was another conflict going to erupt? Long Mu, did you hear about the event in Gu Clan? Madame Long brought Yi Futian to Gu Clan instead of you. Is the young chief of Dragon Clan you or that outsider? Jin Yunxiao was wearing a gorgeous shirt and his golden eyes were filled with ridicule. After hearing the news, Jin Clan started to suspect certain things. Long Mu frowned gently, and some coldness flashed across his handsome face. He had heard about the incident, but he did not know the purpose of Madame Long hearing Jin Yunxiao's words. Many disciples of Starry Schools seemed very surprised. Clearly, they did not know this yet. Since when do you have the rights to talk about the internal issues of Dragon Clan? Long Mu said, glancing at Jin Yunxiao. Indeed, it's none of my business. However, since I have met you here, I still sympathize you. Jin Yunxiao's eyes were filled with pity as he continued. The little princess of Dragon Clan is closer to Yi Futian than you. You know how she keeps calling him Brother Futian. You also saw the scene on the assessment day yourself. Now, the person whom Madame Long brings outside is also Yi Futian. I even heard that Madame Long discussed with Gu Clan about Gu Yunxi's marriage this time. I believe that Gu Yunxi also admires Yi Futian very much. After speaking, Jin Yunxiao stared at Long Mu. Indeed, even though Long Mu was good-tempered, he still had some emotions flashing across his face. That time when your father was alive, your family was so grand. It was said that the Dragon Clan also had the intention to ally with Gu Clan through marriage. Unfortunately, the relationship deteriorated after he passed away. After all, you were not born by the madam, Jin Yunxiao continued. Immediately, Long Mu's face turned extremely gloomy and a violent aura started spreading from his body. Then, he said coldly, "Shut up." A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Jin Yunxiao was maliciously attempting to worsen the relationship between Long Mu and the Dragon Clan. Did I just say the thing on your mind? Jin Yunxiao said, smiling. Scram, Long Mu said coldly. He would naturally not doubt his aunt. He knew well how his aunt and uncle had been treating him, and their relationship was not something Jin Yunxiao could destroy with a few sentences. As for bringing Yi Futian to Gu Clan, perhaps it was just a coincidence, as Madame Long would always bring someone with her whenever she went outside. Long Mu did not know whether Jin Yunxiao's words regarding Gu Yunxi's marriage were true, but even if they were, Yi Futian had no chance to be involved in the discussion. Madame Long just brought Yi Futian into Starry School. Suddenly, they heard someone's voice. There were many people discussing it, so the message slowly passed to Long Mu's side. Many people seemed to be puzzled. They had heard Jin Yunxiao's words just now. Now Madame Long also brought Yi Futian into the college. What did this mean? Moreover, on the assessment day, Yi Futian was unwilling to enter the college and even create a disturbance. At the moment, why did he still dare to enter Starry School? Long Mu, see for yourself, Jin Yunxiao sneered. However, he was also very confused at the moment. Was Madame Long's behavior recently related to the martial arts battlefield? Thinking about the person in the martial arts battlefield who made him kneel down, Jin Yunxiao's mind was filled with intense murderous intent. When Yi Futian just arrived in Divine Sky City, he was already the musical attendant of Linger. What's so strange about him following the madam? Long Mu glanced at Jin Yunxiao emotionlessly, but he could not really remain calm inside. Clearly, he also felt that the entire issue was not that simple. However, the people around them felt that Long Mu's words were reasonable. Yi Futian had received Celestial Pavilion from Madame Long and was naturally her subordinate. Perhaps he was following Madame Long at the moment because she wanted to nurture him. Many people wondered if Madame Long brought Futian to starry schools so that he could join the college to cultivate. Madame Long obviously did not know what was happening there. At the moment, she had already brought Futian into the deeper regions of starry school. The place was already somewhere ordinary disciples could not normally enter. There were many ethereal palaces standing around them. Led by one of the seniors of starry school, they arrived in front of a magnificent and ancient palace at the deepest part of the college. The palace stood before them, towering into the clouds. Madame Long landed on the ground and brought Futian up the stairs. Step by step, they walked to the courtyard in front of the palace. Beside them, a few figures appeared who were all unfathomable. Standing there, they seemed to have fused with the earth naturally. Futian realized that they were all looking at him. Their looks seemed to be penetrating him. None of these people appeared on the assessment day. Madame Long nodded at them. Then, she looked at the ancient palace and bowed gently. Clearly, the person inside the palace was even more respected and senior than Madame Long. Accordingly, she had to salute the person. "Come in," someone inside the palace said. Madame Long nodded gently, after which she looked at Futian and said, "Go in." Futian nodded. Then, he walked towards the mysterious palace slowly. Madame Long had told him that he was about to meet a respected elder. As long as the elder agreed to the plan, everything would be settled for sure. Futian walked into the ancient palace, but it was as if he walked into a world of stars, where countless stars hung high in the sky. The scene was quite similar to the one contained in the beam of divine light he had obtained. Under the starlight, an elder was sitting quietly in front with his back away from Futian. "Senior, my name is Futian." Futian bowed. "I heard that you were from the Eastern Barren Territory and once obtained the willpower of the two emperors on Sky Mountain," the elder said slowly, still facing away from Futian. His voice seemed to be ethereal and illusory. "Yes," Futian nodded. "No wonder you could enter the Divine Palace on the martial arts battlefield." The elder raised his head and looked before him as he continued. "What Etienne had done before has finally been surpassed by others. The generations will only move forward. Since you have inherited the possessions of the saint and effectively become his disciple, I don't need to test your talents." The elder continued. "Dragon Clan and Gu Clan want you to become the sun. Do you know what it means?" "Senior, I do not," Futian replied. "Long Etienne also used to cultivate in Starry School. In fact, he was my disciple. Later, he became even more powerful than me and was indeed the strongest person in Divine Sky City. He could easily defeat those in his generation across the Barren State, and even entered the Barren Sky ranking. Despite this, however, he still died outside," the elder said solemnly. "On the other hand, you did what he did not manage to do. You obtained the inheritance from the saint. Dragon Clan and Gu Clan recommended you to be the son of the college. However, whether it is them or Starry School, what we really want to see is not really a son." Futian nodded. A son was meaningless to Starry School. The school might as well take away whatever he owned. He was recommended as the son not only because he had obtained the inheritance of the saint. More importantly, it was really the talents that he had in order to obtain the inheritance. The Starry School could take away whatever he had, but not his talents. The person who obtains the inheritance of the saint is effectively his disciple. As the son, you would need to stand at the very top of this era," the elder said solemnly, after which he slowly turned around. Looking at Futian with his mysterious star-like eyes, he asked, "Can you do it?" The elder did not talk about what Futian did in the past. In his eyes, those things were insignificant. He would not be bothered with them at all. As for Futian's talents, there was also no need for any tests. The martial arts battlefield and the inheritance was proof in itself. It had been a long time since anyone became the sun. If Futian was to become one, he needed to be the strongest person in his generation. The elder only asked him if he could do it. Under the stare of the elder, Futian felt that even his body was somewhat shaky, like rootless duckweed. However, he still nodded and replied without hesitation. "Yes. All right." The elder nodded. Then, in the ancient palace, an endless amount of power charged towards the sky. An ancient starry bell seemed to form among the billions of stars. Dong! A ring was heard as if it was the sound of rules. It shook the sky and swept out in an instant, causing even the cultivators outside the palace to be slightly shocked. Then, an invisible sound wave swept out towards the entire starry school. The sound of the bell erupted beside the ears of everyone. Inside many palaces, countless powerful cultivators opened their eyes and stood up immediately, astonished. The starry bell had just been rung. What had happened in the college? They all walked out of their palaces. In the college, many disciples were having friendly fights with each other. When the bell rang, they stopped right away and many were bewildered. Starry bell would only ring when there was a major event. Did something bad happen? The disciples walking in the school also stopped and walked towards a certain direction. Some new disciples were puzzled and asked, "What's that sound?" "It's the starry bell," a disciple replied. "I heard that the bell last rang when Long Etienne passed away. Now it rang again. What's happening? Let's go to the starry square. It seems like something very important will be announced." Countless people walked towards a certain direction, including both the seniors and juniors of Starry School. Chapter 473. The bell rang and the entire school was shocked. At the moment, all the people in Starry School, including both juniors and seniors, headed for the same place. The bell rang and the entire school was shocked. At the moment, all the people in Starry School, including both juniors and seniors, headed for the same place. Jin Yunxiao walked on the road and he was in a bad mood. Soon after Madame Long's arrival, the starry bell rang, so it was definitely related to her. The question was if it was related to Yi Futian. He knew more things than everyone else, including the fact that Madame Long had brought Yi Futian to Gu clan. Jin clan was also guessing certain things. Hence, he was more sensitive than the rest. Thinking of a certain possibility, his face turned extremely gloomy. He hoped that the truth was not what he was thinking about. Gu Yunxi was also on her way. Beside her, there were other female cultivators. "Yunxi, do you know what happened?" someone asked Gu Yunxi. After all, Gu Yunxi's family had a huge influence on Starry School, so perhaps she would know some details. "No, I don't." Gu Yunxi shook her head gently, also very puzzled. She had just come out from cultivation and did not even know that Madame Long and Yi Futian had come to Starry School. Her family also deliberately did not mention this to her. "This is the first time I hear the starry bell, but I don't think anything big happened in the college recently." The people around were all confused. Jiang Nan, Wang Yuqing, and many others were similarly baffled as they walked to the Starry Square, which was a symbolic place of Starry School. On the stairs in front, there were already many elders standing and discussing softly among themselves. Many of them were very perplexed too and did not know what was happening. There were also many noble-level disciples at the front of the Starry Square, including Tan Zhong. "Senior Tan, do you know what has happened?" someone asked. Tan Zhong was at the peak of the noble plane and one of the disciples with the highest status. He should know something. Tan Zhong, however, shook his head. He also did not know why they were summoned. Nobody had told him anything. At the moment, a group of people walked towards the square from the distance. Every single one of them had a mysterious temperament on them. As they walked, they gave people the feeling that they had completely fused with nature and were totally unfathomable. "The sages in the school are here as well." Many disciples were astonished. It was extremely difficult to meet the sages in Starry School. Occasionally, they would give public lectures which provided the only chances to see them. At the moment, many sages were walking towards the square, displaying how important the issue was. The cultivators of Starry School would probably only be all present on such a day. "Uncle." Jin Yunlang and Jin Yunxiao were standing together, and they both looked at an elder. The elder glanced at them and shook his head gently. Even the sage who was from Jin clan did not receive any news. It was obvious that the bell was rung without their knowledge. The members of Starry School were summoned here directly. Everyone was curious and started guessing. From the distance, a few more people walked towards the square. The leader of the group looked very extraordinary. He was the chief elder of the school. Elder Nye. A cultivator from Jin clan walked up and asked, "What's happening?" "The college chief has something to announce," Elder Nye replied. "What is it? Why are all of us summoned?" the cultivator from Jin clan asked further. "Later the chief will come here himself. Just wait for him to announce it," Elder Nye replied. The people around were all shocked. The college chief very rarely appeared over these years. He actually had to announce the news this time. There were still many people who were just reaching the starry square. Those who had just returned and received the news were also heading towards here. Some people even discovered that Madame Long and some others who did not belong to Starry School were here as well. Yi Futian stood quietly behind her and was not conspicuous at all. Long Mu glanced in that direction. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. However, the people in Starry School also did not really pay much attention to Madame Long and Yi Futian. Such a major event happened in the college, so they clearly did not have any other thoughts. Sunlight poured onto the square and onto everyone's face. Countless people were gathered here. Suddenly, a person walked slowly toward the square. He seemed to be ethereal and unfathomable, giving everyone the feeling that he was the only person in the place. He was the college chief of Starry School, Starry Sage. Of course, it was only his title. Many sages had their own titles and people would respectfully address them as so. The name of the college chief was Qin Yuan. His title, Starry Sage, was taken after the name of the school. Starry Sage walked to the top of the stairs. Many disciples bowed at him to show their respect. Then countless people stared at Starry Sage, waiting for him to announce the message. Qin Yuan scanned all the disciples and said, "Today, I summoned all of you here to announce something. In Divine Sky City very long ago, a saint established a divine school to teach his disciples. Among the disciples, the most outstanding person was his follower, and known as the Sun. He would be the leader of all the disciples. Later, the divine school turned into the top 3 schools today. The ancient saint vanished, and some of what he had left behind were also gradually lost. Today, I wish to imitate the ancient saint. I will grant someone in Starry School the position of the Sun who would be the leader of all the other disciples." After the chief said so, all the disciples in Starry School were astonished. Chief Qin was actually granting someone the position of the Sun, and he would be their leader. In the college, there were symbolic figures every batch who would become the role models for the rest. For example, at the moment, the outstanding role models in the noble plane included Tan Zhong, Li Wangchen, and Mo Xiaoyao, while in the Arcana plane there were Jin Yulang, Long Mu, Jin Yuxiao, and a few others. However, because of their different levels, it was hard to tell which one of them was more favored by the school. On the other hand, the position of the Sun would be set up in Starry School. What did this mean? Anyone who could become the Sun would have much more power than the rest and be their leader. He would be the single most eye-catching figure in the school. Outside, the Sun would represent the entire school. Countless people were attracted by such a glorious position. However, they knew that they could only think about it. Only a handful would really stand a chance. Who would Chief Qin confer as the Sun? Many elders in the school also seemed to be surprised. Some people already knew it, but many others did not. They were all bewildered as they did not hear anything about such a major change earlier. Was this decision made up all of a sudden? I have already chosen the person to be the Sun. I will order the school to make holy crown and holy robes for the person, implying that we are anticipating the birth of a saint in the future. 3 days later, we'll conduct the coronation ceremony for the Sun in Starry School. We'll be inviting all the people in Divine Sky City to come here and watch this grand occasion," Starry Sage announced. "From this moment on, you can start to prepare for this historic event and announce it to the city." Hearing his words, everyone was astounded. According to the college chief, he was not only treating the occasion as one in Starry School, but also announcing it to the whole Divine Sky City. Furthermore, he would conduct a coronation ceremony for the Sun and allow everyone else to witness the event. From the words of the chief, it was obvious how much importance he attached to the event. The bell, which would never ring easily, sounded off just to announce the ceremony to be held 3 days later. Was Starry's school trying to create a saint? However, which disciple in Starry's school could enjoy such a glory? Right. You can start the preparation. After saying that, Chief Chen turned around and left without announcing the candidate. Elder Nye followed closely behind him. A sage from Jin clan walked up and asked, Elder Nye, who's the person to be conferred? 3 days later, the chief will announce it. I also don't know who the person is now, Elder Nye replied. The sage from Jin clan stopped, and his eyes sparkled. He had a bad feeling about it. After Chief Chen left, there was a huge uproar among the disciples on Starry Square. This was too crazy. Chief Chen was surely going to recommend an unparalleled figure who would attract everyone's attention. Who will it be? Everyone guessing. Many people looked at Tan Zhong, Li Wangqin, and the like. There were even people who asked them if it was them, but they only shook their heads. They were also unsure as they did not hear anything beforehand. Nevertheless, they also turned very emotional because of the announcement. Who would not want such glory? Will it be Long Mu? Many people looked at Long Mu. That year, Long Mu's father, Long Etienne, was Chief Chen's disciple. Later, Long Etienne died and the college chief must have been very sad. Long Etienne was an outstanding genius he had taught, after all. He was easily the strongest person in the eastern region of the Barren State, and nobody could be compared to him. Long Mu was Long Etienne's son, so the college chief would certainly have a special feeling towards him. It was said that among all the people in the Arcana Plain, only Long Mu had been taught personally by the chief. Now, would the college chief place his hopes towards Long Etienne on Long Mu? After all, this time, Long Mu also entered the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield. Long Mu, will it be you? Someone asked directly. Long Mu seemed to be very confused. Shaking his head, he replied, I don't know. He raised his head and looked at Madame Long's direction. Without anyone realizing it, Madame Long had actually already left. At the moment, outside Starry School, Madame Long, Futian, and his friends were riding on a dragon. A strange expression flashed across Madame Long's face. Looking at Futian beside her, she said, When you went in, I thought that the chief would not agree so quickly. However, the starry bell rang directly. Then I thought that the chief would announce this, but he actually wanted to tell the whole city and hold a ceremony for you. Why would he do that? Futian asked in bewilderment. He also did not expect this. He thought that he would face some obstacles before being able to join Starry School, but the college chief was actually so quick in his decision. I thought wrongly about it. Madame Long smiled and shook her head. The college chief must have been so sad about Long Etienne's death that year. Now, the college chief wants there to be another Long Etienne, or even someone better than him, in Starry School more than anyone else does. He wants to create a saint. Futian was slightly shocked. He knew that what Madame Long had said was not wrong. The college chief asked the rest to announce the news to the whole city, create holy crown and holy robes just like in the ancient times, and would hold a coronation ceremony for everyone to witness. He wanted to create an unparalleled, invincible figure. At this instant, Futian recalled what the college chief said to him in the palace. The person who obtains the inheritance of the saint is effectively his disciple. As the son, you would need to stand at the very top of this era. Can you do it? Chapter 474. The news that Starry School was going to bestow someone the title of the sun, and hold a ceremony to give him the holy crown and robe, spread throughout the divine sky city in a very short period of time. The news that Starry School was going to bestow someone the title of the sun, and hold a ceremony to give him the holy crown and robe, spread throughout the divine sky city in a very short period of time. This major city in the eastern region of the Barren State was totally stirred up by the news as it was considered as a very important event. At the moment, Starry Sage had ordered the news to be released to the whole city himself, and invited everyone to observe the ceremony. Indeed, the coronation this time had a special meaning and Starry Sage had placed much emphasis on it. Even the assessment day of the top 3 schools or the opening of the martial arts battlefield did not create such a huge disturbance. Now, almost everyone in the city was talking about this. Very soon, many rumors and guesses swept through the entire city. Everyone was wondering who the son would be. Was the person in the noble plane or arcana plane? Was the person going to be Long Mu, Long Etienne's descendant? Some people even made wild guesses about whether this was related to the collapse of the martial arts battlefield. The mysterious cultivator was still yet to be found, so it was possible that he was actually a disciple of Starry's school whom the college nurtured secretly. Only the important people of the school knew his real identity. At the moment, he was ready to appear as the son. Such guesses were widely accepted. Many people thought that it was indeed very plausible. The only people who knew some inside story were from the major clans which could influence Starry's school. Nevertheless, only a handful from the Dragon clan and Gu clan knew the details. Before it was properly announced, they did not spread the message at all. Jin clan had also guessed certain things, but they were unsure yet. They could only make some conjectures based on the subtle clues available. However, in any case, the people from Jin clan understood that it was definitely not a good thing for them, because Starry's school was hiding the truth from them. This would cause them to be very passive. In Celestial Pavilion, the people who came to eat in the fairy pool were also discussing this. Despite this, all these were unrelated to Yi Futian, who was still busy cultivating. As long as he was free, he would try his best to become stronger. Chief Chen announced to the whole city that he was going to be crowned. It was glory and recognition for him, but at the same time also a form of pressure. Chief Chen pushed him directly in front of the public. If he wished to wear the holy crown, he would need to withstand its weight. Yi Futian urgently wanted himself to become stronger. He was confident that he could easily defeat those in his generation, but people in this era would include more than merely those whose ages were similar to him. In fact, many nobles could also be considered as being in the same generation as him. Yi Futian needed to become stronger in order to face all these. The knowledge contained in the 3 beams of divine light, as well as the sage martial arts fate, were sufficient for him to learn from for a long time. He was still becoming stronger by the day. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. It was finally the day of the coronation ceremony of Starry School. Divine Sky City almost had an earthquake as countless people rushed out of their places and headed towards the same place. They wanted to see who exactly could enjoy such a glory. In Celestial Pavilion, Xinyu came to the courtyard where Yi Futian was at. Yi Futian had called her here, but when he saw her, he realized that something was wrong, as if she wanted to say some words but did not dare to. Noticing Xingyu's unnatural expression, Yi Futian said, "If you want to say anything, just say it. I want to go Starry School to observe the ceremony." Xinyu peeked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Seeing Yi Futian's reaction, Xinyu said, "I have already arranged everything in Celestial Pavilion. Mr. Yi, if you have anything else for me to do, can you tell me quickly, please?" "Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that if I am not in Celestial Pavilion in the future, you can temporarily handle everything. The people from the Dragon clan will help you as well," Yi Futian said, smiling. "Just go." "Yes." Xinyu was somewhat inattentive. After Yi Futian asked her to leave, she immediately trotted away. "Do you have to be in such a hurry?" Yi Futian asked, looking at Xinyu's back. "Starry School will probably be jam-packed today. You can go and watch the ceremony as well." After Xinyu said so, she left the courtyard. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. "It's indeed about time for me to leave. Let's go," Yi Futian said, turning around. His friends all nodded, after which they walked on to the back of the black-winged condor. The condor opened its wings and flapped them fiercely. Immediately it charged up into the clouds and then flew towards Starry School. At the moment, Starry School was filled to the gates, and even a drop of water could not leak through. Its surrounding was also totally packed, and there were countless people both on the ground and in the sky. It had been a long time since something like this occurred in Divine Sky City. Everyone wanted to see for themselves the coronation ceremony and also who the sun was. Suddenly, a path was created among the crowd. The large group from Blazing Sun School was here. There were also people from various clans who came with them. Then, the cultivators from Bright Moon School arrived too. Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School were probably the two entities in Divine Sky City which were most concerned with the event. Starry School was reviving the rules of the ancient times and granting someone the position of the sun. They obviously had to come and take a look. The people from different major clans stepped into Starry School one after another. The geniuses from various places also came to observe the ceremony. In the outer ring of Starry School, which was packed with people, there were 3 cultivators walking together and looking at the scene curiously. "It seems to be very lively there," one of them said. He was skinny and his eyes were very bright. Some cynicism and frivolousness could be seen from his expression. "Do you want to join in the fun again?" a handsome figure beside him questioned, widening his eyes. "Why not just go and take a look?" the frivolous young man replied, grinning. "We still need to find the little brother." "Then let's ask the 7th brother." The skinny young man looked at a fat figure behind him, smiling. Realizing his stare, the fat person shivered, after which he said softly, "4th brother, we wouldn't waste too much time anyway. Let's just go and take a look. Just because the rest are not here, you have so much trouble." The young man beside them glanced at the skinny young man, unhappy. "Brother, I'm doing this for your good. It's called reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Since we're traveling, we obviously have to take part in more things," the skinny young man argued, smiling. "Reasonable." The young man whom he addressed as brother was long used to his shameless reasoning. After he said so, he turned his head and widened his eyes at the fat man behind him. The fat man lowered his head gently, and felt somewhat wronged. "I can't provoke any one of them. When can I beat them?" 7. Go and create a path," someone in front said. The fat person raised his head and looked totally lost. "You're fat and can squeeze through more easily." The skinny young man smiled and stared at him. The fat man was speechless and walked forward. "Why is it always me?" At the moment, cultivators from many different places were gathered together in Starry School. There were many seats on both sides of the ceremony platform, on which various cultivators were sitting. The people from West Mountain Dragon Clan, Gu Clan, and Jean Clan were all present. Gu Hanhan, the leader of Gu Clan, was here himself. The person from the Dragon Clan was still Madame Long recently. She had been handling everything for the Dragon Clan. In Jean Clan, the person present was similarly its leader. At the moment, Gu Yinshi was sitting beside her father and she asked, "Father, do you know who the sun is?" "Yes." Gu Hanhan smiled and nodded. "Who is it?" Gu Yinshi asked curiously. She really could not think who it could possibly be. "Let's just wait for the chief to announce it later," Gu Hanhan said, smiling. He deliberately kept his daughter in suspense. Gu Yinshi nodded her head, disappointed. Since her father did not want to tell her, she could only wait. Suddenly, someone walked up to them. The person was handsome and had a supreme temperament. Bowing gently, he said, "Greetings, Uncle Gu. I haven't seen you for a long while and indeed you're becoming more good-looking. You already have some temperament of your father at that time. I hope that in the future you'll also have the glory your father once had," Gu Hanhan said, smiling. "Uncle Gu, thank you. My father was truly paralleled in the past, and I'll work hard so that I will not bring disgrace to his name." Long Mu folded his hands, after which he nodded gently at Gu Yinshi. Gu Yinshi smiled and nodded back to return the greeting. Then, Long Mu left the place. He came here to greet them out of etiquette. After all, the relationship between his father and Gu Hanhan that time was very good. Many people glanced at Long Mu and Gu Yinshi, wondering if these two very outstanding young people would be together in the future. Jinrong similarly glanced at Gu Yinshi, after which she asked the person beside her, "Father, will Dragon Clan and Gu Clan ally through marriage?" "Probably not." The stern-looking person beside her shook his head. "All right." Jinrong nodded gently. "Father, do you still not know who the sun is?" "It has indeed been kept in secret. Let's just watch." The result will be out soon and there's no point guessing now. At the moment, Yi Futian and his friends had also arrived and were walking among the crowd. Many Starry School disciples glanced at him, thinking about why he was here again. Jiang Nan also saw Yi Futian and his face turned cold. Yi Futian was unwilling to join Starry School, but he kept coming here. How ridiculous this was. However, when they saw Yi Futian walk behind Madame Long, they were also relieved. It seemed like Yi Futian was already a real member of Dragon Clan. Time passed slowly. On top of the stairs, the important people of Starry School arrived one after another, many of which were elders in the Sage Plane. They stood at the two sides of the platform, all having a solemn expression. Immediately, the vast space started to turn quiet. Just then, two cultivators appeared. One of them was holding in his hands an extremely gorgeous starry robe, while the other was holding a crown. The two of them stood on the two sides of the center, ready to crown the sun. Countless people were astonished. Both of them were sage-level elders. They brought the holy crown and robe for the sun themselves. It was indeed an extremely glory to have. When Chief Chen also appeared on the top of the stairs, the place fell into a deafening silence. Everyone looked up at him. Was he finally going to announce the candidate? Countless disciples in Starry School held their breaths, especially those outstanding geniuses. They all had a wild wish that they would be the person. Long Mu and Jin Yanshao were also among the crowd. They stared at Chief Chen, as well as the holy crown and robe. In the entire place, including both the inside and outside of Starry School, everyone held their breaths and waited. Who exactly would the sun be? Chief Chen scanned the crowd. Then, he said in a solemn voice, "Today, Starry School will crown the sun. You will all witness the ceremony. Let's invite the sun." "Invite the sun!" many people on the side said simultaneously. Their voices resounded in the sky. "Let's invite the sun." Who is the sun? The whole place was in complete silence. Nobody moved or produced any sound at all. Suddenly, somewhere among the crowd, a handsome, extraordinary figure in white shirt walked out. At that moment, he seemed to be the only person left in the world. Chapter 475. The entire ceremony platform was engulfed by a deafening silence. Countless people looked in the same direction. When they saw the person who walked out, many people were wildly astonished. Some even started trembling. The entire ceremony platform was engulfed by a deafening silence. Countless people looked in the same direction. When they saw the person who walked out, many people were wildly astonished. Some even started trembling. The figure who walked out was extremely handsome. He walked very slowly up the stairs, and with every single step that he took, he seemed to be stamping on everyone's heart. Where is he going? Where? Jiang Nan's face was distorted as he yelled crazily in his mind, "Why is it him? Why?" He had thought of all possibilities but Yi Futian. Even though he had once hypothesized that Yi Futian was hiding his real identity, he was only attempting to get Yi Futian involved because of his hatred towards Yi Futian. However, at the moment, Starry School was going to crown the sun in front of the entire city. The brightest person in Divine Sky City was actually the person whom he hated the most. It was thus obvious how he would feel now. Realizing that Yi Futian was walking up the stairs, Wan Yuqing was similarly stunned. Even her breath seemed to have stopped. The son of Starry School was Yi Futian? At this instant, she could not help recalling the unparalleled cultivator in a silver cloak. A self-mocking smile actually appeared on her face. Was it him? The son was Yi Futian. What did this mean? Life was indeed like a dream. Long Mu stared firmly at the back of Yi Futian, who was walking up the platform, but in his heart, he was only shouting, "Why?" 3 days ago, Chief Chen had announced himself that he was going to confer someone the title of the Sun, and would invite the entire Divine Sky City to come and observe the ceremony. That time, many people guessed if it would be Long Mu, but he knew that it was unlikely. After all, her aunt had never mentioned anything like this to him before. Nevertheless, he still hoped that it would be him. At the moment when Chief Chen invited the Sun up the stage, he knew that it was not him. However, he still did not think that it would be Yi Futian. He could not help thinking about Jin Yunxiao's words. It seemed like Madame Long had been bringing Yi Futian with her these few days really because she was trying to help him. She was helping him to become the sun. He turned around and looked in Gu Clan's direction. Gu Han had a smile on his face, and did not seem to be surprised at all. Clearly, he had already known the result. Then, Long Mu looked at Gu Yunxi. At the moment, Gu Yunxi was somewhat shocked as she gazed at Yi Futian. After the initial surprise, however, her charming face was only filled with delight. She was obviously happy for Yi Futian. From her face, Long Mu could even vaguely see some admiration, an expression which she had never displayed in front of him. Gu Yunxi was clearly elated and her face was filled with a bright smile. She thought that Yi Futian had been humiliated in the martial arts battlefield. However, it turned out that he had been lying to her. Of course, she knew that since the sun was Yi Futian, the mysterious person in the silver cloak in the martial arts battlefield was obviously him as well. So he was not only adept in music, but also very outstanding in martial arts. Everyone present could feel their hearts racing. When Yi Futian reached the top of the stairs and turned around slowly, everyone stared attentively at him. "Brother Futian!" Long Linger blinked her pure eyes, after which she started giggling. It turned out that the sun was Yi Futian. "Crown the sun," Chief Chen announced officially. The two sages walked forward and put the brilliant robe and dazzling crown on Yi Futian themselves. It was indeed truly glorious. "Thank you, seniors." Yi Futian bowed to show his gratitude. The two sages smiled and stepped back again. Then, with the holy crown on his head and the holy robe on his body, Yi Futian faced everyone directly. At this instant, he seemed to have gathered an endless amount of glory on him, and the already handsome he looked even more elegant. The holy crown and robe displayed his heroism perfectly, as if he was destined to enjoy such an honor. Sunlight poured onto Yi Futian's body, adding to the sacred environment. The faces of Jin Yunlang and Jin Yunxiao, on the other hand, were extremely dark, perhaps even gloomy. Looking at Yi Futian, Jinrong recalled the scene in Celestial Pavilion. She was all superior and asked Yi Futian to seize the opportunity to become her battle servant. Qianlu also asked Yi Futian to join Blazing Sun School. How about now? Starry School was granting him the position of the sun in front of the whole city. He had defeated all the other geniuses in the martial arts battlefield and gained all the martial arts fate. Then, he even caused the battlefield to collapse and tricked everyone else. At the moment, he looked bright and glorious. Battle servant? Follow them? Now Yi Futian's status was already no lower than them. In some sense, it was even higher than theirs. The coronation ceremony today represented the attitude of Starry School. The school was recognizing Yi Futian as the absolute core of this generation and the leader of all disciples. Perhaps he would even be the next ruler of Starry School. On the other hand, the others were not even heirs in their families. In the young generation of Divine Sky City, nobody would be able to have a status higher than Yi Futian. 1 euro was also in the crowd. Standing at an isolated corner, she looked at the elegant figure on the stage and sighed in her heart. Some people would always be in the limelight regardless of where they were. Yi Futian was like this in Yunyu City, and still so in Divine Sky City. Xinyu opened her mouth, unable to remain calm. The son who was being crowned today was actually the owner. Thinking about what she said to Yi Futian before she left for the ceremony, she did not know whether to laugh or be upset. Then, she recalled the day on which she first met Yi Futian. That time, he could not even afford to stay in Celestial Pavilion. All these really looked like but a dream. Chief Chen walked to Yi Futian. Standing side by side with Yi Futian, he said loud and clear, "Today, Yi Futian will be the first son of Starry School. All of you are witnesses. From today on, Yi Futian will be the leader of all Starry School disciples. When you see him, it's like seeing me. All of you shall give him full respect." Countless people were astonished. Seeing Yi Futian was like seeing the chief. Such treatment had already exceeded what a disciple should receive. Becoming the first son was a glory that even Long Etienne did not enjoy in the past. Was Chief Chen hoping to create another Long Etienne in Starry School? Gu Hanhan and Madame Long both witnessed the historic moment and stared at Yi Futian. Would he become the next Long Etienne and stand at the peak of Divine Sky City for a generation? They were looking forward to it. This day was only the beginning of everything. Suddenly, at the most inappropriate time possible, someone shouted in a low tone, "I refuse to accept." Many people were surprised and turned their heads to look at the starry school disciples. Then, they saw the person who just spoke. It was Long Mu, the son of Long Etienne, and also the next ruler of Dragon Clan. Mu! Madame Long looked at Long Mu. She knew that Long Mu would probably be unhappy about this, as she had already felt it from Long Mu's attitude on Long Linger birthday. Long Mu was arrogant, and had always thought that Yi Futian was inferior. On the assessment day of Starry School, he even verbally insulted Yi Futian publicly, saying that Yi Futian was not entitled to interfere with the Dragon Clan's issues. At the moment, she pushed Yi Futian onto the position of the sun herself. How would Long Mu not have any feelings about it? After all, he was even beaten by Yi Futian in the martial arts battlefield. Aunt! Long Mu bowed at Madame Long. He knew that he should not stand out to question the decision, but he still could not tolerate it. Looking at Chief Chun and Yi Futian, he continued, "There are tens of thousands of disciples in Starry School. Without any assessment, an outsider has conferred the position of the sun. I cannot accept this." Then, he bowed gently. However, after that, he still held his head high. Countless people stared at Long Mu. They could also understand his emotions at the moment. On the assessment day, there was some conflict between Long Mu and Yi Futian. Long Mu, who had an excellent background, did not place any importance on Yi Futian, even though Madame Long liked Yi Futian. However, at the moment, Yi Futian had snatched everyone's attention and was far more outstanding than him. Long Mu was the son of Long Etienne, but now Chief Chun was conferring Yi Futian the position of the sun personally, and he even held a ceremony for it. Chief Chun was viewing Yi Futian as the successor of Long Etienne. Furthermore, it was likely that Madame Long had played a part in catalyzing the decision. In such a circumstance, Long Mu's feelings could be easily imagined. Perhaps he felt that something which belonged to him had been taken away. "I refuse as well," someone said in an extremely cold tone. In the crowd, a young man dressed in a gorgeous shirt stood out and stared at Yi Futian. It was Jin Yunxiao. This was somewhat surprising. Jin Yunxiao and Long Mu had always been unable to get along, but this time their attitudes were the same. They were both the top geniuses in Starry School and expressed their disagreement together. Of course, the rest did not know that Jin Yunxiao stood out mainly because in the martial arts battlefield, the person in the silver cloak had asked him to kneel down and worship him. At the moment, Jin Yunxiao had clearly also guessed that Yi Futian was probably the mysterious person. It was easy to see how he would feel. Moreover, everyone knew that Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao were certainly not the only two people who would refuse to accept the decision. There were too many geniuses in Starry School, from both the Arcana Plane and the Noble Plane. At the moment, the chief granted Yi Futian the title of the Sun directly. How would those geniuses simply accept this? Chief Chun and the sages of Starry School looked at the scene before them calmly. The sages did not say anything, regardless of whether they agreed or disagreed the decision. Since Chief Chun did so directly, he would definitely need to convince everyone. It was sufficient for the juniors to speak up. Chief Chun glanced at Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao. Then, he scanned everyone and said, "Today, I crown the sun and invite all of you to witness this. If the sun cannot defeat anyone in his generation, he will naturally not have the right to stand here. Today, whether you're a Starry School disciple, or a person from the top 3 schools, or even someone from Divine Sky City, as long as you question this decision, you can walk out. If anyone can prove that the sun is not worthy to enjoy this glory, it'll all be my mistake." Then, he looked at Yi Futian and said, "If you want to wear the holy crown, you must withstand its weight. Go. Let the people of the world see the glory that belongs to you." "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. With the holy crown and robe, he walked down the stairs step by step and stood in front of all the disciples. Chapter 476. The Starry School's disciples stepped back, leaving the space around Yi Futian, Long Mu, and Jin Yunxiao empty. The Starry School's disciples stepped back, leaving the space around Yi Futian, Long Mu, and Jin Yunxiao empty. Today, Yi Futian would be crowned as the sun, and the college chief had claimed that if anyone from the top 3 schools or Divine Sky City who doubted Yi Futian could prove that he was unsuitable for the role, he would publicly admit that he was wrong. This was how confident he was in Yi Futian. This meant that the moment someone in the same plane who could defeat Yi Futian appeared, today's ceremony would become a joke. It was not only the son Yi Futian's reputation that was at stake, but the college chief and the entire Starry School's reputation was also on the line. Evidently, the college chief believed that Yi Futian had the ability to stand above his entire generation. All members of the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School stared at Yi Futian, be it the disciples or the elders. They had all guessed that Yi Futian was the mysterious person who had caused the martial arts battlefield's collapse. Why else would the college chief be that confident to hold a coronation ceremony for Yi Futian, who was not even a member of his school previously? Only exceptional talent could make a sage plane expert go to this extent for him. There was no question. It had to be the mysterious person clothed in silver. They even wondered if Yi Futian was someone that the college chief had secretly scouted, but kept a secret until he was able to officially announce it to the masses today. Regardless of what they thought, what was important was what Yi Futian had obtained from the martial arts battlefield, and his current level potential and ability. Perhaps it would all be revealed soon. Countless gazes stared at the 3 figures in the middle. Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao glared at Yi Futian coldly. They had both had extremely domineering auras when they had met Yi Futian in the past. They were arrogant and did not pay any attention to Yi Futian, so their aura would naturally be headstrong. However, in front of Yi Futian, who was clothed in the holy robes, there was no trace of the aura they used to have, and they could faintly feel Yi Futian's oppressive aura. This was not just because of his change in identity, but also because they had been defeated by him in the martial arts battlefield. Undeniably, the martial arts fate in the martial arts battlefield had a boosting effect on their strength, and they were unable to release their spiritual chi, so it was not an accurate representation of their actual battle ability. That was why, even though they had once suffered defeat at his hands, they wanted to try again in a fair battle. For Long Mu, he was battling for honor; for Jin Yunxiao, to restore his sullied reputation. Yi Futian's gaze landed on Long Mu and he said, "I know you haven't been treating me as an equal, but that is just you in your own fantasy, and I have not grudged you for that. You should know now that you cannot possibly defeat me if you choose to battle. Are you ready to bear the consequences?" Everyone who heard his words was dumbfounded. How confident was he, to say such a thing? Was he afraid that Long Mu would be unable to accept the result of their battle? Long Mu's expression became even colder, his fists clenched up. He knew what Yi Futian meant. If he chose to silently accept the coronation, everything would fade away with time. However, if he lost the challenge, he would be remembered by all. "What about you? Can you handle defeat?" Long Mu retorted frostily. Yi Futian did not reply. He only tried to persuade Long Mu out of respect for Madame Long. Since the other party insisted on doing so, it was his choice. "Let's start," Yi Futian declared. A beast-like aura burst forth from Long Mu, and the visage of a divine golden dragon appeared on his back, accompanied by a pure-blooded dragon's roar. It was a 5-to-lone golden dragon. There was a unique aura brooding in Long Mu's body. The members of the West Mountain Dragon clan had their ancestors' dragon blood and inherited the dragon's strength. At the same time, dazzling flashes of purple lightning burst out from Yi Futian's body. In an instant, the surroundings had turned into a lightning dimension, encompassing the entire area. A streak of lightning landed on Long Mu, but it was as though he did not feel anything. He launched off the ground with a bang and flew into the air, his arm grabbing at Yi Futian. The 5-to-lone golden dragon roared and rushed towards Yi Futian, tearing through the air with its gargantuan body. At that moment, Yi Futian looked minuscule. Yi Futian did not unleash his life spirit, he merely raised his arm, and all the streaks of lightning merged into one, forming a fearsome thunderstorm. The thunderstorm was reminiscent of the thunder god's shield, and as the golden dragon rushed towards it, it was sucked into the eye of the storm and torn to pieces by the lightning, its cry sounding out. It was him indeed. Chen Wang from the Blazing Sun Academy saw the scene and confirmed his suspicions. Yi Futian was indeed the mysterious person. Yi Futian had become like a thunder god, shield in hand. This was the ability that the first sage plane expert in the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield had used that day. Long Mu hovered in the air, his hands shaking. He appeared to have been possessed by a divine dragon and assimilated with it. He did not use any flashy moves and dived straight down towards Yi Futian. The giant divine golden dragon charged at Yi Futian with overwhelming might, like a claw threatening to tear Yi Futian to shreds. Yi Futian's arm quivered and he looked into the air. The tremendous might of the lightning remained in the air, and the thunder god's shield changed into rays of purple thunder with streaks of gold, surrounding the giant golden dragon. In an instant, lightning flooded the heavens and repeatedly struck the divine golden dragon. The dragon let out roars of agony as the punishment of the thunder god did not just have an exceptional offense, it also had a terrifying spiritual assault. However, on the dragon, Long Mu's expression was focused and continued diving down. Yi Futian raised his arm and swishing sounds could be heard as countless vines appeared and entangled the giant dragon. Following which, Yi Futian shook his arms and multiple golden palm prints appeared around him. These palm prints spun rapidly, and eventually combined into one terrifying palm print. Yi Futian raised his hand towards the air and the giant palm print descended from the heavens and gripped the true-blooded dragon by its throat. The giant dragon struggled under the two-pronged attack. Everyone could see Long Mu struggling and countless people were shocked. As expected, Long Etienne's son Long Mu, prideful as he was, could not withstand a single blow from Yi Futian. The giant palm print did not move an inch and continued its path downwards. The dragon's body was driven into the ground with a giant crash, and the dragon's shadow disappeared, causing Long Mu's body to reappear. It was a massacre. Long Mu's expression was pale. As he thought, the difference was the same as in the martial arts battlefield. His ending was equally pitiful and his pride before this amounted to nothing. Madame Long looked at Long Mu and sighed internally. Yi Futian would probably become a major turning point in Long Mu's life. Hopefully Long Mu would be able to withstand it. If he did, his will would become even stronger. Yi Futian did not look at Long Mu, his gaze moving towards Jin Yunxiao. Jin Yunxiao's expression had already turned somber. Yi Futian had crushed Long Mu. Naturally, he would also not be a match for him. Yi Futian's battle ability was actually this strong. Would he be forever unable to get his revenge? Bam! Just as he thought that, Yi Futian's body moved towards him and a formidable aura oozed from him. Rock wings immediately appeared behind Jin Yunxiao's back and he retreated backward at breakneck speed. However, Yi Futian launched off the ground with the thundering illusion step and afterimages were left as he chased Jin Yunxiao. Jin Yunxiao roared and his wings vibrated, shooting out countless sharp golden swords towards Yi Futian. Bang! A group of meteorites light appeared around Yi Futian, revolving wildly. They contained tremendous destructive power, and the golden swords flying towards him were all shattered. Seeing Yi Futian getting closer, Jin Yunxiao's wings flapped once again, trying to escape. Yi Futian walked in the air, booming thunder sounding with each step he took. His body traversed the air, landing in front of Jin Yunxiao, the two of them looking as if they were going to collide. Jin Yunxiao's expression darkened and his wings sharpened to their limit, and tore through the air towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his arms and the revolving meteorites' light circulated around his arms, warding off the wings' attack. His palms stretched outwards and gripped Jin Yunxiao's neck. With a jerk of his hand, his thundering illusion step once again blasted off and the two of them headed downwards. Crash! The sound of a huge collision could be heard as the floor shattered and Jin Yunxiao's body was smashed into the ground by Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked mockingly at Jin Yunxiao, then released his grip and turned around to leave. In the martial arts battlefield, Jin Yunxiao had slashed a light blade at him, and he had remembered it. Since he wanted to be humiliated, Yi Futian would grant him that wish again. Jin Yunxiao saw the scorn in Yi Futian's eyes and his expression became especially grim. He was reminded of that scene in the martial arts battlefield where he was forced to kneel on the ground. His eyes became red with anger and insanity. Bam! His body bounced off the ground and a razor-sharp rock blade appeared in his hand. It was like a rock had appeared from the heavens and was headed straight for Yi Futian. Yi Futian's footsteps stopped, and he frowned. "How dare you!" an elder from the Starry School Academy berated. The Jin clan's elders were also frowning. Did Jin Yunxiao know what he was doing? Before Yi Futian had moved, a figure rushed out from the crowd like a blade and passed by him. It was a figure with only one arm. He drew his blade and slashed towards Jin Yunxiao's sword strike. In an instant, tens of thousands of light blades appeared in the air and culminated in one point, striking the rock's shadow and shattering it. The sword continued forward and the light blades merged into one at the tip of the arcade and stabbed the rock blade. Waves of intimidating sword chi flowed down the rock blade onto Jin Yunxiao's body. At that moment, Jin Yunxiao felt as though there were tens of thousands of sword wills circulating around his body. His expression turned pale and he dropped his sword, only to be greeted with an icy blade pointed at his throat. If the blade had gone a millimeter further, it could have taken his life. Doubting him? Do you even have the right to? A cold voice sounded from the lone-armed figure, piercing Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao's hearts like blades. Chapter 477. Be it Long Mu or Jin Yunxiao, their attitudes in front of Yi Futian was all captured by Yi Wuchen, arrogant, apathetic, opinionated. Be it Long Mu or Jin Yunxiao, their attitudes in front of Yi Futian was all captured by Yi Wuchen, arrogant, apathetic, opinionated. Even on the day of the school's examination, when Yi Futian revealed his extraordinary potential, their attitudes remained the same. What right did they have to be so self-centered? To Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao, apart from their superior family background, they had a strong battle ability and phenomenal potential. Yet to Yi Wuchen and Yu Xing, their supposed potential and battle ability was only because Yi Futian did not get serious with them. The only thing that they could rely on was their background. Today, at Yi Futian's crowning, the two of them dared to doubt him? Were they even qualified? Jin Yunxiao even dared to use a sage ritual implement to launch a sneak attack. Adding on to the sword slash in the martial arts battlefield, if they did not have any apprehensions, Jin Yunxiao would have a blade in his throat now. Feeling an icy feeling coming from his throat, a drop of blood appeared at Jin Yunxiao's throat. His entire body was shivering, not only from the fear of nearly losing his life but also the humiliation. He had the advantage of a sage ritual implement, yet even Yi Futian's follower Yi Wuchen could kill him with one slash. If this was a life-and-death duel, the blade would have already taken his life. The Starry School's genius, the Jin clan's prodigy? From today onwards, Jin Yunxiao would no longer be able to lift his head in public. Many people looked at the handsome lone-armed figure and recalled the day of the examination when Yu Xing and Jin Yunxiao clashed. If Yi Futian had not stopped Yu Xing that day, would Jin Yunxiao already have been defeated? "Get back here!" An expert from the Jin clan shouted at him. Jin Yunxiao's expression was ashen. He stared menacingly at Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian before stepping back. Yi Wuchen stared at him expressionlessly, yet he suddenly heard an expert from the Jin clan say coldly, "Although the duel has no rules against ritual implements, as a disciple of the Starry School, how can you have no values? Go back and reflect on your actions." Yi Futian's nonchalant gaze swept across the expert, and he smirked. Would there need to be a rule in such an official duel? Jin Yunxiao had already lost and still used the sage ritual implement to launch a sneak attack. The expert from the Jin clan appeared to be berating Jin Yunxiao but was actually protecting him. However, no one cared to criticize the Jin clan. Their attention was all on the lone-armed swordsman who had already stepped off the stage and was quietly standing among the crowd. Long Mu had also silently left the arena with a heavy heart. Now, everyone's attention gathered once again onto Yi Futian. Donning the holy robes, he defeated the geniuses of the Starry School Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao with just a few strikes. He was in the 5th level of the Arcana Plane, but in the middle arcana plane, there was probably no one who could defeat him. Futian continued forward, looked at the crowd and said, "My cultivation level may be low, but the college chief has graciously crowned me as the sun. There are innumerable experts in the divine sky city, and every generation has its geniuses. Even in the starry school, there are too many disciples who have higher cultivation levels than me. Thus, I know it is hard to convince all of you." The crowd's gaze looked towards Futian. Today was his coronation, and the last thing he should be as humble, or the hype that the college chief had created for him would be wasted. So why was he saying this? However, Futian continued, "Since I have been given the holy crown, naturally I have to bear its weight. To not let down the name of the starry school's son, I, Futian, am willing to accept a challenge from all the middle arcana plane cultivators in the divine sky city. If there is anyone who wishes to challenge me, you can step onto the arena. If I am defeated, I will have sullied the sun's name, and I will take off the holy crown and remove the holy robes." After saying all this, Futian's gaze swept across the crowd and he said, "I anticipate your challenges." Although his voice was not loud, it struck everyone's hearts like thunder. The air was filled with silence and countless gazes fell onto Futian. His holy robes swayed although there was no wind, and his hair flew freely. His handsome face was calm, yet prideful. Being humble? They were too naive. Futian wanted to challenge the entire Divine Sky City's middle Arcana Plane experts with his 5th level of the Arcana Plane cultivation level. This included the Blazing Sun School's geniuses, the Bright Moon School's geniuses, and even the members of clans. Challenging every single one of them. It was as though he was affirming the college chief's desire. Since he was crowned the sun, he should dominate his generation. He would stand at the top of the hundreds of thousands of people. What an insane notion! Even a genius in the upper Arcana Plane would probably not dare to say such words. If all the middle Arcana Plane experts joined forces, it would be an intimidating force to deal with. A sea of spells could drown an upper Arcana Plane expert. The college chief looked at Futian. Since he had organized today's coronation ceremony for Futian and invited the masses to watch, he was pushing Futian towards them for him to withstand the pressure. When Long Etienne had risen up, it was also through crushing all his opponents all the way to the top. Futian had received the divine teachings, so if he wanted to reach the end goal, he would have to dominate his generation and reach the pinnacle. The other matters would be settled by them. This time, Futian was recommended to him by Madame Long and Gu Hanzhan, so they would naturally have to bear the pressure together with the Starry School. Today, they would witness how far Futian could go, and if he was worthy of their expectations. Since the sun has such an idea, do you not want to witness it yourself? An important figure in the Starry School said suddenly. It was an expert from the Jin clan, and in an instant, many experts stepped into the arena. You all should also go and experience his strength for yourselves. The elders from the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School also followed suit. The 2 other schools also had numerous experts. Now that the Starry School wanted to create a sun, they would naturally want to ruin the plan. Since Futian wanted to challenge everyone, they would grant him that wish. Chen Lu, Jin Rong, Jin Yu. So many experts. This was the thought in many people's heads. The top 3 schools and the major clans all had geniuses in the middle Arcana Plane that were not inferior to Jin Yunxiao. At this moment, they had all stepped out. Adding on all the people that had walked out from the crowd, a terrifying alliance surrounded the arena. They're really going to join forces, someone in the crowd said. Geniuses all had their own pride, but at this moment, they had all put down their pride and joined forces to battle Futian. From watching Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao's defeat, they had probably realized that defeating Futian alone was not realistic. Please, Futian emotionlessly said, and a few figures flew out from the crowd. One person flew into the air with an imposing sword will, as though he was one with his sword. One slash of the sword and a brilliant glow appeared from the heavens. Another person specialized in spells and gathered a terrifying hurricane around high, flying straight towards Futian. The roared typhoon was sharper than knives or blades and could tear a person's body to shreds. Yet another person released his life spirit, revealing an intimidating giant golden ape. It flew down from the heavens, as though trying to crush space itself. The giant golden ape's footprint crushed its way down, trying to erase the being below it. As the wind blew, Futian's holy robes billowed. He stood on the spot and raised his head, looking in the air. As the giant golden ape's footprint got closer, he stretched out his palm and countless thunderbolts formed. In the air, a thunder dragon's shadow appeared, biting the giant ape, horrifying thunderbolts coursing through its body, causing it to become paralyzed. He then shrugged his arm and the ape's body was shrugged by the dragon into the ground. The typhoon and light blade descended at the same time. Futian stretched out his other hand and countless flashes of lightning formed the thunder god's shield in front of him, swallowing the light blades and fighting the typhoon. Go! As he moved his arm, the thunder god's shield turned into countless thunderbolts. The punishment of the thunder god's spell instantly swallowed everything and struck the hurricane in the air, causing the expert to grunt as he was struck by the thunderbolt and cough up blood. The swordsman avoided the attack like a blade, however. The fatal entanglement was faster and covered the skies, grabbing straight at his body, pulling him downwards and smashing him into the ground. Seeing the three people being defeated in an instant, many experts in the arena stepped forward. The spiritual chi in the air appeared to have been drained dry, and in an instant, numerous spells descended and several figures stepped into the air, a never-ending barrage of spells landing from the skies, attempting to drown Futian within. The crowd stared intently at Futian. How was he going to deal with thousands of spells? Futian looked into the air, an awe-inspiring chi flow around him. He stretched out both arms like he was lifting up a piece of the earth. In an instant, meteorites started to appear in the surroundings and revolved around Futian's body. Within the meteorites, there appeared to be countless sandstorms, thunderstorms, hurricanes, just like an operating planet. When the spells descended, they were all blocked out and trapped within the sandstorms, drowned in the thunder and lightning. What is that spell? Many people felt confused and even the elders were shocked. The Starry School had some strong star spells, but they had never seen this spell. Could it be something that the college chief had recently created? This spell was naturally not from the Starry School's cultivation. Back in the cottage, Futian had learned many spells from the old fellow. This was one of the extremely strong spells that he learned, combining multiple elements, and was named Quicksand Storm. It was an exceptional group combat spell that had high requirements in one's spiritual energy and spiritual chi control. After Futian had deciphered the Sage Martial Fate and the Divine Light's ability, he made changes to the Quicksand Storm and included the Star's Revolution in it. The new spell that was created should be named Meteorite Storm. In the air, the meteorite storm revolved rapidly, like the stars in the sky. It swallowed everything in its path, and the experts in the air experienced an extremely strong gravity trying to pull them into the storm. All their spells were all buried within. Futian stretched out both his palms and waved them towards the air. In an instant, the meteorite storm moved towards the air, its destructive power sweeping everything in its way. The experts in the air started to escape frantically. Yet they continued to be struck down, either by the meteorites colliding with their body or the storm cutting through them. Many of them started to vomit blood, and in an instant, the strong alliance fell to pieces. Futian felt that it was a pity. His cultivation level was low, so his control over the spell was limited. Otherwise, the spell could continue to become stronger, and its true power would be able to match the heavens and level everything in creation. Chapter 478. Everyone stared at the prideful figure standing there in dismay. He was too strong, just a single spell could cause all those experts to become injured. The spell's destructive force was appalling. Everyone stared at the prideful figure standing there in dismay. He was too strong, just a single spell could cause all those experts to become injured. The spell's destructive force was appalling. Boom! At that moment, a figure descended like a flash of lightning. The figure stepped forward and the heavens rumbled, like a mountain crashing down upon Futian, who had just finished casting his spell. His brilliant eyes glancing at the other person, Yi Futian's palms stretched out, his spiritual chi culminating into the form of a rod. Golden rays of light shot out suddenly, and the crowd saw Yi Futian's body quiver. On his back, a pair of giant rock wings appeared, like a rock king attached to him. His wings shuddered and a golden storm started to erupt. Yi Futian's body slowly rose into the air, the golden rod in his hand striking out. The golden light pierced the heavens, and with a deafening bang, the mountain was split in two and the rod collided with the figure, sweeping it back. Do it! Multiple figures appeared simultaneously and headed towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian stepped into the air and flashes of lightning appeared. The speed of the thundering illusion step combined with the rock wings was breakneck. It was as though he teleported in front of a person, and his rod struck out with no hesitation. Another resounding crack and another person crashed into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, the crowd could only see Yi Futian's phantom, and few in the Arcana plane could track his movements. They could only see people continuing to be pummeled into the ground and the sound of them hitting the ground. In an instant, there were already over 10 people in the ground. The dazzling figure flew upwards and appeared in the air, its golden wings flapping gently, perfectly fitting into its aura. Compared to him, Jin Yunxiao would probably feel inferior. The members of the Jin clan had extremely piercing gazes. Yi Futian actually had the rock-like spirit as well. Tchh. A brilliant light slashed towards him, and the crowd looked towards the air. They saw Chen Lu leading a group of Qin clan geniuses and slashing the sun sword. The glows from the sun swords intersected and formed a fearsome sword spectrum which slashed towards Yi Futian like domineering sun rays. Hisses. When the sun swords collided with Yi Futian, his body ignited and the hungry flames turned into a brilliant light veil, circulating around his body. The flames on his body were blazing like a sun, and his body the vessel for the sun. The flames threatened to burn everything to ashes, and the sun swords actually assimilated within the flames' energy. In that instant, a sun appeared behind Yi Futian, hanging high up in the sky, its rays blinding. A second life spirit! The crowd murmured to themselves, with the sun spirit, he would be impervious to the flames. His body was like the sun's vessel, able to burn everything. At the same time, within the sun, a symbol of flames appeared. Yi Futian was like the fire god. He took a step forward and the flame symbol shot out multiple light beams towards all directions. Chen Lu and his clan members felt an extremely strong flame energy, and they all released their life spirit dharmas to combat it. In the air, the unparalleled figure swung the rod like the visage of a divine ape. The rod in Yi Futian's hands continued to grow bigger and turned into a giant golden rod. The rod continued its rampage, and the skies stormed. Whoosh! The golden wings flickered and Yi Futian stormed forward with the rage of the heavens. Chen Lu and his clan members could feel the impending pressure, and their faces paled. They saw Yi Futian swing out with his rod, and the shadow of the rod grew at an alarming rate. A golden rod that could rival the skies in length appeared, and with an ear-splitting bang, the air itself appeared to be shaking. Chen Lu and his clan members started to vomit blood, and their bodies fell to the ground. The group was swept to the ground. Yi Futian continued to step forward towards the direction where most of the crowd was, continuing to wield his rod. From the heavens, colossal shadows appeared and hammered down. "Spread out!" someone shouted, and many people started to scatter in different directions, yet the rod continued to beat many people into the ground with irresistible force. People from both sides of Yi Futian assaulted him, and the sound of people clashing sounded out as Yi Futian's fatal entanglement swayed them and threw them back. Invincible. This was the thought of the onlookers outside the Starry School at that moment. Under the attack of that many experts, none of them could even withstand a single strike of Yi Futian's rod. He was strong beyond belief. Today Yi Futian was crowned the son of the top 3 schools and bestowed with the holy robes. This meant that he would stand at the peak of his generation with no rival. Zhenrong was also among those participating in the battle. She was swept to the ground with one strike, blood streaming from her mouth. However, what made her really feel humiliation was that Yi Futian did not even look her in the eye when he injured her with his strike. It was as though to him, the young lady of the Jin clan was just a passerby and not deserving of his attention. Not just her, but there was no shortage of famed geniuses that took part in the battle of the top 3 schools, yet no matter who it was, no matter how famous they were usually, how strong they were all decimated. From the start of the battle, not much time had gone by, yet the hundreds of experts that had joined in the battle had all been defeated. In the air, the battle came to a halt. Donned in holy robes and wearing the holy crown, Futian hovered in the air, his wings shining brilliantly, his gaze sharp, looking down upon the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me?" Futian's gaze swept across the massive crowd. There was an ample amount of experts, yet not one of them could stand up to Futian. In fact, none of them could even face him in battle. They were all brushed off. Within the crowd, one Euro stared intently at the figure with a sense of helplessness. He had been like this in Yunyu City as well. Even now, when he was facing the geniuses of the Divine Sky City, nobody could mar his brilliance. In another location, 3 figures squeezed within the crowd. The skinny teen smiled, blinking, and said, "Little brother is still so suave. Looks like his days have gotten even more enriching without us seniors to watch over him." Another handsome teen nodded his head and smiled. The fat teen stood at the back, watching the outstanding figure, and thought back to his own days. There was no comparison, his life was simply too pitiful. Since the founding of the top 3 schools, this is the first time they've crowned a son. Since the Starry School is the first to start off this tradition, the son that they've crowned should dominate the entire plane in order to receive such preferential treatment. Why should the fights be limited to only the middle arcana plane? Moreover, I've heard that you revealed the strength of an upper arcana plane cultivator at the Evil Dragon Zone. An expert from the Blazing Sun School said. Futian sweeping his entire generation and none of the disciples of the top 3 schools being a match for him was nothing to the Starry School. But the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School would lose face. Many people had stunned expressions. Geniuses were plentiful in the top 3 schools. For an upper arcana plane to challenge the 5th level of the arcana plane was a bit of a bully. However, many people were unfamiliar with what happened at the Evil Dragon Zone, but they knew that one's cultivation level could not be forged. Futian was indeed in the 5th level of the arcana plane. "Shameless," Longlinger said disdainfully. Futian's gaze shifted in the direction of the Blazing Sun School and replied, "If the Blazing Sun School wishes to challenge me with an upper arcana plane disciple, go ahead." Bam! They saw a figure stand up and step forward. Many people's expressions became dumbfounded when they saw the person who had stepped out. "Shameless!" Longlinger's face turned red in anger as she repeated herself. The person who had stepped forward from Qinhuang from the Qin clan, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the arcana plane. He himself was also a prodigy. The difference between the two of them was too great. Qinhuang stared cruelly at Futian. In the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield, he was defeated in one blow by Futian. At that time, Futian had martial arts fate surrounding him, but not this time. In an instant, the sun's flames enveloped Qinhuang's body, causing it to become extremely dazzling. He released his life spirit Dharma, and a sun appeared. Within the sun, there was the statue of a divine sun bird, the 3-legged golden raven. An awe-inspiring aura circulated around Qinhuang's body, and wings of flames appeared on his back, firing beams of light towards Futian. In the air, flames from the sun descended from the skies and gathered around his body, causing the flames around his body to burn even brighter, as though he was one with the sun. He stretched out his arm and the flames turned into an intimidating sun god sword. The flames that it was giving off was strong enough to burn any middle arcana plane expert to ashes. Many people felt worried for Futian. He was easily taunted into accepting the Blazing Sun's challenge. They felt it was a rash decision on his part. The Blazing Sun School did not pull their punches and sent out Qinhuang to battle him. Futian's body continued to hover in the air, thunder and lightning at his feet. At that moment, Qinhuang leaped forward and the sun shined down on him, merging with his body and blazing Futian's body with a piercing glow. He struck at Futian with the sun god sword in a straightforward manner. Bang! Yi Futian kicked off the ground and his thundering illusion step allowed him to rapidly change places. The blade of light slashed towards the starry school in the distance, where an expert stepped in and an invisible barrier stopped the blade of light from progressing. Qinhuang let out a grunt and moved at an equally speedy pace, heading straight for Yi Futian. He slashed out yet again, and the blade of light appeared to transform into the sun's rays, reaching in an instant. However, Yi Futian had already predicted the light-speed attack and he avoided it yet again with his thundering illusion step, leaving the destruction of the sun's rays to the experts to stop. Qinhuang frowned. He had not expected Yi Futian's reaction to be that quick. He stepped foot into the air once again, countless rays spilling off his body. In the air, he slashed out with his sword. This time multiple blades of sun rays were released, leaving Yi Futian with nowhere to dodge. Yi Futian stared at the oncoming attack, his freedom meditation at work. He had obtained the sage legacy and had 3 divine lights. These 3 divine lights mirrored the top 3 schools' abilities. Qinhuang was the genius of the Qin clan and cultivated in the Blazing Sun School. His expertise was the sun's flames, so he naturally mastered the Blazing Sun's abilities. Yi Futian wanted to observe Qinhuang's cultivation methods. Just then, blades of sun rays shot towards him, encircling the entire area he was in. Every blade of sun ray contained immense destructive power. In his body, an equally fearsome light was circulating. In an instant, many meteorites appeared and gathered around his body, circulating frantically. Each one of these meteorites appeared to have a dazzling light that glowed and faded, just like a star, like constellations circulating around Yi Futian's body. Chapter 479. Qinhuang's sun sword struck forth, and waves of light blades rushed within the circulating meteorites, each sun ray blade containing immense destructive power, threatening to drown out the meteorites. However, when the light on the meteorites glowed, the sun's flames would extinguish. When the waves of sun ray blades had completely been warded off, the meteorite formation around Yi Futian's body was still there. Qinhuang's sun sword struck forth, and waves of light blades rushed within the circulating meteorites, each sun ray blade containing immense destructive power, threatening to drown out the meteorites. However, when the light on the meteorites glowed, the sun's flames would extinguish. When the waves of sun ray blades had completely been warded off, the meteorite formation around Yi Futian's body was still there. Qinhuang's expression froze. His attack was not able to break through Yi Futian's defenses? How could his ability be so strong? It was similar to the meteorite storm from before, yet different. It was like a mini starry dimension. Yi Futian opened his arms and stood in the center of the dimension, as though the entire starry dimension revolved around him. There was an extremely brilliant glow circulating around his body, intersecting with the light from the meteorites, as though he had created an indestructible dimension. Yi Futian's eyes were sparkling. His body moved forward and the dimension moved together with him towards Qinhuang. Qinhuang leaped through the air, swords in both hands, the sun's rays firing down. Boundless spiritual qi resonated with him at that moment, slashing towards Yi Futian. The blades of light appeared to drown out everything else on their way to Yi Futian. Fizzle, fizzle. The meteorites around Yi Futian ignited, becoming fireballs and exploding into pieces. Many people were astounded. Was this slash finally going to cut through him? Eventually, the sun blade's destructive power came to a halt. Yi Futian emotionlessly gazed at Qinhuang, the meteorites that had been shattered coming back together again, continuing to circulate around him. Yi Futian gradually moved closer to Qinhuang. Qinhuang's expression paled slightly. His sun's blades appeared to have a 3-legged golden raven merged within, and he lashed out with an even stronger force. However, the ending was the same. He was still unable to break through the meteorite storm. Yi Futian was already there. Qinhuang started to retreat, but he saw Yi Futian take a step forward, his body teleporting through the air, landing in front of Qinhuang. Although Qinhuang's cultivation level was higher than Yi Futian, his teleportation speed was slower. His already pale expression turned even paler, and he slashed his blade rapidly, but Yi Futian continued to get even closer. As the meteorites exploded under the force of the blades of light, Qinhuang's body entered the same dimension that Yi Futian was in. He had been trapped in the meteorite storm. Yi Futian moved his arm and countless meteorites smashed towards Chen Wang's body. Chen Wang's sword slashed at the meteorites frantically, and a rapid clashing sound could be heard. At that moment, a shining meteorite shattered the sun blade and collided with Chen Wang. Pshhhhhh. A stream of blood burst out from Chen Wang's mouth and his body arched inwards from the impact. Yi Futian did not stop there. He balled up his fingers into a fist and meteorites descended rapidly. The crowd saw Chen Wang's body being pulverized by the continuous impact, and blood streamed from his mouth. That's enough. A cold voice sounded from the direction of the Blazing Sun School. Yi Futian waved his arm and with a loud bang, Chen Wang was slammed into the ground, hanging on to his last breath and covered in blood. Yi Futian's eyes were blazing, yet his aura was cold. Since they had insisted he battle an upper arcana plane expert, he would give them their just deserts. There would probably be no other challengers after this. Among the silence, many people looked towards Chen Wang. The genius of the Blazing Sun School, the prodigy of the Chen clan, standing at the pinnacle of the arcana plane. He had also stepped foot into the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield, yet he had suffered such a crushing defeat. Everyone understood that there would be no need for Yi Futian to prove himself after this battle. The Starry School's son Yi Futian was capable of dominating his generation. He could overcome the difference in cultivation level and defeat Chen Wang, who was at the pinnacle of the arcana plane. What more could they want from him? Gu Hanhan and Madame Long looked at the teen standing in the air. When Long Etienne was still young, he had not been this outstanding. Today, Yi Futian was pushed up to the position of son by them, and the college chief had pushed him even higher in hopes that he could become the next Long Etienne. However, from what they saw today, they understood that he had the potential to achieve even more. The Sage Plane experts from the Starry School also looked towards Yi Futian. They did not completely agree with the college chief's decision previously, and they even had their objections. Now, it seemed that the college chief had his reason for doing so. He wanted to create a legend that could overwhelm the entire generation. However, the experts of the Starry School also understood that to create such a legend would put them under immense pressure. Back then, it had been the same for Long Etienne. The Starry School's college chief kept a poker face, so nobody could tell what he was thinking. "Is there anyone else with objections?" the college chief asked. He then proceeded to say, "If there are any noble plane disciples within my Starry School that remain unconvinced and can do better than him, you can replace him." The Starry School's disciples all fell silent. Being able to sweep the entire plane at the 5th level of the Arcana plane, who among the Arcana plane had the ability to do better? Even in the noble plane, who could perform better than what Yi Futian had? At this moment, everyone understood that there would only be witnesses, no more challengers. "What did you obtain in the martial arts battlefield's divine chamber?" Someone from the Blazing Sun School broke the silence. When Yi Futian was battling Chen Wang, there was a dazzling glow surrounding him. They had all felt a strong, mysterious power. What was Yi Futian's reward for stepping into the divine chamber on the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield that made the Starry School's Sage Plane experts crown him as their son? Many people's expressions turned interesting. They had already guessed that Yi Futian was the mysterious person, but now that an elder from the Blazing Sun School had popped the question, it was finally time for the truth to be revealed. This exceptional teen had caused the martial arts battlefield to crumble a few days ago. "I have nothing to say to that." Before Yi Futian had the chance to answer, the Starry School's college chief had already replied. "The martial arts battlefield is guarded by all 3 top schools. Now this young one has caused the martial arts battlefield to collapse. We've lost a land of opportunity. The Starry School has crowned him as your son, so how are we going to settle the issue of the martial arts battlefield collapsing?" the expert from the Blazing Sun School retorted. The crowd's interest was piqued. Now that Yi Futian had shown his exceptional talent, the 2 other schools would know that they were unable to cause trouble at the coronation, so they were using the martial arts battlefield as an excuse to create trouble. Now the Starry School had their own son, and he had taken all of the martial arts battlefield's martial arts fate. The Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School were naturally displeased. For thousands of years, the disciples of the top three schools have entered the martial arts battlefield to fight for the martial arts fates and raise their cultivation level. It has always been survival of the fittest. I see no issue to settle. An expert from the Starry School also spoke up. From his perspective, it was a ludicrous request. If the martial arts battlefield was still around, we could still maintain the survival of the fittest. However, he has caused the martial arts battlefield to collapse. Should you not give us an explanation for that? The Blazing Sun School's expert retorted. That's right, the martial arts battleground is a land of opportunity belonging to the Divine Sky City. Now that it has collapsed because of one person, and that person is the Starry School's son, the Starry School should account for it. Another person exclaimed. What explanation do you all want? The Starry School's college chief coldly asked. When he crowned Futian, he had expected that he would withstand pressure from the two other schools, but he did so anyway. Since Futian had unrivaled potential, he would naturally have to withstand inhumane pressure. Today's coronation reflected the college chief's attitude towards Futian as well. Everything was done formally so that the other two schools would not underestimate Futian's position in the Starry School and use underhanded means to deal with him. Since he was able to obtain something, it's his own fortune. However, the collapse of the martial arts battlefield, the loss of a land of opportunity, requires an explanation by him. In the Divine Chamber, did he remove the item securing the martial arts fates in place? An expert asked. So what if he did? The college chief replied bluntly. The martial arts battlefield is jointly protected by the top three schools. If he has removed the item securing the martial arts fates in place, it's only right that he should return it. The expert insisted. The battlefield has already collapsed, how can he return it? Elder Nya said. If you have anything that you want to say, just get to the point. Since it's protected by all three schools, naturally it should be owned by all three schools. The Blazing Sun School finally expressed its objective. There was silence in the air. Many people looked at the arguing key personnel of the top three schools. Futian's performance had been too phenomenal, so much so that even the Sage Plane experts of the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School were unwilling to let him keep the treasure while being crowned as the son of the Starry School. In the past, the Starry School had long Etienne. Now they had Futian. PFFFF. From within the silent crowd, a laughing voice sounded out, and it sounded especially clear. Many people's gazes moved into the crowd, and they saw a teenage person standing within. Please carry on. The teen saw many people looking at him and said, still laughing. What are you laughing at? An apathetic voice sounded out from the direction of the Blazing Sun School. A noble plain disciple's frosty gaze landed on the teen. I've long heard of the reputation of the top three schools as the holy land of the Eastern Barren Territory. Passing by today, I decided to come and take a look, and it so happened to be the crowning of the Starry School's son. I've previously heard of the martial arts battlefield. I did not think that items obtained from the battlefield could be shared between three parties. I found it interesting, so I laughed. Please forgive my intrusion. Luo Fan smiled while speaking, having a flippant expression. The crowd's expression was funny. Was this fellow not afraid of offending them? As expected, the noble plain disciple stepped out and walked towards Luo Fan. A noble plain's might descended onto Luo Fan, and he cruelly said, When the elders of the top three schools are speaking, you have no right to interfere. Slap yourself and get lost. This noble plain expert was also from the Qin clan. Qin Wang was his cousin, and the Qin clan had lost face when he had been publicly defeated. Now, someone dared to quip in when the Sage Plane experts of the top three schools were conversing. The cheek of him. Luo Fan was stunned, and replied, I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Slap yourself? Qin Yu continued forward with his horrifying might. The elders of the Starry School frowned. It seemed like Qin Yu was using this as an opportunity to damage the Starry School's reputation. Senior, what should I do when I meet someone unreasonable? Luo Fan turned to Shui Yi and asked. If he can't be reasoned with, then use your fist. Shui Yi replied. The other party has Sage Plane elders around. How can I be a match for him? Luo Fan asked again. Teacher has said that the reason why Sage Plane experts are able to reach that level is because of the magnanimity they have. Surely they would not interfere in a junior's battle? Shui Yi replied playfully. That's true. Luo Fan nodded his head seriously. When the crowd heard that, they were dumbfounded. Qin Yu was a noble plane expert from the Qin clan. What would the difference be even if the Sage Plane experts did not step in? In the air, Yi Futian was dumbstruck and looked at Qin Yu with sympathy. Like he had predicted, it was the same familiar ruse. Chapter 480. Yi Futian saw his fifth brother Luo Fan step out, and he knew that Qin Yu was in trouble. Out of his many brothers and sisters, his big brother was stable and strong, his second sister kind and gentle, his third brother prideful, sister Xing virtuous and caring. The only two jokers were his fourth brother Shui Yi and fifth brother Luo Fan. They were all here. As for the punching bag Yi Xiaoshi, he was automatically ignored by Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw his fifth brother Luo Fan step out, and he knew that Qin Yu was in trouble. Out of his many brothers and sisters, his big brother was stable and strong, his second sister kind and gentle, his third brother prideful, sister Xing virtuous and caring. The only two jokers were his fourth brother Shui Yi and fifth brother Luo Fan. They were all here. As for the punching bag Yi Xiaoshi, he was automatically ignored by Yi Futian. Fatties had no position to speak of. This Qin Yu should be from the Qin clan. He was probably not weak. Shui Yi and Luo Fan weren't as awe-inspiring as third brother, but as disciples personally selected and taught by that old fellow, their strength would definitely be up to mark. After 1 year of not seeing them, they were likely to be even stronger. Lulan Shui did a double take upon seeing Luo Fan and thought that Yi Futian's other brothers were weirdos. The battle had not even started and he had already set a trap for Qin Yu. By first complimenting the Sage Plane experts, they would not be able to settle the score with him afterward. Ignorant! Get out here! Qin Yu cruelly said. The Starry School wanted to interfere, but seeing as Luo Fan looked carefree, they did not step in but chose to watch the situation. Sure! Luo Fan smiled and walked forward. The people around started to frantically step back and make way for him. Qin Yu was a noble plane expert, and the damage he would do when battling would be on a larger scale. Very soon, there was no one around Luo Fan but the three brothers. An even stronger flame will descended upon them. Qin Yu's eyes contained a scary flame intent and the entire area was scorching like it was burning up. Qin Yu raised his hand and grabbed the flame current flowing in the air, and a giant flame palm print formed instantly. It shadowed the heavens and headed straight for Luo Fan. Luo Fan raised his arm. In it, there was a fire stick. He waved it around, and it started to coil around like a flame whip. The flame current in the air started to cluster, and with a flick of his whip, the flame palm print was split from the middle. Qin Yu hovered in the air, his arms waving. Countless fire elemental spiritual chi formed currents, and a flame world appeared in the skies. A noble plane expert's vigor was naturally much stronger than an arcana plane's. Qin Yu's finger pointed towards Luo Fan and sun swords started to rain from the skies as if trying to destroy the entire area. Playing with fire? Luo Fan laughed, and his whip began to move. Along with its movement, a flame storm started to brew, like a flame dragon that could devour everything. It absorbed all the sun swords into itself, causing the flame dragon to become even more violent and terrifying while flying in Qin Yu's direction. Qin Yu's expression turned solemn. All of a sudden, the flame dragon let out a furious roar and spit out all the sun swords, as if it was imitating his attack. Qin Yu struck out with his palm, attempting to use his blazing sun print to shatter the sun swords. However, the flame whip that spiraled towards him ignored his attempts to shield himself, and opened its mouth like a storm, attempting to swallow him. He stepped backward and the flame storm started to chase him all the way until he had retreated to where the Blazing Sun School's experts were at. A three-legged golden raven shadow appeared on his body, its body covered in flames, allowing that terrible force to flood his body. Boom! A vehement current swept past and Qin Yu repeatedly stepped back, looking flustered. This was when Luo Fan finally recalled his whip and stood there, smiling at him. I think it's easier for you to slap yourself, Luo Fan said, smiling. Qin Yu's expression was especially somber. Who are you? Someone from the Blazing Sun School asked. Although Luo Fan and Qin Yu were just casually battling, Luo Fan had demonstrated extraordinary flame-controlling ability. Just a cook, not worthy of mention. Luo Fan smiled and replied. Qin Yu looked coldly at him. Was he mocking him for not even being able to defeat a cook? Fifth brother, that's going too far. Yi Futian addressed him while smiling. Those who heard Yi Futian's voice were astonished. Fifth brother? This person who had suddenly appeared was actually Yi Futian's senior. It was no wonder that he mocked the Blazing Sun School's actions just now. This is called being low profile, unlike you. Luo Fan looked at the brilliant Yi Futian disapprovingly and continued. Luckily you did not lose face for any of our other brothers and sisters. Am I right, fourth? I believe very much in our little brother, replied Shui Yi. Fourth brother, you've become even more handsome. Yi Futian smiled and said. That's to be expected. Shui Yi nodded as though it was something natural. Seventh brother, why have you gotten even fatter? Yi Futian looked towards Yi Shaoshi. Nonsense. Yi Shaoshi looked at Yi Futian with anger. He had evidently become thinner. Be more serious. Luo Fan stared at Yi Shaoshi, then turned towards the Starry School college chief and said, Elder, thank you for your kind treatment towards my little brother. Although this fellow's potential may not be as high as mine, it's still manageable, worthy of the position of son. However, this little fellow is playful, so I hope that you can discipline him properly. The crowd was blushing in shame. Yi Futian's strength was visible for all to see, yet Luo Fan actually said that Yi Futian's potential was not as high as his and only manageable. How could there be someone this shameless? Since the few of you are Yi Futian's seniors, I believe your potentials are also exceptional. Since Yi Futian is crowned as our son today, why not the rest of you enter our starry school to cultivate? Elder Nye asked. Although this person was a middle noble plain cultivator, his personality was interesting. Do you still have sun positions? Luo Fan asked, and Elder Nye was stunned. Luo Fan then smiled and continued. I'm just kidding, we're low profile and don't like being bound to one place, so we won't be cultivating in the starry school. The only reason we're here is to visit our little brother. Okay, I understand. Elder Nye nodded his head and did not pursue the matter. This fellow is really low profile, he thought to himself. All right, now that today's coronation has come to an end, please take your leave. The Starry School college chief looked at the crowd and announced, ignoring what the Blazing Sun School's experts said. Some people looked at the college chief and did not say anything. They probably understood that the most they could do today were to apply a little pressure to the Starry School. Since the college chief had already done so, he would naturally not care. No matter how much they said would be to no effect. The crowd started to stand up and leave the venue. The Qin clan experts cruelly glared at Yi Futian and his friends. They likely already hated Yi Futian. The rest of the people could not bear to leave and continued looking at Yi Futian. What had happened today was absolutely spectacular. Not long ago, nobody knew that Yi Futian was the son. It was a huge surprise, even though he had already made a name for himself in the martial arts battlefield. No one knew that it was him. The Celestial Pavilion's owner, the mysterious person that had caused the collapse of the martial arts battlefield, the Starry School's son. From now on, the Divine Sky City had another genius. From within the crowd, Qin Yu looked at her pavilion owner and left unwillingly. When Wan Yuro left, she turned her head back from time to time, thinking of what her sister could be thinking at this point in time. When everyone had left, the bustle came to an end, leaving only the Starry School's disciples. They looked at Yi Futian speechless. The disciples had mixed feelings, some were happy and others troubled. Gu Yunqi was naturally happy for Yi Futian. Li Man was also smiling. She had not expected the little fellow that she had met in the Evil Dragon Zone to be this strong, much stronger than her. However, it was ironic for Jiang Nan. He was now hiding within the crowd with a grim expression. Yi Futian could defeat even Chen Wang. Jin Yunxiao and Long Mu were not even on the same level as him. This left him in despair. Especially when he recalled all the times when he had ridiculed Yi Futian. Every word he had said was grating to his ear. "Brothers, why have you come?" Yi Futian naturally did not care about how others felt. He was surprised to see his brothers. Now that the Eastern Barren Territory has settled down and everything is on track. Big Brother has broken through in his broadsword skills, so there's nothing left for us to do, and we decided to come to the Barren State. Shui Yi explained, and Yi Futian's eyes lit up. He smiled while asking, "Big Brother has advanced to the next level?" "Yes." Luo Fan nodded. "Not only did he advance to the next level, but he also got a beautiful girlfriend." "Who?" Yi Futian blinked and asked. "Why don't you guess?" Luo Fan smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyeballs rolled in their socket, and he replied, "Goddess Wang Yu?" "Smart, as expected of the pretty lady killer." Luo Fan complimented him. Thinking back on Yi Futian's luck with girls back then, it was not something they could hope to achieve. Yi Futian let out a brilliant smile. Back then his big brother had headed to the Moon Clan to prevent the Qing dynasty's invasion, and Goddess Wang Yu had moved into the Book Mountain. Goddess Wang Yu was a stunning beauty and still single, supporting his big brother to run the Book Mountain. His big brother was outstanding. At the time Yi Futian had felt that the two of them were well matched. As expected, they were now together. "When will their wedding be?" Yi Futian asked. If his big brother was getting married, he would definitely go back to attend the ceremony. "I'm not sure." Luo Fan shrugged. "Big brother still cares about teachers' matters." Yi Futian's smile froze on his face, and his expression became serious. "That's right, have you met third brother?" Luo Fan asked. "I've seen him once," Yi Futian replied, nodding. "Third brother is doing well now. He could probably have gone to break through his current cultivation level." "That's good." Shui Yi and the rest nodded. "What is your relation to the person at the Evil Dragon Zone that day?" At that moment, an elder asked and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at that person. It was Master Yun who had gone to the Evil Dragon Zone that time. He smiled sheepishly and said apologetically, "I hope Elder doesn't blame my third brother." Master Yun glared at Yi Futian. Since the moment he saw him crowned as the sun, he knew that Yi Futian was the person who had snatched the dragon grass. But what could he say? He could do nothing about it. Within the crowd, Tan Zhong's expression was unhappy. It turns out that the handsome scholar who had defeated him in the Evil Dragon Zone was Yi Futian's third brother. Yi Futian looked at the college chief standing above the stairway. He had been busy talking with his brothers that he had forgotten the college chief was around. "You go ahead." The college chief did not say anything, bringing his people and leaving. Gu Hanzhan also stepped out, smiling and saying, "Little fellow, good luck in your cultivation." "Thank you, senior." Yi Futian nodded. Standing beside Gu Hanzhan, Gu Yunxi smiled gently at Yi Futian. "Big brother Futian, all the best." Long Linger raised her small fist at Yi Futian, while Madame Long nodded lightly at him. The both of them then left. Yi Futian knew that he owed Madame Long a huge debt. Otherwise, he would be on the run now. Chapter 481. What did third brother do? Shui Yi overheard Master Yun and Yi Futian's conversation and asked curiously. What did third brother do? Shui Yi overheard Master Yun and Yi Futian's conversation and asked curiously. I met third brother on the outskirts of a small city in the barren state, within the woods. He was snatching a dragon grass that the top 3 schools had their eyes on. I disguised my identity and stole the dragon grass, then split it with third brother. Yi Futian smiled and replied. If an ordinary disciple of the top 3 schools dared to say such a thing, he would definitely be tortured. However, the son's status was different. He could say such a thing jokingly, and an upper noble plane like Master Yun could only be depressed about it. Compared to the dragon grass, the martial arts battlefield's collapse was also thanks to him. Shui Yi and Luo Fan blinked in disbelief. Brothers, do you want to stay here and cultivate? Yi Futian asked. The feeling of reuniting after such a long time made him ecstatic, and even though his brothers were crafty, they treated him very well. There isn't even a sun position anymore. What's the point of being an ordinary disciple? Luo Fan replied disdainfully. This fellow had become the sun and wanted them to stay and cultivate? So that they would take his orders? Wouldn't that mess up the hierarchy? How could they let it happen? All right then. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. That was how he felt too. Cultivating as an ordinary disciple in the top 3 schools was a meaningless thing to do. It was only normal that his brothers did not want to stay. What other plans do you all have then? Yi Futian continued asking. We heard about your name in the Divine Sky City and wanted to go to the Celestial Pavilion to look for you. Seeing as you've gotten to such a high position, we can set our minds at rest. Luo Fan patted Yi Futian on the shoulder and said solemnly, Now, I should go visit second sister. Brother treats me really well. Yi Futian was speechless and looked at Luo Fan. As expected, even though this guy was disciplined by second sister in the cottage, he was reveling in the pain and still missed her. Of course. Luo Fan nodded his head seriously. Do you need me to help you tell her anything? Just tell her that I'm doing well. Yi Futian smiled radiantly. When will you be going over? Yi Shaoshi asked. Probably after I step into the noble plane, Yi Futian replied. 7th brother, you should be in the noble plane by now. Of course. The fatty could finally hold his head up high. Then you better speed up your cultivation, or soon you'll be unable to defeat me. Yi Futian grinned while saying. The fatty glared at him, and really wanted to bash him up when he saw Yi Futian's grin. Brother, are my master and masteress doing well? Yi Futian asked. They're on the Book Mountain. Who dares to treat them badly? Shui Yi replied. What about Qin Xian? Yu Xing asked. She's now cultivating in the college as well, rest easy. Shui Yi nodded and saw Yi Wuchen looking at him too. He understood what Yi Wuchen wanted to ask and said, Lu Qingyu is the same as well, just that she often stands on the mountain and blanks out. When your cultivation level is higher, bring her out if you have the chance. All right. Yi Wuchen nodded his head. He felt bad. All right, then we'll be leaving, Luo Fan told Yi Futian. Now? Yi Futian was stunned. Aren't you going to stay in the Divine Sky City for a few days to accompany me? Accompany you? Luo Fan looked at Yi Futian disparagingly. What kind of look is that? Yi Futian saw Luo Fan's expression and was dispirited. We're leaving, take care of yourself. Luo Fan turned around flashily. This fellow isn't his second sister, why should he accompany him? Naive. Be careful or you'll be chased out. Yi Futian cursed him. We're not third brother going to ask for her hand in marriage, we have no pressure. Luo Fan waved his hand, Shui Yi and the fatty also left jovially. Yi Futian looked at them walking out, smiled and said, 4th brother, 5th brother, 7th brother, take care. The boundless sky belongs to the birds. Luo Fan felt really unrestrained. The barren state was really big, he could travel wherever he wanted. After seeing his second sister, he could continue to travel. Yi Futian smiled. His brothers were probably too confined in the cottage, with their carefree personalities. If it had not been for his second sister, they would probably have gone traveling the world long ago. Now that they were done with the Eastern Barren Territories matters, they were free to explore the boundless sky. Such a mentality was really good. Yi Futian turned around and walked in the direction of the Starry School, Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen and the rest following him. After he had settled matters on this end, he naturally had to visit the college chief. Outside the ancient temple, Yi Futian heard a voice from inside when he arrived. Come in, you don't have to wait outside in the future. Understood. Yi Futian's footsteps moved inwards, and the college chief's voice sounded again. Arrange the son's living area, bring him there to settle down. Understood. The servant outside the ancient temple acknowledged the command and left. When Yi Futian stepped into the ancient temple, he saw a starry dimension within. Above the ancient temple, an ancient scroll floated in the air. It was the Starry Treasure Book. The Starry Treasure Book released a glaring light, as though the stars were shining from within the book. This is the Starry School's legacy, the Starry Treasure Book. In it there are many secret methods and spells. You can use your holy light and martial arts fate to try and decipher it for a period of time, the college chief told Yi Futian. All right. Yi Futian nodded his head. Being crowned as the sun the moment he entered the school and learning the Starry School's secret methods, such treatment was probably something that the other Starry School disciples could only wish for. After you've ended your cultivation, I have other plans for you, mainly to increase your battle ability. Focus on your cultivation and worry about nothing else. The college chief continued to remind Yi Futian, then left, leaving him alone in the starry ancient temple. A ray of holy light started glowing and turned into starlight, merging with the stars in the ancient temple. He closed his eyes, his spiritual energy melding into the ancient temple's starry dimension as if they had become one. Afterward, many dazzling images appeared in his brain. There were remarkably strong spells turning into stars, and a shadow appeared among the stars. The giant star appeared to transform into an absolute defense. Evidently, it was an exceedingly strong star defense spell. Around another shadow, there were tiny stars revolving around it, which proceeded to strike out with a horrifying force that could level mountains. There were also flying stars that could transform into immense gravity, causing people to sink within, unable to escape. It was an eye-opener for Yi Futian. The power of the stars used the earth element as its foundation, but many of the strong techniques included other elements within. Of course, Yi Futian understood that the person who had created this miraculous ability was not the same as he thought him to be. Sage plane experts could decipher the rule power, saints could probably use law power. This starry path was likely to be a saint's understanding of the stars in the skies, and using the starry path as a foundation, he created many techniques and spells. At the current cultivation level he was at, even though he could feel the mystery of it, but he could probably only understand and use the basics of it. Yi Futian was immersed in his cultivation and completely assimilated into the starry dimension. Using a saint's law to decipher his cultivation, he completely forgot about the passage of time. Since the day Yi Futian was crowned as sun, the divine sky city was bustling for a long period of time. In this time, Yi Futian's name was definitely the most mentioned in the divine sky city, as many people were debating whether Yi Futian could become a legendary person like Long Yitian. After all, Yi Futian had demonstrated even more outstanding potential than Long Yitian to date, but potential did not necessarily equate to one's achievements. Opportunity and one's luck were also required. However, Yi Futian was crowned the sun and donned the holy robes. From this, they could see that his luck was strong, and at least on the same level as Long Yitian. Time would be the best judge. The Starry School was also not peaceful during this time. The Jin clan's members were unhappy, but the college chief had gone ahead without notifying them, letting Yi Futian dominate his generation. Moreover, he had the support of the Dragon clan and the Gu clan, so the Jin clan had to accept it no matter how unhappy they were. A month's time had passed and Yi Futian felt his cultivation improved tremendously. His physique and spiritual energy had reached another level, and he could feel a breakthrough coming. A month ago, when he left the martial arts battlefield, he had just stepped into the 5th level of the Arcana plane. At this rate, it would not be long before he entered the noble plane. After Yi Futian had ended his cultivation, he stepped out of the ancient temple and the college chief Qin Yuan appeared. Chief Qin looked at him and said, "Your rod skills are very strong, they must be passed down by someone extraordinary." "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "Let me see your ritual implement," Qin Yuan requested. Yi Futian took out his 5-element rod, and Qin Yuan held it in his hand and said, "Although it isn't bad, it's like a dead item, unfitting of you. You should go and get another one." "Huh!" Yi Futian looked at Qin Yuan. The college chief really treated him very well. In the eastern region of the Barren State, near Zhongzhou City, there is a Xiantian city. On a mountain outside the city, there is a Jiaxing house. It is a very strong clan. Qin Yuan looked at Yi Futian and continued. Not long later, the chief of the Jiaxing house will be having his birthday banquet. You will represent the Starry School to go and celebrate his birthday. Of course, the purpose of this trip, apart from celebrating his birthday, is to obtain the treasure of the Jiaxing house, the polearm of divine destruction. Yi Futian was stunned, and looked at the old man speechlessly. Why would the treasure of the Jinxing house be given to me? Since I was a major clan that had the qualifications to make the Starry School go forth to celebrate his birthday, it was evidently on the same level as the Divine Sky City's major clans. To take the treasure of such a clan, this was. You are the son of the Starry School, dominating your generation. What is there not to be done? Qin Yuan nonchalantly said. The polearm of divine destruction is made from the meteorites falling from the 9 heavens. The polearm is 90,000 caddies heavy. If you are able to use it well, you can crush many people just by its weight. It has the name polearm of divine destruction. It suits you well. 90,000 caddies! Yi Futian felt numb, although martial arts cultivators had immense strength. For someone who specialized in both martial arts and spells like him, he had a strong physique. At the 5th level of the Arcana plane, his strength was immense, but a 90,000 caddy rod still made him shudder. Go and make preparations, you leave tomorrow. Moreover, the people going this time will not only be from the Starry School. Chief Qin went back into the ancient temple after saying all that, leaving Yi Futian there stunned. Yi Futian shook his head bitterly. The college chief really treated him well, crowning him as the son, passing down the saint's law, and now helping him to pick a ritual implement for him to collect. Whether he could obtain it was another matter. Chapter 482. Xiantian City was located to the west of Divine Sky City. Upon heading further west, one would reach Shongzhou City, which laid within the eastern region of the barren state. Xiantian City was located to the west of Divine Sky City. Upon heading further west, one would reach Shongzhou City, which laid within the eastern region of the barren state. Divine Sky City was the only major city within the eastern region of the barren state. As such, not only were the top 3 schools located there, but many great clans flourished there as well. But for how great the eastern region of the barren state was, there were places that were just as powerful. The Jiaxing House was definitely unparalleled divine grounds within Xiantian City and its wider regions. As a true unchallenged power, they had even nominated a city lord to create laws and govern the city. The competition here may not be as intense as that in Divine Sky City, but the influence of the Jiaxing House in Xiantian City was unbeatable still. In the skies of the outskirts of Xiantian City flew a figure headed straight for where the city was. It was Yi Futian and company, flanked by powerful figures from the Starry School who were there to protect them. Members of the West Mountain Dragon clan and the Gu clan had come along as well. Long Linger had tagged along too after clamoring to join Yi Futian and see the world. Madame Long had eventually acquiesced. Gu Yunxi from the Gu clan had also come along as a representative of the clan and a disciple of Divine Sky City. The Jin clan would be coming as well, but they were not traveling with the group. We'll be there soon, whispered Gu Yunxi. Right. Yi Futian nodded. Yunxi, how should I go about obtaining the divine destruction polearm from the Jiaxing House? As Yi Futian and Gu Yunxi grew familiar with each other, Gu Yunxi had allowed him to call her by her name rather than an honorific. It's your task from the college chief, how would I know what to do? The corners of Gu Yunxi's lips lifted slightly. The college chief was being rather cruel by ordering Yi Futian to take the divine destruction polearm from the Jiaxing House. The chief of the Jiaxing House treasured the polearm to death and loved flaunting it. There was no way he would just hand it over to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's head ached. Along the way, he had found out some information about the ties between the Jiaxing House and the top 3 schools. Back in the day when the top 3 schools had not been separated yet, the saint had several disciples to whom he personally imparted his skills. Each disciple inherited a skill respectively. When the saint fell, rifts had appeared between his disciples, and they split apart to set up the top 3 schools. The predecessor who had set up Jiaxing House had been a disciple of the saint as well. He had parted ways with the senior who set up the Starry School after clashing over differing opinions. The founder of Starry School obtained the Starry Treasure Book, while the ancestors of Jiaxing House inherited the Divine Destruction polearm. After many years, the top 3 schools became sacred training grounds in Divine Sky City. They were the best of the best, yet those of the Jiaxing house refused to acknowledge the schools. The ancestors of the Jiaxing house firmly believed that only they were the legitimate heirs to the divine path. Up till today, members of the Jiaxing house never enrolled in the Starry School, preferring to head over to Zhongzhou City to pursue their education. With this sort of history, Yi Futian was suspicious of College Chief Chen's intentions in sending him to take the treasure of the Jiaxing house. As the group moved forward, a vast ancient city appeared beneath the cloudy skies. "We've reached Xiantian City," an elder announced. That elder was Master Yun, who had previously headed for the Evil Dragon Zone. Many top-tier cultivators of the Noble Plane had been sent to accompany the sun as he traveled. Master Yun was one of them. The Starry School had previously asked its disciples of the Noble Plane if they were willing to accompany the sun and defend the divine path. But no one had responded to the call. It was true that Yi Futian had revealed unparalleled talent the other day. But as top-tier nobles, their pride prevented them from agreeing to protect the sun on his journey. To them, it would be akin to being Yi Futian's attendants, and no one was willing to do it. "Let's go down," Yang Xing, who was behind Long Linger, spoke amidst the rumblings of the dragon. The demonic dragon then dived down towards Xiantian City with its riders, attracting the gazes of many people in the city. But the people of the city were not too surprised as well. When the chief of the Jiaxing house held his birthday banquet, many powerful figures would come from all sorts of places. This was a yearly occurrence, and nothing to be astonished over. Once the group landed in Xiantian City, they found an inn to settle down in. News of the newcomers spread very quickly, and they were soon visited by people from the City Lord office of Xiantian City. Discussion was rife outside of the inn. Everyone was trying to guess the identities of these people who had just arrived in the city. It was a rather large group, and they had arrived by dragon. Furthermore, the son and daughter of the City Lord had come to visit at the first opportunity. At this moment, Yi Futian was meeting his visitors from the City Lord office at the banquet room of the inn. At the head of the group of visitors was a young man and woman, both with exquisite looks. "You have all traveled a long way from Divine Sky City. Why not come over to the City Lord office to rest instead of putting up at an inn?" The young man greeted them with lightly clasped hands, smiling as he spoke. He gazed at Yi Futian, who was sitting in the center of the room, and tried to guess his identity. The Starry School had never sent a representative so young, nor had they ever sent anyone lower than the Noble Plane to the chief's birthday banquet. It seemed as though the Starry School was beginning to not take the Jiaxing house seriously, and was only going through the formalities. Of course, the young man dared not to comment. No one would have dared to comment even if the Starry School had not sent a single person. The top 3 schools in the eastern region of the Barren State were officially recognized as divine grounds. They came to visit every year with a motive of their own. "This is the son of the Starry School," Master Yun quipped coldly from the side. He felt that the young man's attitude towards Yi Futian was overly light-hearted and casual. The young man was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. "So this is the son, I've been rude then. I'm Shi Yanfeng, and this is my sister Shi Qinglan." Shi Qinglan was also observing Yi Futian, her eyes glittering with a curious sparkle. She didn't remember the Starry School conferring the title of son onto anyone previously. The coronation of the sun had rocked Divine Sky City, but Xiantian City was a great distance away. Those in Xiantian City would also not be bothered to find out about news from Divine Sky City. As such, they still didn't know about the happenings in Divine Sky City. However, they assumed that the young man was of great talent if he was able to be coronated as the son of the Starry School. "If you are only here to tell us this, then please leave. We won't bother you any further," Yi Futian said calmly from where he was seated. His tone was cool. This young man hadn't sounded any sincerer, and the sparkle in his eye made it seem even more like he had come only to patronize them. Yi Futian had no time to deal with useless formalities. Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan were taken aback. They had not expected that the son would not even be bothered to entertain them and send them back immediately. This son seemed like an arrogant guy, they thought, as expected of someone from the Starry School. "If that is the case, then we will take our leave now," Please feel free to send someone for me at the City Lord office should you require anything. Shi Yanfeng spoke again after a moment of contemplation. He then clasped his hands in farewell and left. It seemed as though he too was not too bothered about feigning civility. After the visitors left, Master Yun spoke, his expression cool. For these people from the City Lord office under the Jiaxing House to behave like this, they really are beginning to not care about the top 3 schools. Is it because of the Jiaxing House's influence? Yi Futian asked. He remembered the time when they were at Yunyu City, where the Wang family had been incredibly respectful towards disciples of the top 3 schools. However, it could have been because Yunyu City was incredibly weak. Xiantian City had its own top-tier clan, the Jiaxing House. As such, they probably were not as easily impressed. Yeah, Master Yun nodded. If it wasn't for the backing of the Jiaxing House, they wouldn't dare to have such an attitude at all. Yi Futian chuckled and stood to leave, speaking at the same time. Master Yun, I'm not going to bother myself with these sorts of things from now on. Why don't you give me a hand? Sure. Master Yun nodded. After Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan left the inn, a cool smile could be seen on Shi Yanfeng's face. I don't remember the top 3 schools having a son. Was he only coronated this year then? Shi Qinglan asked. Probably. This son of the Starry School is really arrogant though. Shi Yanfeng chuckled, sending us off without even bothering with the niceties. Well, he is a disciple of the top 3 schools. He's probably incredibly talented if he can be coronated as a son. Shi Qinglan guessed. A son as young as this? What is the Starry School thinking? Were people really convinced by their choice? Shi Yanfeng raised his eyebrows questioningly. As for talent, that's definitely a given. He continued. Naturally, Shi Yanfeng did not doubt the judgment of the top 3 schools. There definitely weren't any idiots amidst the authoritative figures there. Who cares about that though? We have our own beliefs and totems. Shi Yanfeng's expression grew solemn as he spoke. He gazed at a tall mountain in the distance. Their belief lay in the Jiaxing House. These days, the younger generation of Xiantian City had hero figures of their own to look up to. 2 figures, in particular, were 2 remarkable geniuses from the Jiaxing House. One of the geniuses had already entered the Holy Ji Palace, the best training grounds of Zhongzhou City, to train. In light of this, the top 3 schools didn't seem like much, for the Holy Ji Palace was the holy grail of all training grounds in the entire barren state. The other guests have arrived as well. We should go visit them too. Who knows if the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School have coronated sons too, said Shi Qinglan. She did not think too much of all this. Just like her senior said, they had their own beliefs and totems. The next morning, many powerful figures of Xiantian City began to gather in one place. A chain of mountains lay next to Xiantian City. Upon lifting one's head, one would see palace after palace situated endlessly amidst the mountains. This was the renowned Jiaxing House. Strong figures guarded the base of the mountains. There was only one entrance and only one staircase that led up the mountain. At this moment, powerful individuals from all over the land were gathered at the bottom of the staircase. Those are people from the Blazing Sun School. And that's the group from the Bright Moon School. The guests from the Starry School have arrived as well. Someone announced upon seeing Yi Futian and his entourage. The top 3 schools were naturally in the center of attention. That's the group from the School of Heavenly Arts, observed another. A group of people stood there, emanating a powerful aura. Those from the Red Phoenix clan are here too. At another spot, a group of startlingly beautiful women waited, dressed extravagantly in flaming red phoenix feather clothing. They were the disciples of the Red Phoenix clan. People from Mount Xianyuan and Chile Court have come as well. The crowd chattered amongst themselves. These groups were not as outstanding as the top 3 schools, but they were still top clans within the Jiaxing House's circle of influence, with sages within their ranks. Other than these clans, other groups of varying levels of influence had come to pay their respects as well. At this moment, even powerful figures from the other groups were looking over at the disciples of the top 3 schools. Some had looks of respect, others shot challenging gazes as if they were raring for a fight. But Yi Futian ignored all these people. He looked up at the mountain and Jiaxing House, which was situated at the top. The difficult task he had been set was on his mind still. Yi Futian wondered just how he was going to successfully take the treasure of the Jiaxing House. Chapter 483. At this moment, someone from the Jiaxing House appeared on the stairs at the base of the mountains. Looking at the crowd, he said, "Please make your way up the mountain for the birthday banquet." At this moment, someone from the Jiaxing House appeared on the stairs at the base of the mountains. Looking at the crowd, he said, "Please make your way up the mountain for the birthday banquet." At his words, everyone on the stairs moved aside to create a path. Many people also clasped their hands to acknowledge the messenger before preparing to move up the mountain. Everyone began walking towards the stairs that led up the mountain. However, some people graciously turned towards those from the top 3 schools to invite them to go first. In an instant, those who had started moving first stopped abruptly and stood to a side as well. Their gazes turned to those from the top 3 schools. Those people had intended to just go up the stairs as if they were oblivious to just who were around them. But since someone had spoken up, they had to show some respect as well. After all, the top 3 schools were the divine grounds of the eastern region of the barren state. It would be better to not cause them any offense at all. There were many guests from the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School. None of them made way for Yi Futian, and they even turned back to throw him a curious glance as they walked up. This time, the Starry School had not sent any disciple of the Noble Plane. Instead, they had put Yi Futian at the forefront of the delegation. However, no one thought this was a sign of weakness on the part of the Starry School. The coronation ceremony held the other day was a move by college chieftain to display the sun's true abilities to everyone. Yi Futian had also proved his worth that day. Everyone in Divine Sky City was aware that if Yi Futian managed to avoid anything that led to his downfall, he would grow to become a powerful figure like Long Etienne. With his outstanding abilities and his status as the sun, College Chieftain would definitely do everything in his power to nurture his capabilities. Yi Futian probably had an ulterior motive in leading a party of individuals to this banquet. "We should go too," Yi Futian spoke, and they began to move up the mountain as well. Only after everyone from the top 3 schools had left did the rest of the guests begin to move towards the highest peak of the mountain range. The mountains were lined with ancient palaces. Exquisitely built, these palaces were a majestic sight to see. People began to arrive at the Jiaxing House one after the other, and they were welcomed by those at the Jiaxing House. A large banquet had been prepared to host these guests. With the arrival of the guests, the atmosphere at the Jiaxing House grew lively. Yi Futian and his companions sat at a distance, quietly observing the event. The high status of the Jiaxing House was clear from the huge turnout for this banquet. Even guests from the top 3 schools were greeted without any special treatment. Then, a group of people walked out from one of the pavilions high up in the Jiaxing House. At the head of the group was a lady with her long hair coiled up on her head. She was the image of neatness in a tight-fitting white training outfit. Her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars, yet it held the calmness of still water. Her beauty was delicate and otherworldly, and she was even more beautiful than Gu Yinshi, who stood next to Yi Futian. In Divine Sky City, Gu Yinshi was known as a devastating beauty that could bring down cities. She was incredibly gorgeous, and yet this lady was even more dazzling with her ethereal, otherworldly beauty. Even Gu Yinshi herself was stunned momentarily by the appearance of this beauty. She then whispered to Yi Futian, "I've heard that there were 2 incomparable talents in this generation of the Jiaxing House, Mu Jifan and Mu Jiqiu. Mu Jifan was born extraordinary. His abilities are beyond comprehension, and he was the first person in many generations from the Jiaxing House who managed to enter the Holy Ji Palace to train when he was in the Noble Plane. But some people also claim that Mu Jiqiu's abilities aren't inferior to her older brothers in any way. This incredibly talented prodigy is also so beautiful that other beauties pale in comparison to her. But for all her incredible looks, she has this aura that prevents people from having any profane thoughts towards her. All it takes is one look for many men to feel inferior and ashamed of themselves." Yi Futian looked at the figure next to him. Face to face with such a beauty, Gu Yinchi didn't show any signs of jealousy at all. Instead, she admired this lady who was more elegant than she was. Mu Jiqiu's looks and demeanor were pleasing to look at. I don't think you're inferior to her in any way. In fact, I think you're on par with her, Futian told Gu Yinchi, a smile on his face. He wasn't patronizing her in any way, his admiration for her was genuine. Gu Yinchi may be a daughter of a great clan, but she didn't have the negative qualities that many other young ladies from powerful families had, nor was she arrogant. Instead, she was peaceful as still water, and her looks were pleasing to the eye. Indeed, she was beautiful both inside and out. Gu Yinchi was taken aback for a moment before a touch of embarrassment touched her gaze and a faint smile graced her lips. You think very highly of me, she replied modestly. It's the truth. Futian grinned at her. At this moment, all eyes were on Mu Jiqiu. Many young men felt attracted to her, yet they understood that any romantic intentions they harbored for her could only remain delusions. For them, it was enough to be able to look upon her beauty. Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan from the City Lord Office of Xiantian City were also looking at Mu Jiqiu. Shi Yanfeng's eyes burned with passion at the sight of Mu Jiqiu. To him, she was a goddess whose standards he could only aspire to reach. On the other hand, Shi Qinglan looked at her in admiration. She dreamed endlessly of becoming someone like Mu Jiqiu. The person next to Mu Jiqiu waved a hand to indicate a request for silence, and the chatter of the crowd slowly died down to nothing. Grandfather is currently busy at the moment, and is unable to welcome everyone right now. However, he will meet with everyone here at noon. Before that, please feel free to make yourselves at home in the Jiaxing house, Mu Jiqiu announced. Her voice was not soft and delicate. Instead, it was clear and distinctive, with an otherworldly quality to it. One would immediately recognize her upon hearing her voice. Miss Mu, you are too kind. Please let the chief attend to his business first. It'll be enough for us to meet the chief at his convenience, answered someone in the crowd. Everyone knew that Mu Jiqiu was just being courteous. Though many guests had arrived at the chief's birthday banquet, most of them weren't that senior that they could demand that the chief entertain them. The chief of the Jiaxing house was of equal standing with the college chiefs of the top 3 schools. Only figures of that caliber were important enough for the chief of the Jiaxing house to spend time entertaining. It was already a great gesture of politeness that Mu Jiqiu was even sent out to speak to them. After she had spoken, Mu Jiqiu looked in the direction of the top 3 schools, and her gaze lingered on those from the Starry School. The Jiaxing house and the top 3 schools were cut from the same cloth. To be even more accurate, they shared the same origins. One could even say that the Jiaxing house specialized in skills that the Starry School no longer taught today. The only difference was that the Jiaxing house was more singular in its focus since disciples of the Starry School specialized in many different areas. Why do the top 3 schools send people to pay their respects every year? Futian asked out of curiosity. While the top 3 schools did share the same origins as the Jiaxing house, there really was no need for this gesture. The top 3 schools were the ones that were truly recognized as the divine grounds of the eastern region of the barren state. In response, Gu Yinchi explained, sharing the same origins is only one of the reasons. Actually, all the knowledge that the Jiaxing house has passed down forms the core of the Starry School. The Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School are all hoping that the younger members of the Jiaxing house will join them to train. As for the Starry School, I don't know what the reason is, but relations between the Jiaxing house and the school aren't too friendly. I bet they're plotting something. Long Linger chuckled. Their intentions probably aren't that pure. Don't spout nonsense, an elder from the Long family chastised, glaring at her for the inappropriate comment. I do think Linger has a point though. Futian nodded instead, smiling. He doubted that the school's yearly tradition of attending the chief's birthday banquet was so innocent. Besides, the chief had tasked him with taking away the divine destruction polearm after all. A commotion broke out, and many people stood up. Futian looked around and saw that other than the top 3 schools, everyone else had gotten to their feet and were looking in a particular direction. An elder walked towards them in an unhurried manner and stood before everyone. He had a mighty aura despite his advanced age, and his gaze was strong and majestic. He appeared to be a figure of great authority. "Chief!" someone greeted him. Futian's eyes glittered, and the disciples of the top 3 schools rose to greet him as well. No one was exempt from showing good manners before such a senior character. As Futian stood with the people around him, he observed the chief of the Jiaxing house. The chief's eyes were sharp as lightning, and a powerful aura emanated from his gaze. Futian felt as though he had been set up by the college chief. It seemed pretty plausible that the chief might just kill him on the spot without hesitation if he were to dare to ask for the treasure of the Jiaxing house. In fact, it was a very great possibility. "We wish the chief a happy birthday," everyone echoed collectively. It was a magnificent sight to see. "You are all too kind, please have a seat." The chief of the Jiaxing house surveyed everyone with a strong gaze. His eyes lingered in the direction of the top 3 schools for a moment. "We've prepared a small token for you, sir. We hope you'll accept it," someone said. After that, many people began to present the chief with the gifts they had brought as well. Even the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had prepared gifts as well. Since it was a birthday banquet, it was only right that the guests brought presents for the chief. The chief accepted them all without any hesitation. "Where's our gift?" Futian asked Master Yun as the people from the Bright Moon School sat back down. "You didn't say to prepare one before we left," Master Yun whispered back. Futian was taken aback. This was an awkward situation. He was here to take the chief's treasure, yet he hadn't even prepared a birthday present for him. Was he to present the chief with one of his own possessions? Even so, there was nothing of value Futian could offer to someone of the chief's status. His possessions were useful to him, but they all seemed like measly gifts to give to the chief. Right now, many people were looking towards the Starry School, waiting to see what they would do after the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had presented their gifts. Futian wanted to run away upon feeling all the gazes upon him. This was such an embarrassing situation. He couldn't believe that the college chief had not reminded him to get a gift. With a solemn expression, Futian then began to speak, his features handsome as a prince's. "I, Futian, pay my respects to you, sir. The college chief has sent me here to ask after you. We were planning to prepare a birthday gift for you, but we felt that no gift would be befitting enough for a person of your stature. It would be an insult to present you with anything lesser, so we decided to not do that. We hope that you don't take offense at this." Everyone was instantly taken aback. Futian's words seemed reasonable at first. But then they suddenly realized that something was not right. This fellow wasn't planning to give the chief a gift at all, yet he had spun such a fancy excuse for himself, instead making everyone who had brought a present seem disrespectful towards the chief of the Jiaxing house. Recovering from the surprise, everyone turned to glare at Futian in fury. Just how shameless could this guy be? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.